The guy was talking in his sleep and trying to save his life, until his drama was interrupted by his own phone, which rang, and this signaled that it was time for him to wake up. But as soon as he opened his eyes, the desire to sleep a little more immediately disappeared, because what he saw made him horrified. He jumped out of his bed from the fact that he saw how his entire room was painted with some kind of hieroglyphs. But this was not the worst thing, because they were all written in blood. His thoughts were filled with questions about what kind of hieroglyphs these were and who even left them here. He tried to come to his senses, because the thought immediately occurred to him that he was simply delirious, so his consciousness was filled with illusions. As soon as he opened his eyes again, the drawings were no longer there, but in any case it did not amuse him, because he understood that those hieroglyphs were really real. At that moment, the realization came to him that at the moment he was not in his room and all this was happening to him not at his home. He immediately jumped out of bed and, standing in the middle of this room, tried to understand where he was and what was going on here. The guy looked at the table and realized that something was clearly wrong here, because even his pack of noodles had been eaten, although he did not remember that he had even opened it. He gradually began to go crazy, because he could not even approximately understand what was happening to him. Various moments from his life began to emerge before him, and in his head he was still an orphan. His age and face were similar, but his life path was completely different, and this alarmed him very much. He received care, passed the exams to a top university, nothing but prospects, but now he dropped out of high school and works as an ordinary salesman. His body moved into the body of Fangxiu from a parallel universe. Although he moved to another time, his visions and those hieroglyphs were still very incomprehensible, and it was very interesting to find out what they could mean. He tried to use the memories of himself, who was from a completely different dimension, but unfortunately he could not find anything. In his memory there was no understanding of what these hieroglyphs could mean. But suddenly his thoughts and attempts to understand what was happening to him were interrupted by a female voice. It was his girlfriend whom he managed to find, and she called him to eat, because he had been in his room for a long time, and it was time for him to have a little snack. The guy didn't even realize that in the parallel universe he had already gotten married and this was his wife. She sat down next to him, and once again asked him to put aside all his business and come with her and eat properly. At one moment he became even sadder, because he realized at that moment that in the past he had never been able to find such a beautiful and affectionate companion, but on the other hand, at least here he has her. She didn't understand why he looked at her like that and didn't answer at all, so she decided to find out if everything was okay with him, and why he didn't answer her. The guy literally began to panic, because he didn't even know what to answer her, and what to call her, because he didn't know her name, and who she was not clear to him. Baby girl suddenly started spinning in his head. He understood that most likely this was not her name, but why did it seem to him that it suited her very well? But suddenly he seemed to have lost his consciousness again, and a text appeared in front of him, which said that the name, biography, and everything connected with this girl were simply not in his head, in the memory of not such a person at all. He turned back to her and began to look into her eyes, and the understanding came that she was not entirely human, and yet he decided to talk to her and ask who she was? Which, as it turned out, was a mistake, since this girl immediately turned into a terrible monster, who was very glad that the guy saw her and could even talk to her. He was filled with fear, which brought him into a state in which his brain was simply overloaded, and no matter how hard he tried, he could not get out of this state. But it was necessary to immediately come up with something, because in a few seconds the girl simply turned into a huge monster that wanted only one thing, and that was to eat the guy. Tears began to well up in his eyes, which were from the understanding that he would leave this life right now, without having time to figure it out. And so it happened. The monster simply attacked the guy and literally bit off his head, which was clearly incompatible with life. He woke up screaming again and screamed until he realized that it was just a dream. The guy didn't understand what it was, a dream or an illusion, but in any case, he woke up in the same room with the same hieroglyphs on the wall, which he could not read. He understood that this was clearly not a dream, and it seems that the thought came to him that this was an ordinary hint, and he just needed to turn blind in order to survive. The guy was trying to understand what kind of woman she was, because when he remembered his whole past life, he realized that he was an ordinary person and had never seen anything like this in his entire life, and this concerned that same girl who in that moment turned into a monster. He thought that there was some meaning in all this, which was to not let her find out that he saw her, then most likely she would cease to exist. As soon as he thought about this, the girl suddenly entered the room and turned to him with the same offer to go eat. No matter how hard she tried to talk to him, the guy tried with all his might to ignore her and did everything to make her leave him alone. But it was much more difficult to do this than it seemed to him, because the girl simply did not give up and was getting closer and closer to him and asking the same question. He repeated in his head that he couldn't move or look, otherwise she would end up with him again right here. But suddenly she twisted her head in the other direction, and it was even harder to ignore. The girl also did not give up and tried with all her might to get him, saying that he was clearly not playing by the rules, but since it was her turn, she would try to fix everything. She began to lick him and do everything so that he would pay attention to her, so the guy gradually began to panic. Still, he managed to withstand this moral violence, but his emotions and feelings were torn apart. He was very angry with her, and only wanted her to disappear from this world and do it as soon as possible. The guy held his head and thought only that there was emptiness in his head when he asked himself the question of how he could come to such a life. With himself, he went through a bunch of thoughts, which consisted in the fact that he thought that his body was now in a time loop and after the end of his life, he would start all over again, as if it were some kind of game. He didn't understand how to deal with this, because he didn't even look at her, but in any case, she herself came up to him and tried to make sure that he didn't see her, which meant that she first had to make sure for herself that he sees her. As soon as Fang Xiu reached for the phone to pretend that he was calling someone, the girl approached him again, but this time it was from behind. She even tried to find out from him why he was behaving this way and had he really stopped loving her, and was choosing a new girl right now. Fang Xiu tried with all his might to hide his tension, because she was stressing him out so much that he felt uneasy every time she addressed him. She still didn't give up and tried to get as close to him as possible, saying that she didn't know that he was myopic, because he held the phone so close to his face and didn't even pay any attention to her. Fang Xiu tried his best to restrain himself and remain calm without attracting any attention to himself. He was scrolling through the news on his phone and trying to read one of them in order to forget at least for a second about the existence of this girl next to him, but suddenly he saw something that shocked him. On the screen of his mobile phone, he saw the same girl who started talking to him about how she was so worried that their relationship was going the wrong way. Out of surprise, he threw his phone out of his hands and screamed throughout the room. Before he had time to recover from the fright, he heard the terrible voice of that same girl behind him, who was now 100% sure that he clearly saw her, but was trying with all her might to hide it. She immediately turned into a terrible monster and opened her mouth in order to again bite off a tasty morsel from the guy. But this time, Fang Xiu was not going to give up so easily and stand rooted to the spot while he was devoured whole, so he decided to strike, in which he gathered all his strength. The monster apparently was not so simple, and it was clearly impossible to defeat it with such a simple method, so she was able to dodge the blow. Not only did she dodge the blow without any problems, she also went on a counterattack, namely, she bit his hand, and at that moment, the guy began to understand that this was another end for him, and it would obviously be very difficult to do something about it. At first he screamed in pain and begged for mercy while she successfully continued to eat his hand. But then he realized that it was useless, and his pain suddenly disappeared. Now he only thought that they could eat him this time too, but nothing could be done about it. There was despair in his eyes, but he promised himself that next time everything would be completely different. From that moment on, The guy failed several more times, and on the sixth attempt he was still surprised at where she was coming from. This time she crawled right out of the toilet and called him to eat, and of course he couldn't resist, and she ate him again. The eighth time he wanted to escape, but he was unlucky and she overtook him again. At some point he began to understand that it was almost impossible to hide from this. Therefore, at some point, he decided that it would be better not to run from it, but to simply enjoy the process, even though he always knew the ending. After 13 attempts, he was simply praying to never wake up again. He was healthy on the outside, but sick in soul, alive on the outside, but dead on the inside. He did this again and again, and during each attempt, memories of him surfaced before him, and he began to understand this world and what happened to him better and better. Fan Xiu suddenly realized that the only difference from the past was that the essence of this world was beyond his understanding, but he so wanted to fix everything, so he began the 18th attempt. His body was exhausted from the fact that a bunch of questions were constantly spinning in his head about why he couldn't stop this loop. Who wrote those hieroglyphs on the ceiling? Why do they disappear as soon as he starts looking at them? Each time he woke up again and did not understand what it was. Who could be responsible for all this? Was it possible that his wife was doing all this? Fan Xiu repeated to himself how much he wanted her to just disappear and leave him alone. Now he wanted to be alone for the rest of his life. She entered the room again with the same offer as always. She really wanted him to finally leave so they could enjoy the food. Suddenly he noticed one important detail, namely, that she wakes him up every time, but has never touched him yet, and it looked very strange to him. Therefore, this time he decided to try a slightly different method, and one of the stages included getting as close to her as possible, which is what he actually did. But as soon as she began repeating out loud that he saw her, the guy with a calm soul simply walked past her. After so many attempts, he realized that she couldn't just attack him until she was sure that she could see him. Fan Xiu moved straight to the kitchen, where she had called him so strongly, and began to prepare breakfast on his own, while she stood next to him and repeated that she had prepared it for a long time. Why didn't he want to eat it? The guy tried not to pay any attention to her, but in his thoughts he still thought that she was a rather beautiful girl. But not only that, she was also very cunning, because she had so many methods to lure him into a trap. He made himself a small sandwich, which he ate so reluctantly, because his wife's face had blurred all over the floor and it was very difficult to eat, but still he realized that the only way to get out of here was to go outside and, thanks to his wife's understanding, find out what was wrong with this world. Fan Xiu coped with the first stage and was able to eat normally, after which he only had to go outside this apartment. Even in such little things as the door handle, there were provocations from his wife, who tried in every way to stop him and begged him to stay at home with him. But still, he overcame his fear and was able to withstand all this, and only thanks to this he was able to leave the apartment, and finally realized that he now had a chance to take revenge. Fan Xiu believed that no one could get away with 18 murders, and he was obliged to teach a lesson to the one who did this to him, and thereby take revenge. The guy will definitely be able to find a way to destroy them all, and he planned to start with his wife, but first he wanted to go outside. As soon as he opened the doors that led to the exit, he was horrified by what his eyes saw, but his brain did not yet perceive it. But after a few minutes he realized that there was only one place where all this was possible, and it was hell. His reaction was unexpected even for him, because he just started laughing at everything he saw, and it seems he just went crazy because it was so hard to believe. He just stood on the street alone and laughed at every monster that passed by him, as if it was some kind of performance in a circus. It was a hysterical laugh, which was caused only by the fact that the guy liked this world so much. It was so interesting and unusual. But it was still very difficult to look at this for a long time, and at some point he simply could not stand it, and vomited where his eyes were looking. He suddenly interrupted this process because a man approached him and asked how he was feeling and if he needed help. It was a little girl who walked down the street as if nothing had happened, completely alone, and didn't even pay attention to all the monsters she met. For a second, he felt so good in his soul, he was so glad to meet an ordinary person, so he answered her that everything was fine with him, and she could just call him brother. He stroked her head, because it actually calmed him down a lot, but this therapy session did not last long. Because at some point, this girl simply turned into a terrible monster that was ready to devour the guy entirely. Fan Xiu didn't even try to somehow save himself. He was already so tired of doing this that he just stood and looked at this huge monster, which was so glad that the guy saw him. The guy just continued to laugh like crazy and repeat how interesting all this was for him. He even started pointing his fingers at him, and saying that he liked her so much at first that he couldn't even imagine that she was some kind of monster. The monster was surprised by this reaction, but still did not intend to stop its attack, which was aimed directly at the guy's face. A few seconds later he woke up again and again heard the same voice, which sounded somehow new every time. Each time she came up with a new reason why he should get up, and in 20 days he heard 20 different options. Fan Xiu was no longer surprised by anything, so even when that same little girl approached him and asked him for help, because she was lost and could not find her mother, the guy simply ignored her, because he was convinced that this world was full of all sorts of monsters. Some were scary looking, but very stupid, others, although aggressive, were like air, unable to influence anything. The third one has a shape that is no different from a person, and they get as close as possible to the target, as if they were relatives, and upon receiving a response they strike. For example, there was his wife, but despite the fact that an ordinary person cannot detect them at all, they still pursue him in their role, and it was precisely this moment that the guy did not fully understand. But after several dozen attempts and a lot of thought, he finally realized that all they really needed was to unite with him. Fan Xiu began to gradually get used to life in this city, which had similar problems. Even there he did not have enough money for ordinary groceries, so he decided for himself that it was time to look for a job. It didn't take the guy long to find a job, and in the first month he received a reprimand from his boss, who scolded him for being late to work a record number of times over the past month. He had to quit, because such a job was not for him, but in any case, he agreed that he would definitely stop by the office in order to collect his part of the salary. He did not wait long and decided to immediately go straight to this office, because he needed the money immediately. Fan Xiu entered a rather troubled area that he had never been to before, but as they explained to him, the office where he should pick up his money was located there. Suddenly he stopped near a place that was much more interesting to him than the office he was in such a hurry to get to. This was the TSA Qingshan Mental Hospital, which was so different from all the buildings in this world. At this moment, his boss was still calling him, who forced him to work another day. Fan Xiu decided not to argue with him and said that there was no problem, especially since he had already arrived at the site. After which he hung up and said to himself that once there was Bailu Academy here, and now it is a psychiatric hospital, although in principle this did not matter. At some point, fear left him completely, because he realized that even if something happened, he would have another chance, so without a doubt he went inside and was not embarrassed by the fact that it was creepy there, because he was interested to find out what's inside. As soon as he stepped onto the territory of the hospital, he immediately felt that he was touching something very soft, but his consciousness did not fully understand what it was. He continued to feel it, and it seems at that moment he began to understand why he was not allowed to enter this place. But suddenly his consciousness became clear, and he saw that his hands were touching someone's chest, and it was more than real. As soon as the realization of this came to him, he immediately received a good blow to the face. And this was done to him by some girl who screamed at him that he was a pervert, and she would most likely simply sue him, and Fan Xiu simply did not understand what was happening. He watched with his mouth open as she ran to complain about him to the policeman, who was also very real, and this was not like the world in which he had been for several days. Fan Xiu raised his head and now again saw the Bailu Academy, which he thought was here before the mental hospital was built on this site. It seemed to him that this was all an illusion, and he closed his eyes again, after which he opened them and again saw the mental hospital, which miraculously appeared here again. He tried to touch at least something, even the walls, but after several attempts he realized that he simply physically could not touch anything. Fan Xiu realized that he could see, but could not feel, and he was incredibly scared because of this, because he did not understand what could happen to him next. And he was especially frightened by the thought of what could happen if other people could also see it. He again tried to close his eyes and see something new for himself, because there was only emptiness in his head. He walked along the corridor and thought that the assembly hall, the dining room, the toilet, he checked absolutely everything, but could not find anything. Fan Xiu was not going to give up, and at some point he found something like a barrier that led to a room in which there was a very heavy smell of blood. He didn't think for a long time and simply walked through it, and ended up in a room in which there was only one girl who was crying very loudly until Fan Xiu came to her. He looked at her with a face that did not show a single emotion. He hoped that she was the same as him. But as soon as she got up a little from bed, it immediately became clear that she was just another monster who had nothing new in mind and just wanted to eat him. Fan Xiong decided not to stay here for long and move on to the next barrier, which was right behind this monster. He was able to seep through it without consequences, but unfortunately for him, nothing new was waiting for him there. There was only a huge monster who was so glad that lunch came to him on its own. But the guy's apathy and his fatigue from having to watch all this simply saved his life, because he managed to pass through these monsters and they could not just attack him. He realized that all these barriers were a kind of doors to the chamber, each of which was open, and behind each of them there were at least a dozen monsters, and absolutely any of them could simply leave whenever they wanted. Just like last time, they all made these faces, but all the guy did was remain calm. And he was grateful for this peace of mind to his wife, who successfully destroyed him 18 times, and now he is no longer afraid of anything. In the next ward, he saw a bunch of sick leaves, sheets, and maps scattered on the floor, from which he could get a good amount of information and thereby learn at least something about this place. And the first thought that came to his mind was that this place and all these monsters were created by people. But one thing was still not clear: who benefits from this? He looked at all these cards, and little by little the understanding came to him that all these terrible wards used to be full of patients. But as soon as he wanted to take them with him, or at least read them, it turned out that this was all just an ordinary illusion. Suddenly he realized that there was someone in his head besides him, and it was much more terrible than an ordinary monster. It was a monster that looked like the nurse of this hospital who had so quietly approached him. Fan Xiu understood that it was enough to simply ignore her, and she herself would leave him behind sooner or later, but she was quite persistent, just like his wife. He tried to concentrate on the fact that if there was a clue in this examination room, then there must be even more in other places. But the exact answer must be in the very center, namely in the dean's office, then he could take it by storm. The guy was surprised that the hospital's office overlapped with the sales office. Given this fact, he realized that there was no dean's office on the first floor, and most likely it was located above. As soon as he went up to the second floor, he heard a conversation between two people who were saying that Fan Xiu had not come and his boss was simply furious, although then it was probably better for him not to intersect with him at all. But as soon as Dehai, who was his boss, saw Fan Xiu, he immediately began shouting in his direction that he should not have come here at all, because he had fired him a long time ago. The guy didn't seem to hear what the man was saying to him and simply walked past them. Zhao Hao and his boss were perplexed by such an act. Zhao Hao looked at his friend and didn't understand what was wrong with him. He usually doesn't do this, especially in the presence of his boss. As expected, the boss did not restrain himself and began to shout towards Fan Xiu, who continued to go to the third floor, because on the second, as expected, he found nothing, so the director decided to take the guy's friend with him and stop him. A minute later, he finally found the very dean's office that he needed so much. Zhao Hao and the director tried to shout to him so that he would not open these doors, but the guy did not care about them. he pretended that he simply did not hear them. But as soon as he entered the dean's office, he saw a rather unexpected picture in which the dean and his secretary were trying to write an annual report. The dean immediately started shouting at him, "Who even let him in here, and who was he anyway?" Fan Xiu behaved very strangely, especially when he took this girl's hand and started yelling at her, and she yelled back at him because she was in a lot of pain. Then he realized that she would not bring anything useful to him and let her go. She continued to shout back at him, because what right did he have to push and hit her? But the guy continued to walk and did not react to her at all. The guy finally found what he had been looking for so long. In front of him lay the very document that was supposed to help him in solving all the mysteries. His eyes lit up and a smile appeared on his face for the first time in a few days, because now he perfectly understood that this hospital really kept big secrets. The guy slowly read this letter, which clearly directed him to go to office number 520, and the guy remembered that Zhou Qingfeng should be the director of this hospital, but still he was not sure who this letter was addressed to. Fan Xiu didn't understand how the man could even know that he would come someday, but in any case, block 520, that's where he expected to find all the answers. Suddenly the light went out in the entire building, and this greatly alarmed Fan Xiu. The director's secretary began to scream because she was afraid of the dark, so the man ordered Dahai to immediately resolve this issue, which the man did. Fan Xiu took his phone in his hands and tried to illuminate his way, and at the same time thought that this was not just a blackout, especially in this place and at this hour. And while he was doing all this, he was being watched by his friend, whom the guy was very scared me a lot. The guy just stood with the flashlight on and shone into the darkness and thought to himself and repeated that this is the Qinshang Psychiatric Hospital, in which nothing is visible, and this made it even more interesting. While Fan Xiu just stood there and enjoyed the process, the director and Dahan tried to solve this problem. But suddenly the director turned to the guy with the words that he occupies a good position and he has certain opportunities, so he has access to more than he can imagine, but he was not talking about work, but about the hidden secrets of the world. After which he added that there was no mobile signal and no electricity voltage, and taking into account all the facts, unless he was mistaken of course, he believed that these signs proved one thing. Fan Xiu interrupted him and finished his sentence that this was a sign that they had entered the forbidden area. The guy from the office was shouting to the whole neighborhood that his spreadsheet, which he had been working on for several days, was simply not saved just because the power went out, and he felt sick from realizing how much he would have to work to restore it all. Dahan quickly closed his mouth and ordered him, instead of yelling, to go and find the shield and fix it at the same time. One of them went down the stairs to find the shield and at the same time met a security guard, who was a little worried because the lights had been turned off, but the guy reassured him that everything was fine. The bad thing was that he would just have to work longer. People were angry that mobile communications were not working and now they could neither go home nor continue their work. Fan Xiu realized that the director must understand perfectly well what exactly this zone is, so he decided to check with him. The people around didn't understand what they were talking about. What other closed zone? What were they talking about? The director didn't really want to explain anything to them, so they began to discuss that most likely something had happened, and this began to create a kind of panic. Therefore, at one point, the director still could not stand it, and shouted at them so that they should all shut their mouths and be silent for a while they tried to solve the problem. Besides, he needed silence in order to say something important, which, as he explained, was a matter of life and death, so it was primarily in their interests to listen carefully and remember. They all fell silent, but there was now even more fear in their eyes. Now they could only hope for the best. He decided to explain everything to them very simply, so he started with the fact that the supernatural takes place in this world. Then he added that the so-called Forbidden Zone is a realm of supernatural forces, which can be understood as subspace. Roughly speaking, this is a terrible world. They didn't really want to listen to what he was telling them, so they started asking each other where Guard Zhao was, who went to change traffic jams 3 minutes ago and never returned. But the director was not going to stop and continued to say that an ordinary person needs incredible confidence to circumvent the laws of this world, otherwise he will die. Dahan listened carefully to his boss, so he decided to ask him what they should do now. To which the man answered him that the only thing they can do in this situation is to come up with a plan with the help of which they can get out of here alive, because no one will let them out of here alive. Fan Xiu also listened carefully to the director and suddenly felt a very familiar feeling that had been haunting him for a long time. But after a few seconds he realized that they were already here and it was time to do everything to survive. His friends didn't understand what he was talking about, who they were, and why did he think they were already here. They were so carried away that they didn't even notice that the monster grabbed their friend and began to strangle her. Meanwhile, they continued to talk to him and prove to him that he was lying to them and there was no one here. But as soon as he said that Wang Shaoli had disappeared, their faces suddenly changed, and it became obvious to everyone that something was really wrong here. The girl who stood next to her simply couldn't believe it. Where could she have gone? Because she was literally just here. This girl was suddenly surrounded in the same way by some mysterious force that drove her crazy. She tried to call her friend, but it was all to no avail. The guys who couldn't believe it, at one point admitted that some of them had really disappeared and perhaps Fang Xiu was right after all. The director was one of the few who did not panic and asked Fang Xiu to describe them, if, of course, he saw what they looked like. The guy told him that in fact he didn't really notice anything, only that Vanya Xiao had disappeared. The office workers began to panic even more and did not understand why Fang Xiu was so calm. They believed that he was obsessed with this and clearly knew something. The director suddenly realized at that moment that the guy was really too calm and didn't seem to be afraid of them at all. Could he really be an esper? But Fang Xiu didn't understand what he was talking about, namely, who is esper? The man was quite surprised that he didn't even blink an eye when they appeared and he doesn't know them? The director thought about who this young guy was, but still he could not help but explain that an esper is a person who has paranormal abilities. For example, his cousin was one of those. He also added that the best way to defeat these monsters is to use the abilities of the guy, namely the esper, to the maximum. Fan Xiu immediately understood what the director was trying to convey to him. He understood that espers essentially practice their abilities in such places. The man did not expect that the guy would have such a clear mind even at such moments, and he would be able to understand everything so accurately. But on the other hand, he perfectly understood that this was very good, because he could become their key to escaping from here. Therefore, he decided not to hide and tell everything he knows, namely that his brother said that in order to become an esper, you need to use your power to the maximum. And for this, as everyone knew, you only need 2 conditions: to experience baptism with the fear of death, while encouraging the soul to suffer. This was the first condition. The second of the 2 was to allow supernatural forces to enter his body. But he immediately added that one must remember that the power of an esper is like a bloody rag, because when they use this power, they cannot avoid desecrating the soul. Although Fan Xiu did not fully understand everything, in any case, he was confident that he would cope with this task perfectly. Because of the loop of rebirth, he never touched them, his wife, the streets full of monsters, and they were all just an illusion that could not be touched. But in his head there was a thought that if they materialized and burst into reality, they would be able to immediately destroy people one by one. At the same moment, it dawned on him that it could work in a completely different direction, because if you tried to touch them, in theory it could work and he could use forces to destroy them. Therefore, he decided, no matter what, he must become that very esper. But suddenly all his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the screams of people who began to panic from the realization that another person had disappeared. The director was already tired of reminding them how to behave correctly in such cases, so he couldn't stand it and started shouting at them so that they should all shut their mouths if they don't want to call them here. The director's secretary had already begun to cry from what was happening, because she did not want to disappear so much that she was already hysterical. But suddenly the noise died down and none of them spoke anymore, because each of them listened to Fian Shio's voice, which said that people disappear every 2-3 minutes, to be precise, women every 2 minutes, and men every 3. He didn't just think so and gave clear examples. 3 minutes after the disappearance of guard Zhao, Wang Xiaoli disappeared. Well, 2 minutes after the girl disappeared, Jiao Liang disappeared. Therefore, he decided to summarize that everything was correct. 3 minutes had already passed, and this could only mean that someone had disappeared. Each of them could not utter a word, because they listened to him as carefully as ever, because each of them understood that their lives directly depended on this young guy. But after a few seconds they still had to speak, because Fian Xiao at one moment simply began to walk into the darkness, and did not even pay attention to the fact that the others were trying to call him. Fian Xiao was annoyed by each of them, because he didn't understand why they were asking him such stupid questions. Of course he was looking for something, and they were going to stay here and wait until they were also captured. But the director was not going to speak to him in calm tones, so he started shouting at him to stop. Fian Xiao did not respond to this aggression, but he still added to them that there were no more than 8 people left here and, according to calculations, in about 20 minutes, all of them would be destroyed. The director became even more angry after these words, because the guy is exactly the same as them. How can he know all this? But as soon as the guy turned to him and looked into his eyes, the man quickly closed his mouth, after which Fang Xiao added that if he shouted one more word, he would finish him off right here. Fang Xiao and his best friend all decided that they would go together to reconnaissance of the situation, and when they went out into the corridor, the guy asked his friend to behave extremely carefully and make a minimum of sounds. The guy was calm exactly until he saw the light at the end of the corridor, and everything would have been fine, but it was obvious to him that this light was very similar to the one that was in that hospital. Fang Xiao started to run and his friend asked him not to rush so much, when suddenly he stopped and realized the fact that they were back in the Qingshan mental hospital. And this time, Fang Xiao was not the only one who saw all this, because his friend suddenly began to almost scream from what he was seeing. He didn't understand how they ended up in a mental hospital from some horror movie, when they were supposed to be in the office. For Fang Xiao it was surprising that his friend saw this hospital in exactly the same way. Now it became even more interesting for the guy to observe all this, because he began to understand that in fact, the subspace of the hospital and their reality had become one, and its inhabitants too. From that moment on, it was not surprising to him that before they could not see the hospital, but now, as it turned out, the hospital had swallowed up their office and they were actually always inside. Now they both understood what the Forbidden Zone really meant, especially after they found the guard's uniform and suit. These were definitely Uncle Xiao's things. Fang Xiao suggested that all office workers have regular facial features, a slender figure, a body mass index within the normal range, and it seems that this is why the monster ate men in 3 minutes, and women respectively in 2. That's the difference in the time it takes to detect missing people. The guy's friend still couldn't believe that they were all simply eaten alive, leaving only small pieces of clothing. Fan Xia decided not to answer this question, but said that Jiako had just been taken away, so now they were relatively safe. But at the same moment it was difficult to comprehend the fact that a monster was eating him somewhere right now. The guy began to think logically. He knew that most of them were locked in the chambers, but suddenly a door was opened somewhere. It turns out that they were able to escape, but during all the time they never encountered them. Plus, the clothes were quite clean, and there was blood at the site of the cuts, which means they were working with something very sharp. And as soon as the guy realized that it could be someone he had already encountered, for example some medical personnel who could freely move throughout the entire hospital, that same nurse loomed over him. She disappeared just as imperceptibly as she had appeared, so the guys were on alert and expected a blow from anywhere. The director and everyone who decided to go with him to explore the territory little by little began to understand that their office had changed too much and now did not look like itself. The guys were preparing for the worst when at one moment they began to hear footsteps coming from the corridor, but they never expected to see their friends there. As soon as the boss saw them, he immediately began to raise his voice at them and ask how they ended up here and whether they found the missing ones. But as soon as they all looked at the guys, both the boss and the secretary noticed that next to the guys were the clothes of the missing and, most importantly, fresh blood. The director couldn't believe his eyes that he was really seeing this, because he understood that there was a high probability that these people were simply eaten. The girl simply began to beg the man to leave this place as soon as possible, because she was scared to watch all this. He completely agreed with her, so all he could add was to ask her to run away as soon as possible. After which he turned directly to Fang Xiu and asked the guy to lead them and do it as soon as possible. But all they saw in response from Fang Xiu were crazy eyes that said that the time had already come, and he just wanted to deal with her. They couldn't believe their ears, they didn't even fully understand what he wanted to do, but even so they felt uneasy from his words. They noticed the fact that he wasn't even looking at them, so they decided to turn their heads to where he was looking and were horrified by what they saw. The nurse who came for the next victim did not wait and again began to take another body with her and enjoy the taste of fresh meat. Obviously, everyone except Fang Xiu had no idea how to behave correctly, so they immediately began to run away from problems and try to hide from this monster. But will they succeed? The director suddenly stopped, because he realized that his girlfriend had been grabbed and was being pulled by the legs right now, and the man thought about how close she was to him. The conclusion was obvious to him, so he hit her and asked her not to touch her anymore, let her deal with her problems herself, and not interfere with him. After which he continued his escape and ran through two guys who were watching this and understood that most likely they would have to fight back this monster. Fang Xiu knew perfectly well that this was a monster, and what he was, because he had already met him, but then he managed to pay absolutely no attention and everything turned out okay. Until the last moment, the girl asked Wang Xiao not to leave him, but the nurse was already very close to her and even let out her hair in order to catch her next victim. She looked at the two guys through the jungle that the monster had created artificially, and was still hoping that they would still help her, but the guys just stood there and continued to do it. The nurse took out her scalpel, which she was going to use to deal with the girl, and was ready to begin the process of cutting up the body. Zhao screamed her name and tried to cover his eyes with his hand, because it was so hard for him to watch this process when his friend was being cut, and the worst thing was that he could not do anything about it. The nurse was already too carried away in the process, and there was practically nothing left of the young girl who simply worked in the office, but the monster still continued to cut out part after part. Fang Xiu carefully watched all this madness, but he was not worried about the girl, but about how the nurse perfectly feels her scalpel. This woman, if you can call her that, must have performed a lot of operations in this hospital before she turned into a monster. The guy understood that even though he and Zhao were nearby, this still did not stop her, and she continued to cut up Fei's body, because it was impossible to operate on several patients at the same time, and it was so obvious. But still, every operation always comes to its logical end, and this one is no exception, so the nurse put her scalpel aside and started eating. Fang Xiu watched all this madness for a long time and decided to tell his friend that her method of killing was nothing more than cannibalism. But he didn't stop there and continued to approach her directly, not listening to what his friend told him that it was better not to do this, because she was too dangerous. While she was trying to finish eating her victim, Fang Xiu had already come close enough and was ready to carry out his plan. After standing for a while and once again going through all the actions in his head, Fang Xiu finally decided and delivered the coveted blow right to the monster's head. As soon as he raised his hand, which was covered in blood, it was very strange for him to feel that this monster was so hard, just like steel, because it was not visible from the outside. The guy realized that it seems that all the monsters they saw before have such power that a person simply cannot resist them, and perhaps the only way to change the situation is to become an esper. Zhao still tried to reach his friend and persuade him to run away, because it was very dangerous to stand right next to a monster that had destroyed several lives in a short period of time. But the guy continued to stand and even added that this monster has a rather strange way of catching its victim, one person at a time from the crowd. First it catches, butchers, and then devours it, and it can be logically assumed that the safest time for them is when it devours its victim. Joe agreed with him, but in any case he believed that it was better to leave, because the nurse was already finishing her food, and if they stayed here, they would clearly become the next ones. Fang Xiu was still so calm that he even added that if you remember how big Fei's breasts, then the monster will obviously take longer to eat her body. Zhao was getting worse every second, because he only thought that this monster had essentially completely eaten Fei and there was nothing left of her. At the same time, Fang Xiu stood absolutely calmly and only said what Wang Xiao told him, that in order to transform into an esper, their power needs to pass through his soul, and this must certainly happen in a place saturated with their energy, and this process will go faster. Considering all these nuances, he decided that he needed to act right now, so he carefully placed his hand on the monster's body to feel all the energy that was inside it. Zhao couldn't believe his eyes, because he thought that his friend wanted to sleep with this monster. He had seen a lot in his life, but for something like this, it seemed too much to him. Fan Xiu did not answer him, but still explained that he wants to stay a little longer in this place and finish his business, so if Xiao wants, he can leave right now. But the guy felt even more scared at the thought that he would have to walk through these corridors alone, so he decided that he would stay with his friend, even though he did not support his hobby. If he stays, then Fan Xiu asked him to join the ritual and also put his hand on the monster in order to feel everything for himself. The first thing the guy could feel was an incredible cold that penetrated his entire body down to the smallest cells, and it seemed that this was simply impossible. A few seconds later, the guy said that he still felt that same feeling, but Fan Xiu still didn't feel anything. What could that mean? But as it turned out, Zhao touched a woman's leg for the first time. Even though she was a monster, his feelings still crossed all boundaries of what was permissible. Fan Xiu looked at this pervert and thought that if you do not take into account all his fear, then his friend adapted quickly enough, and this was quite unexpected. But time was running out and the monster would soon move on to the next victim, so they decided that it was time for them to leave this place and as soon as possible. The clock struck 1:30 and Fan Xiu simply took off and ran so fast that Zhao did not even have time to understand what had happened. But his instinct of self-preservation still worked, and he was able to quickly turn on and run after his friend, simultaneously asking him what he was up to and how they would proceed next. Fan Xiu answered him that when he first entered the building, he paid attention to the layout, and along the way he managed to remember every corridor and turn, so they ran to a clearly designated place. But not only that, this knowledge will help them escape from this monster long enough for it to find another victim, which will give them some time again to think about what to do next. The plan did not work even before it began to act, because while they were running along the corridor, Fan Xiu felt the full weight of that monster on himself, because she was already above him. The guy didn't understand how this was even possible. Had she really changed her tactics? Because she still had 2 minutes left, and she still dropped everything and chased after them. But when Fan Xiu turned his head to make sure that she had finished eating the previous victim, he saw how only implants remained from the girl, which should have given them a little more time, but she did not eat them. The guy understood that this was most likely the end, and even he couldn't do anything about it, so from that moment on he cursed the implants. Fan Xiu opened his eyes again and realized that he woke up not in his usual place, as usual in his room, but in that same psychiatric hospital. He began to realize that he simply rolled back to the moment of pawing that monster's thigh. He had a feeling that this was some kind of video game in which he could save and simply return to the place where he was last time. It was so strange for him, but still he realized that he was being preserved in the same place where he had last died, and this gave him some advantage. The guy was reminded of this whole system of levels, in which the first level was his apartment and wife, and the second was the hospital, where he is right now. Fang Xiu decided to think logically and realized that if he had already passed the first one, then he would automatically save on the second one. So he remembered that they actually didn't have much time, because her friend had implants, and they needed to escape. He understood that he needed to do this right now, because he couldn't make the same mistake several times, so he touched Zhao on the head and said that they needed to leave, but his friend clearly wanted to stay a little longer. But the guy understood that they no longer had time, because she had already reached the last stage of eating her body, so they needed to leave immediately. This time, Fang Xiu decided to choose a different escape route, namely the stairs, and go down as quickly as possible. Unexpectedly, they were able to catch up with Wang Xiao, who, along with the others, was also going down the stairs as quickly as possible. The guy tried to shout to him, but the director continued to run as quickly as possible and constantly repeated that they were already here and they needed to run away as quickly as possible. Suddenly, after these words, Fang Xiu decided to jump straight towards them, and he did it perfectly, because he managed to stand right in front of them. Khan couldn't believe that he saw the guy in front of him, because he thought that they had been captured a long time ago. Zhao decided to intervene in the dialogue and asked them why they were running so slowly. They needed to speed up. After such a phrase, they immediately got angry with him, because they had already descended 20 floors, but there was no end to them, and besides, why would they even run faster? Zhao was very surprised when he heard this, because they had only gone down 3 floors and encountered them. They started shouting at him again, because they were 100% sure that this simply couldn't happen. Why was he fooling them at all? Suddenly their screams and arguments were interrupted by the director, who was scared to death, because the idea came to him that monsters could be right in the walls. After which he grabbed the man standing next to him and began shouting that his older brother told him that these creatures can create illusions, for example, modify walls. He also added that one person who fell into this trap was doomed to be imprisoned in it for the rest of his days, because it simply distorted space and time. Fang Xiu listened to this guy and was not sure that he had confidence in himself, because could these monsters really bend space? The guy watched them argue with each other for a long time and suggested that they throw their things on the ground where they had already passed. The director fully supported his idea, because if they make notches, then at some point they will be able to get out of this illusion. Each of the large team didn't mind, because after all, it's much better than just going down 20 floors in a row. After they left a few of their things behind, Fang Xiu suggested that they continue to go downstairs and try to focus on their safety. The director knew very well that this guy was the key to getting out of this place alive, so without a doubt he ran after him first. But suddenly Fang Xiu stopped and just started standing like a statue. Zhao walked up to him and tried to talk. His friends simply didn't understand why he stopped so abruptly. What was wrong? Fang Xiu didn't even hear him at that time, because he entered a state in which the whole world became a completely different color, and it was difficult to understand what was wrong here. But this silence was interrupted by other people who started shouting that these were their things. One guy even saw his flashlight, which he had left behind. The girl who was next to him also added that she saw her money there, which she threw away a few minutes ago. Fang Xiu took one of these things and understood perfectly well that it was an illusion, and it was unlikely that anything could be done with it. The director decided to stop this panic and shouted that they should all shut their mouths, because his brother told him that only an esper can see all these illusions, and an ordinary person simply does not have such an opportunity, so he began to ask for them check everyone who can show fortitude. He clasped his hands together and added that he doesn't know at what moment he will be captured, but he wants to show the powers of an esper before his death, and if he can, he will become one of them, and in this case, his family will respect him. They looked at him and did not understand what he was doing, but still they also wondered how they could check whether they had such abilities. Therefore, they decided to repeat after the director, because essentially they had no other choice. Fang Xiu didn't really want to watch this, so he decided to go down a little more, And at that moment he thought that he remembered that in the old plan of the hospital there was no elevator, but there was a staircase next to it, which means that it can be saved in the current layout. The director noticed that the guy had gone somewhere, and he understood that he couldn't just let him go somewhere. Therefore, he immediately began shouting in his direction and asking where he had gone, to which the guy gave him a clear answer that instead of praying, it was better to focus on finding a way out. The man watched the guy so carefully and thought that he was somehow too focused. He even remembered the moment when the nurse appeared for the first time. Then, unlike everyone else, he did not run headlong somewhere, but simply seemed to be stuck to the wall and did not move. The man understood that they had run to the elevator without them, and that Fei Fei was still with them, who was definitely no longer with them. Analyzing all these facts, he was interested in the question of how they were able to spend so much time with this creature and why she did not destroy them. No matter how hard he tried, he couldn't come up with even an approximate reason for how they did it. While the man was trying to reason, Zhao and Fang Xiu were standing near the wall, and the guy was feeling the wall with his hand, and his friend didn't quite understand what he was doing, so he asked him to explain to him so that he could help him. The guy didn't answer him and continued to do what he started. Besides just touching the wall, he also kept count. And when Fang Xiu reached the number 15, he suddenly stopped and his gaze suddenly changed, because he had finally found what he was looking for. As soon as he thought about this, a huge iron door appeared in front of him, which at first only he could see, and then the director, who ran up and began shouting that he also saw this door. He got too ahead of himself, because he had already said that they were saved and everything would be fine, but there was one problem. It was locked and they couldn't open it just like that. Fan Xiu understood that they could not see the handle that was there, so he would have to complete this task and open the doors himself. They carefully watched him and watched as he simply moved his hand along this door and tried to open it, but at one moment he was still able to turn the handle and they all heard a clear sound, which signaled that the door was finally open. As soon as the door was completely open, they saw nothing else there except darkness and terrible energy, but it seemed they had no other choice. The guy decided that he would be the first to enter it, because out of all of them he understood how to survive better than anyone. But the director, who believed that this door was their salvation, decided that he had the right to enter it first, so he immediately pushed Fang Xiu and ran away with the words that he was finally saved. And everyone else ran after him. They were so glad that they had finally been saved and that they had gotten out of this horror. Zhao suddenly stopped, because he didn't understand why his friend stopped and didn't go with everyone else. Did he really want to check something? After which Fang Xiu added in a calm voice that since they had already decided to test themselves, they had better run faster if they did not want to run into her. Another guy intervened in their conversation, who scared them a little because he didn't understand why they were standing here and invited them to run away with him, because he then didn't want to blame himself for their death. But Fang Xiu only wanted to make sure that he will not be the last, and soon he should awaken the power of the Esper. In addition, he considered that he was lucky to be in this hospital and to encounter these creatures, that it was even somehow sad to leave. The guys, led by the director, ran until he suddenly ordered them to stop and stop running. The whole point was that they ran to a place where there were 2 exits, one of which they needed to enter, but the problem was that they had no idea which one they needed. One of them suggested that his friend go to the left and check everything there at the same time. But he wasn't going to go anywhere, since he's so smart. The guy suggested he go and take a walk there. Their argument was suddenly interrupted by Fang Xiu, who was calmly walking towards these exits. The director tried to talk to the guy and find out which way out the guy would choose. The guys supported the director and said that if he had just found that door, then he would find a way out now, which made the guy funny, because at first they pushed him off the road, and when the choice arose between life and death, they suddenly remembered about him. One of them could not stand it, and began to shout at him and rudely asked him to answer questions. They tried to calm him down and say that Fang Xiu was already doing everything possible, so it was worth calming down. But how wrong they were, because Fang Xiu turned to them and said that he absolutely does not care about each of them, because he sees them only as pieces of meat. But for now he will still help them, because the nurse is invincible. So if they want to gain time, then they must choose the one who will sacrifice his life for the sake of others. Everyone who was there suddenly began to run away, because they heard that same voice and were well aware of who could be emitting it. Fan Xiu liked to watch this so much, besides, he knew that she was already here and now she would most likely catch someone in her chains. And it seemed that the first contender for this role would be Khan, who, due to his excess weight, clearly could not run as fast as the others. The nurse could have destroyed him a long time ago, but it was as if she also didn't mind playing with him longer. The man understood that given the speed at which he was running, he had the least chance, so he began to accelerate as best he could, because the thought that he was about to die motivated him well. The nurse was already too close and was about to attack, and the man himself understood this very well. Therefore, he began to literally cry, because he did not want to die so much, and the mere thought that he would soon come to an end upset him so much that he did not give up until the last. Still, he found a way out of this situation, namely, to set up his colleague. He pulled him by the shirt and threw it back so that she would turn her gaze directly to him. The guy understood that this was the end of his life, and all he could finally say was that Khan was a complete creature, after which he fell silent forever. The man was glad that it was not he who was caught, but that the guy gave him the opportunity to escape, so he was grateful to him for such a service. Fang Xiu ran next to him and thought that at this moment their humanity towards each other had disappeared and, in fact, they were no longer different from her. But in any case, he didn't care about each of them, because now the guy was only thinking that the time had come to awaken that same power in himself, in order to prevent deaths from happening again from now on. Zhao tried to shout to him so that he too would run away, but it seems he forgot that it was simply useless to do this. But then he saw that his friend again decided to paw this creature, after which he remembered that touching her made his heart flutter and did not feel loneliness. Therefore, he ran up to his friend and began to ask that the next time he gropes her, then if it's not difficult for him, he asked to be given the same opportunity. Fang Xiu didn't mind, so he allowed him, and while he was watching his friend, he only thought about what a beautiful day it is today. He simply has no words. The guy was not sure that his friend Zhao would be able to become an esper, but one thing he knew for sure was that the two of them would escape from here. Time again came to its logical end, so they began to run away from there, and along the way, Fang Xiong was interested in asking his friend if he was afraid that she could kill him, to which he confidently answered him that there is always a chance to die, but for now with Fang Xiu next to him, he will live. Suddenly they stopped at some point, so they ran to the dining room and someone clearly started joking that they were very hungry, and it was time to have a little snack. The director was no less joyful, because he knew very well that in the canteens there is usually always an emergency exit, which he suggested finding as soon as possible, and then getting out together. Fang Xiu and Zhao couldn't believe that at such moments they could only think about food, but Han corrected him, because they also don't mind having fun with the girls now. They and the director laughed at this, but suddenly they were interrupted by a female voice, which quite clearly said that she had found some kind of door. The director immediately stopped her and asked her not to do anything. He wanted to go first and check everything. He approached the door with the words that he had finally found salvation and they could get out, so the first thing he did was try to open the doors and get out of there. The guys who weren't in a big hurry to get there suddenly felt the tension they usually felt when someone was approaching them, so they started to get a little nervous about it. The director did not pay any attention to this and still added that it looked like the door was open and they could calmly enter it and finally get out. But as soon as he opened this door, it immediately became clear that this was an ordinary storage room or, in other words, a dead end that would not lead them anywhere. The man began to get incredibly angry about this, because he was already tired of walking from one dead end to another. He believed that there was simply no way out of here, they were trapped. Fang Xiu at that moment thought that he knew that they were mistaken and had to go to another passage, but nothing could be changed. He understood perfectly well that now there is no time to return, although some will be able to escape, but they do not know how far they need to go, how many lives will be lost during this time. Fang Xiu began to think about going back to the nurse himself, but his friend, as if reading his thoughts, suddenly told him that if he went back, he would fall straight into her clutches. People who were still alive began to say that it was Fang Xiu's fault, because he had chosen this path, and they told him to remain silent if he didn't know where to go, but the guy only smiled in response, because it was very funny to listen to this. Zhao began to stand up for his friend, because how dare they say that when they themselves first asked him to show them the way, and now you blame only him for all the troubles. He believed that this was not normal. Khan began to argue with him and say that they, too, could help, but they did not think that the guy would lead them into a trap, because they trusted his choice 100%. As soon as Zhao wanted to answer him, he was stopped by the director, who decided to stop arguing, especially since in their position it was inappropriate. Now he believed that first of all they needed to come up with a plan to escape from here. After which he decided to think a little, saying that the monster attacks only one person at a time, that is, they have 2-3 minutes between attacks, and this can only mean one thing, that they can choose a victim and give him into the clutches of the monster, after which they will have a chance for salvation. Fang Xiu felt so funny after he heard what the director said. The director saw this and began to walk straight towards him with a very angry expression on his face. The man tried to grab the guy by his shirt and convey to him the information that he would be the next victim, because no one wants to be in a desperate situation, and in this way he could atone for his guilt. Zhao immediately ran to his friend and at the same time shouted to the director that there was no need to do this. This was a big mistake on his part. The guy quickly ran up to him and took him into a chokehold with which he wanted to control him and prevent him from doing anything. The director began to panic and call Khan for help so that this fat pig would help him as soon as possible. That's what Khan did right away, who literally attacked the guy just to help his boss. Suddenly the door that led to the storage room closed by itself, and even Fang Xiu did not understand what was happening. Everyone who was there inside simply did not understand what was happening, and there was nothing else in their eyes except fear. The director looked at the guy's shadow and shouted at him that he was crazy for thinking of doing something like that. The guy answered him that he always thought that he couldn't show feelings for people, but he couldn't even imagine that these monsters would be very interesting, so he thanked them for helping him show interest in this world. After which he smiled and said that he would thank them next time. As soon as the monster came and took Fang Xiu's body with him, everyone else immediately broke down the doors and got out of that closet. After which they began to run away to wherever they saw, and Zhao began to cry because of the understanding that he had just lost his best friend. The director liked this picture so much, because he had essentially fulfilled his plan and now all he had to do was survive, so his mood began to rise. But this state did not last long for him, because as soon as he turned his head to look at Fang Xiu's body again, he saw his head smiling and this made him feel uneasy. A few seconds later, Fang Xiu woke up again and was right next to Zhao, who, just like him, was stroking the monster's leg. He decided to do exactly the same as last time, so he told Zhao that they were leaving right now, which made his friend quite surprised, but the guy didn't finish and added that the girl had implants, so they didn't have much time. Zhao was surprised by this for some time, but still followed straight after his friend. Fang Xiu walked along the corridor and smiled, because now he knew what he would do next and he liked it so much. Just like last time, he jumped out of nowhere and appeared right in front of the director and all the other guys. The story simply repeated itself, just like the conversation about why they descended so slowly, and they again said that they had already descended 20 floors. But what a surprise they were when they saw Fang Xiu opening the doors in the middle of the floor, and now the illusion was gone for them. The director was so shocked that the guy was able to find a way out of this maze so quickly, but the others didn't care. They just wanted to get out of this hell. Suddenly the man decided to ask Fang Xiu whether he was not one of these people, because when he found a way out so quickly, it became obvious that he knew where to go, so the director added that he would only follow him. The guy decided not to answer this question in any way. He just said that she would be here in just 1 minute and they should all get ready. The man decided to talk to him again and added that now he considers the guy an esper, because he can calculate her timings, so he immediately decided to offer the guy a hefty amount of money to get him out of here. Fang Xiu turned to him with a smile and asked the man just not to rush with such requests, because the guy actually still had some things to do. The man didn't quite understand him, what business he was talking about and what he needed to do there. But that was where their dialogue ended, because Fang Xiu suddenly turned around and hit the man right between his legs with all his might. Any man would have screamed from such pain, and the director was no exception. As soon as this happened, he screamed throughout the hospital, because it really was very painful. After such a blow, the guy only added that this was the same 5 million that he offered him. He hoped that this would be enough for him. The man continued to writhe in pain and through it tried to tell the guy that this was not enough for him, and he would definitely answer for this. But Fang Xiu didn't give a damn about his every word, his every sentence, and in the end, about himself. Khan and the others immediately attacked him with questions about why he did this, why he had to beat the boss, and also in such a tender place. The guy told them that the monster was so fast that it would take him less than a minute to destroy any of them, so if Wang Xiao lost his strength, he would definitely become prey, so he asked them to consider this as some kind of help. Khan didn't quite understand how he helped them when he hit the boss, but the guys who were behind him suddenly agreed with Fang Xiu. Apparently they were the only ones who understood what the essence of this blow was. But before the man had time to ask the guy another question that interested him, Fang Xiu began to smile very strangely, after which he struck again. This time his victim turned out to be Khan himself, who was writhing in pain in the same way, because the blow on him was far from weaker than on the director. It wasn't that the guys were against this, but no one was for it either, because it seemed to them that such behavior was too harsh. For one of them, this was more than too much, so he again began to pester the guy and ask a bunch of times why he did this. On the one hand, he understood why the guy beat Wang Xiao, but why touch Khan? But Fang Xiu did not answer this question, but simply went about his business. After a few steps, he turned around and answered him that this blow was just in case of fire. Zhao was delighted with his friend, he liked him more and more every second, this fierceness of his suited him so well. Everyone who was still alive began to discuss that this Fang Xiu was somehow inadequate and was not behaving in the best way, and one of them began to suspect that he could pull the same trick with one of them, so you should be careful. But their dialogue and discussion was suddenly interrupted by Fang Xiu himself, who told them that if they all went to the right together, they would most likely stay there, but if they went to the left, they would continue to live. There was little time and they had to decide as best they could faster. They didn't really want to listen to him and started asking him why he didn't go left first, if this path was safe. Did he really want to use them all so that they would throw away their skates because of him? Fang Xiu did not answer these stupid questions, so he simply added that they would have exactly 10 seconds to escape while he kneaded her thighs. None of those present understood what this psycho was talking about, what other thighs and who was he going to crush there. Zhao seemed to be the only one who understood what we were talking about now, so he immediately ran up to his friend with a request to stay with him so that he would also allow him to wrinkle his thighs. During their conversations, the same nurse appeared who had come for her next victim and was already ready to choose her. Everyone who was there immediately began to run away wherever they saw, and one of them shouted that it would be best to turn left, as Fang Xiu said. They ran around the first corner and simply decided to watch what would happen there, hoping only for the best. They watched as Fang Xiu calmly stood and watched as the nurse slowly approached her 2 victims, and she was ready to eat them. The director still tried to beg the guy for mercy and begged him as best he could to help him. But suddenly he fell silent when he looked at his hand. on which there was a lot of blood, and he was perfectly aware at that moment that it was his blood. He began to blame the guy for everything, so with the last of his strength he simply attacked him in order to at least take revenge. But he couldn't get closer than the guy's leg, so Fang Xiu even had to bend down to tell the man that he didn't have to worry, because he wouldn't go anywhere and would stay with him until the end. Moreover, Fang Xiu wants to stay here so much, just to watch the man end his life in this very place. The director may have wanted to add something, but he couldn't, because his face was suddenly covered by hands that were known to be Hu's. The nurse could no longer wait, so she began her hunt right now and still chose a man as her victim. From the rupture of the director's head, a large amount of blood dripped onto Fang Xiu, but this did not bother him at all, because he enjoyed the taste of revenge and simply asked the director not to make mistakes on him. But suddenly he felt an incredible pain in his heart and chest, which caused him to start laughing hysterically, which could not just be stopped. His wife suddenly appeared in front of his face, with whom he smiled so much and hoped that one day the day would come when she would die right in his arms. He was in anticipation of such bliss. The guy couldn't believe that Fang Xiu was really going to paw this girlfriend's thighs. It's so disgusting. As soon as Fang Xiu turned around and looked at Zhao, the guy immediately realized that he wanted to join him and he wanted to paw this monster's thighs together. But when he took a closer look at his friend, he saw a monster looking right at him. Now the guy was not entirely sure that this was his friend Fang Xiu, with whom he was friends. Now he looked like the same one as this nurse, and not only to him, because the guys who survived also shouted to him that he's a monster. The guy suddenly realized that he really began to turn into that same monster, and this clearly happened after 20 deaths and revenge, so his head began to go crazy. He looked at everything that was happening at the moment, and caught himself thinking that he had already stopped showing any sympathy, and was unlikely to be able to restore his humanity at all. But he still had hope in the form of Zhao, who looked at him with such hungry eyes, and Fang Xiu understood perfectly well that he still had a chance. Therefore, he decided that if his friend did not want to, then he would not force him, because in fact he was no one for him to force him to do this. Suddenly Zhao himself interrupted all his thoughts, and told his friend that he was an ordinary loser from an ordinary family. He looked straight at Fang Xiu and continued to say that out of everyone, only he allowed him to go with him, only he became a true friend for him, which he had so missed all his adult life. Therefore, the guy summed up that he believes him as his own brother, and even if it is dangerous, he will still follow him to the end. The guy also added that Fang Xiu began to look very strange, as if he had become some kind of animal. Fang Xiu was pleased to hear every word that his friend said to him, but about the monster was clearly unnecessary, so he decided not to answer him anything. Zhao looked at Wang Xiao's head and still couldn't believe that he was the next victim of this monster. But in any case, at the moment he didn't care at all, because his original goal was to touch this monster's thigh. Which he did literally a second later. Now they were doing this procedure together. While they were touching the thigh, Zhao decided to ask Fang Xiu why he chose them as victims, why the director and Han. Fang Xiu answered him that this monster runs much faster than them, so it was necessary to sacrifice someone's lives in exchange for time, and if they had not chosen them, then they would both have chosen Fang Xiu, who is always opposing them, or Zhao, which simply means nothing to them. Now Zhao understood why his friend did what he did, because when he heard the explanation, everything became crystal clear. Just as Zhao was about to thank his friend for his concern, Fang Xiu interrupted him and asked him to wait and be silent for a while. After all, he felt some kind of cold that permeated his entire body from heels to head, and he was interested to know if Zhao had such a feeling. Zhao once felt this way, but now he didn't feel that way. He just sat and enjoyed this work. The guy felt this feeling again, and now he was almost 100% sure that it was definitely not his imagination. Now he felt how the power of this monster penetrated directly into his body, and every vessel of his body, now, in addition to blood, was filled with incredible power. He continued to hold her leg and thought that at first he did not feel this energy, but when they reached a turning point, then he began to feel the cold that went through his entire body, and he began to think that this was really an omen of the awakening of power. But when he turned his head and looked at his friend, who, when he heard that this girl was cold, immediately began to warm her in every way known to him, Fan Xiu realized that his friend was unlikely to understand him. Zhao understood that they couldn't sit here for long, so he invited his only friend to leave here, but Fan Xiu told him that this time they could take their time. The reason for this was that he sensed a point of concentration of energy near Khan, which may mean that he would be the next victim. Zhao was of course happy about this, but in any case, he believed that they should be saved in any case. But he was very interested to know why he could not feel her as well as Fan Xiu. The guy explained to him that most likely he had no choice between life and death, so even with such close contact he could not feel the same as he did. Zhao thought about what his friend told him and remembered that he had lived with Fan Xiu his entire adult life, but he did not remember such a moment when his friend stood on the brink between life and death. They both understood that Khan was quite well fed and weighed a lot of kilograms for his height, so the nurse would need at least 5 minutes of time to deal with his body. Therefore, Fan Xiu told him that they would harass her for about 2 more minutes, but after 3 they would definitely need to escape. From that moment on, Fan Xiu concentrated to the maximum, and the energy of this monster began to flow through him again, and at the same time its power, which he so badly wanted to get for himself. As he did this, he thought about the fact that he could feel her penetrating his body, but he did not fully understand what exactly she was going through. And then he thought that this process occurs through the spirit that is in his soul, and as he knew, the soul is an amorphous concept that a person invents for himself. The guy succumbed to all temptation and now felt smell, hearing smell, and he even felt the whole palette of tastes that a monster girl could sense. This feeling and everything that was happening to him at that moment was much higher than all his expectations, because he had become much stronger and smarter in such a short time. Now for him the true essence of this world appeared before him, and it seemed to him that this is exactly what is called power. From that moment on, he understood that he could also use this power, but the thought also crept into his head that his powers had awakened only 1%. So he needed to merge with these monsters many more times to gain real power. The Esper's abilities are the power of the awakened soul, what he wants, what he needs, this will be its manifestation. But the main question in this case was, what does he still want, what does his soul thirst for? Suddenly, he once again felt pain, and at the peak of this incredibly difficult feeling, he realized that his ability is pain, which appears every time he strikes. He feels pain. Does he really consist only of suffering inside? However, when he died, he did not feel physical pain, on the contrary, only mental torment. It turns out he can make people feel the same. After such a conclusion, he began to laugh very hard and enjoy his power even more, because he began to like it so much that at moments he even went crazy. Zhao, who was next to him at that moment, realized that his friend seemed to have succeeded. But Fan Xiu did not pay any attention to his friend, who was trying to talk to him, but thought only about how wonderful it would be to make the monsters feel the same thing that they did to him, how he longed for this. Fan Xiu enjoyed this process as much as possible, but he was interrupted by Zhao, who was trying with all his might to convey to the guy that 2 minutes had already passed. But he answered his friend that he wanted to stay here for a while to test his new abilities that he managed to obtain. Zhao did not dissuade him. Moreover, he began to congratulate him from the bottom of his heart, because, as Wang Xiao said, he was finally able to become that very Esper. Fan Xiu tried to concentrate on using his abilities for now on this monster, which had already practically eaten its victim and would soon want a new one. He concentrated all his pain that had accumulated over 21 deaths in his fist and was ready to transfer all this suffering to the monster. Fan Xiu, after a short preparation, still decided to strike right now, and at the same time thought that if this pain became more, then he would only become stronger, so he was well aware that his strength could be absolutely limitless. He dealt a fairly powerful blow to the monster with the words that she was lucky to be the first to experience all this feeling for herself. As soon as he struck, he immediately noticed that her body and the strength itself seemed to dissipate. But still, he was no longer going to attack her, but only wanted to check what effect would be from one blow, so he waited for her to turn to face him. He was well aware of the fact that this was only 1% of his total power that he could use. Fan Xiu continued to look at her as she eats her victim and understood that most likely the effect was 0, because she didn't even have an abrasion, but he did not rule out the fact that she could direct all her strength to defense. Then he would not be able to inflict on her at all damage. The guy began to think that next time he would need to use not a punch, but something else, some kind of weapon, for example, but would it be able to pass his power through itself? Zhao looked at his friend and tried to call him and say that it was time for them to leave, but he did not react at all, so the guy decided that he could try to touch these wonderful legs again. While Zhao was thinking about starting to paw at the monster again, Fan Xiu noticed a scalpel that was lying next to the nurse, and he thought that this could be a good weapon. At the same time, without thinking for a long time, he picked up this scalpel from the floor and decided that he would try to use it to prevent this from happening to him. Raising the scalpel, the guy immediately felt all her experiences with people. He felt all their bitterness and suffering, all the pain and torment that they had to endure because of this monster. This feeling clearly made him feel very bad. Even though he had completely lost his humanity, he felt uneasy. The guy realized that she could not cope with all this horror and turned into a monster, but it turns out that the true form lies precisely in this scalpel. Now a smile appeared on the guy's face again, because he began to suspect that with the help of this scalpel he had a much better chance of coping with her. While Fan Xiu was turning over a plan in his head on how he would deal with this monster, his friend was too carried away by the process and hugged this leg, not even thinking about whose limb it was. The guy took out his scalpel and asked him to move away. Zhao still tried, of course, to beg for a few minutes so that he could enjoy this process a little more, but as soon as he saw the scalpel, he realized that there was no point in such requests. As soon as his friend moved away from her, Fan Xiu launched another attack, but this time he used the same scalpel. But after the blow, except for the scream of this girl, they received nothing, and the guy was somewhat upset that this did not work either. He went through all the reasons in his head why this might not work, but nothing came to mind. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by his friend Zhao, who told him that he noticed that the tip calmly cuts people, but did not even scratch it, but he does not know the reason. But he knew for sure that her skin was too smooth, and that's why it was so pleasant for him to knead and touch her, from which he received incredible pleasure. Fan Xiu understood that this scalpel could cut anything, and then the realization came to him why he could not cut this monster, because it was an ordinary spirit. The scalpel should be fueled by the spiritual strength of the owner, but now his strength is depleted, so he is not as strong as he could be. No matter how much the guy wanted to, he had to admit the fact that he wouldn't be able to take revenge yet, and he would have to be patient with it for a while. While they were thinking and wondering about all this, they had nothing left, because the nurse was able to finish their second victim, which they had prepared for them, and was already ready to start a new one, so they decided to immediately run away from there. But as soon as she got to her feet, she suddenly started talking about how she couldn't find her scalpel, and this upset her very much. While she was trying to find her scalpel, the guys were able to run away to a safe distance. After waking up, Fan Xiu noticed another feature, namely, that all his senses were heightened, and this was a huge plus for him and his friends. Therefore, he almost immediately realized that there was someone else among them, the same guys who were actually able to hide well. But still, this was not their main problem, because there were 4 doors in front of them, and none of them even approximately understood which one they needed to open. Suddenly they were killed by the same guys who managed to hide so well, and even the nurse could not find them, and they, in turn, were waiting for Fan Xiu so much, because they understood perfectly well that only he could take them home. Zhao immediately attacked them with accusations that they could only run, so he did not understand why Fang Xiu should show them the way out of here. The guy, in turn, remained silent while they talked and tried to resolve this conflict. But still, he saw that this would not be resolved just like that, so at one moment, he shut them all up with just one phrase in which he told them that there were 4 doors so that everyone could enter their own. The guys couldn't believe it. Maybe he's delusional and talking some nonsense again. How is this a door for each of them? The guy tried to explain to him that they didn't have time to run around anyway, and he was going to spend it checking every door. He thought that this was quite abnormal. Fang Xiu did not listen to a single word they said, so he simply turned around and went to open one of the doors, and told them to do what they wanted. He was not interested in what they would do. As soon as he left, they felt that the nurse was approaching them again, and they needed to immediately come up with something. They couldn't fully understand how she was able to find them so quickly, and in general how she was able to deal with those 2 guys so quickly. Fang Xiu was walking with this scalpel at that moment, and was thinking that he seemed to have broken her scheme of exterminating the participants in this one-man game when he took the scalpel from her. But all this was absolutely unimportant to him now, so he simply opened the first door he came across and was ready to enter it. Everyone else didn't listen to him, and just decided to run after him, but Fang Xiu was not so easy to catch up with. The rest of the guys tried to keep up with them, and they especially gained speed when they saw how a nurse crawled out literally right after them, who was already ready without her scalpel eat someone. She began to repeat out loud that she was also ready, and by her appearance, she could be trusted. The nurse seemed to have missed everyone who was behind Fang Xiu and caught up with him, after which she asked him to return her scalpel to her. But in any case, she was not going to do it kindly, so she simply attacked the guy, not giving him a chance to escape. She began to devour him alive, and in this situation he could not do anything. He could only wait for her to finish so that I could wait for the start of a new life. The last thing he saw in this attempt was her terrible face, and it was as if letters appeared in front of him, telling him that the Western Passage was a complete failure. But in any case, there was no time to be upset, because he perfectly understood that he could make his enemies suffer, and for this a scalpel would be ideal for him. Fang Xiu did not give up, and in another attempt he tried to test the northern exit, but this time he was unsuccessful, because he did not have time to reach the elevator before she caught up with him again and destroyed him. But he did not give up and was ready to try again. The next exit was the southern one. Unfortunately, it was also a failure, because the nurse seemed to be one step ahead every time. But in any case, the guy was not going to give up, because he still had the eastern exit, but this time it was the last one, unfortunately, and Fang Xiu understood perfectly well that if it turned out to be a dead end again, then there were no other options. The guy began to think logically about what he could do with her speed and how to beat it. The only idea that came to his mind was that he could use his degenerations to predict her actions. Then he understood that it made sense to remember all her movements and tricks and, of course, the area itself, so that he could escape at any moment. As soon as he went to see where the emergency exit was, he immediately came across this monster again, and this was his 9th attempt in a row, which also brought him nothing. This time he decided to replay this scenario a little and already knew perfectly well where they needed to go, and this time he was almost sure that everything would work out. This time, the director and Khan were on his team, who, despite their age, noticed this monster much faster, which is why they even managed to help Fang Xiu a little in this difficult matter. In any case, no matter who was with the guy at that moment, she was hunting only for him, because he has her toy, which she so badly wants to take back from him, but she just can't. At one moment it seemed to him that she would overtake him again and that he would need another attempt to try again. But as soon as she was next to him and turned him around to take a bite, she saw the guy looking straight into her eyes and smiling, which was quite unexpected. She didn't expect this so much that she even froze a little and thereby gave time for the guy. He successfully took advantage of this head start and began to run away from her with all his might. The nurse realized that this was just another bait for her, so she became even more angry with him, and therefore began to pursue him again. After so many attempts and deaths, the guy became so experienced and stronger that he could predict her every move and thus could dodge any of her attacks, even those that were on the move. Zhao was so amazed by how cool his friend was that he stood aside and just watched him. It was so wonderful for him. This runner angered her even more, because for the first time she could not catch up with some person there, and it was clear from her face that now she was clearly not happy about this. This time the guy was able to predict all her movements without a single mistake, but that was until he tripped and fell to the floor, which could have cost him another try. She immediately decided that this was her only chance, which she should not lose, so she immediately sped up to grab him. But it seemed that the guy had calculated this too, so he was easily able to dodge with several rolls, and then continued this chase. Although the nurse saw that he was able to dodge her blow, in any case, she could not stop in time and struck an empty spot, and this could not help but please Fan Xiu. After all this time he's just playing with her, pretending that she can win this battle, although he himself knows perfectly well her every next move, from which she was simply torn from the inside. Even the spectators who were lucky enough to catch this attempt were quite shocked by what was happening. How did he even manage to dodge such a blow? She simply flew past them, and it was obvious that her target was only the guy who did not give in to her blows. Zhao almost cried with happiness that his friend Esper, who sooner or later would be able to defeat this monster and bring them to freedom. They ran and played these games for a long time, but finally the guy found the very way out, the real way out, which will really bring them to freedom and they will be saved. But unfortunately, everything will not be as simple as it seemed to him, because that same nurse stood between him and the cherished exit from this terrible place. Who, in an uncertain voice, simply begged the guy not to leave and stay with her a little longer. Fan Xiu was not afraid at this moment, because he noticed that her voice was trembling and he could not believe that she was really afraid of him. At that same moment, the nurse decided to attack his friend Zhao, who simply stood aside and calmly watched all this. She crushed him with her breasts, which was quite unexpected for him, and for everyone who was there. By some miracle, he managed to dodge and start running away from her. Out of fear, he didn't even notice anyone while he was running. After a few minutes, he calmed down a little, and now there was only one thing in his head: how she touched him with her breasts. They were so cold, but at the same time so soft. Zhao was alone for a while and then decided that he needed to return to his friend Fan Xiu, who was standing at the end of the corridor. The guy ran closer to him to ask how he was doing, to which Fan Xiu told him that everything was fine and suggested that the nurse ran closer to the exit. But something else confused him. When she ran away, she crashed into the door with all her might, which was very unlike her. He began to think that perhaps these were the doors that led to freedom, although on the other hand he thought that there could be monsters there that were much worse than the nurse. There was complete darkness behind the door, and it was far from clear what was there. To him it looked more like an abyss, but in any case, they wouldn't be able to find out for sure unless they went inside. The guys looked at Fan Xiu and couldn't understand why they were still standing if this was the way out. Why didn't they go home? Were there really any problems with this door? The guy didn't know what to answer, so he said that they would rest and then try to enter this door, with which his friend Zhao completely agreed, who at that moment only needed water, because after such a long run he was so thirsty. Everyone else was really exhausted, because they had been running from this monster for quite a long time and it was difficult to come up with something else, so fatigue made itself felt. Suddenly the guy seemed to have an epiphany, and he just took off and started walking somewhere, which caused incredible surprise in them, because they had just sat down and didn't have time to really rest. But Fan Xiu didn't care about that. He just stood up and asked him to get up, because they had to leave right now. The guy went first and tried to find at least some clues on the doors. He hoped that he would feel at least some energy that would give him an understanding of what was behind this door. Suddenly, a particle of that same energy, which did not have a pleasant smell, leaked to the other guys, which was quite unpleasant, but still they could not do anything about it. Fan Xiu turned to them and, after looking at their frightened faces for a moment, mentally said goodbye to each of them. He stood near this door for a little while and tried to understand what was behind it. What was the chance that this was really the way out? The guy understood that there was no other way out and simply began to open the doors little by little. This drew the attention of Zhao, who was not completely sure that they should do this. But Fan Xiu made it clear to him that there was simply no other choice. Fan Xiu entered this door first and seemed to feel like his body had entered some other space. There was an absolute emptiness in his head, which was difficult to describe. It was difficult for him to be there. He just stood alone in this pitch darkness and tried to at least see something, but unfortunately he couldn't see anything. It was still very strange for him to watch how there was dead silence here, a rather unusual feeling. His entire path was shrouded in darkness, he heard absolutely nothing, it was quite difficult to breathe, but still he could only go forward, which is what he did. It seemed to him that he was only going forward for an uncountable amount of time. It was so difficult, he just got lost and lost track of time. Fan Xiu seemed to be wandering along an endless corridor that could not end, and all this was repeated again and again. In his head, the emptiness suddenly turned into the fact that he was standing in front of the White Willow Academy and did not understand what he was doing here, and, most importantly, how did he end up here in the first place? Did he really manage to just get out of that terrible place, and now he can again continue his life as before? Zhao was incredibly happy, because they still managed to escape from there, and now they are free again, and it's so wonderful. But Fan Xiu stood and did not move. Zhao tried to shout to him and say that they were already leaving and they wanted him to go with them. The guy answered him that he couldn't go with them. In his head he understood that they couldn't get out of there so easily and that something was wrong here. At one point, the realization came to him of what was happening here, as if lightning had struck him and he understood everything. A clear picture was painted in his head that in fact, there was no psychiatric hospital, only an academy remained. But still he did not have a clear idea of why they could no longer get there, why they could get out of the hospital, what was going on. Zhao tried with all his might to persuade his friend to just go home, because in fact he was so tired that he no longer wanted to wander around the street. At one point, he realized that the guy didn't need a day off and he simply said goodbye to him and reminded him that they both needed to go to work tomorrow, so he asked him not to forget about it. Fan Xiu with a surprised face asked him about work, so Zhao once again repeated to him that today they were going home, and tomorrow morning they were going to work, but he didn't understand why Fan Xiu was making such a surprised face. He couldn't believe it, because it was hard for him to even imagine what was really happening, so at one point he just started running and didn't even hear what his friend was screaming at him, who sincerely didn't understand why the guy was behaving this way. Fan Xiu ran through the middle of the city and realized that everything had actually evaporated. Everything had simply disappeared. Of course he could come to terms with the fact that he had gotten away with it just like that. He could accept the fact that the hospital had simply evaporated, but still he could not accept one thing, that they were no more. The guy ran out onto the roadway and he couldn't figure out what he should do with this now. How could he now take revenge on them? He was especially offended for his wife, whom he so badly wanted to destroy, and only he wanted to do it. But still, he did not lose hope and knew for sure that they would meet her again and he would definitely complete his mission. Fan Xiu was driving a car that he managed to catch and simply repeated that it was impossible and he couldn't believe it. He so much did not want to believe that they could disappear, he so wanted only her to remain, or at least his wife, whom he so badly wanted to take revenge on. One could find a lot of madness in his eyes, because he could not admit that his wife could run away from him without waiting for what he planned to do with her. The driver interrupted the guy at the moment when they arrived at the place he needed, and as soon as the taxi driver mentioned payment, he saw the guy simply run out of the car and try to hide in an unknown direction. The guy ran into the entrance, and while he was climbing the stairs, he only thought that anyone in this world could disappear. But she alone could not do this, and with such a thought, he ran into his apartment and shouted that his beloved had heard him. Unfortunately for him, there was no one in the apartment, things were just scattered, but the girl he was looking for was not there. The guy simply couldn't stand it anymore, and he only thought about one thing, that she could destroy him as many times as she wanted, but she couldn't afford to return him to normal life. His wife and nurse humiliated him more than a dozen times, and only hatred for them supported him all this time, and now he simply does not know what to do. But still, he swore to himself that he would find a way to take revenge on them and make them feel everything that he had to experience, all the suffering and torment that he had to endure. However, now they have disappeared, and the guy sincerely did not understand how he could fill the emptiness inside himself, and whether it was even possible to do this, because he really did not understand what he should live for now. He was so upset that even the screams of his friend Zhao did not invigorate him, but that was until a certain moment, until he told him that the academy burned to the ground yesterday at 1949, after which the guy's condition began to recover. Fang Xiu immediately got out of bed and read the news that yesterday at 1949 there was an uncontrolled fire. The firefighters arrived very late, and the building had already collapsed by this time. The victims of the fire were 11 people, among whom was also the name of Fang Xiu. The guy started laughing wildly at everything that was happening. It was so funny for him to read that he, it turns out, also died, and his brain at that moment simply could not believe it. After all, he understood what this meant, that all was not lost, and now he knew for sure where they were all hiding, and it was all just one of their tricks. Now he was 100% sure that he would soon meet his beloved, whom he wanted to see so badly. Suddenly the guy's hysteria was interrupted by Khan, who, if you believe the news, just like he died, it became so funny to him that he still writes on his phone from a person who essentially no longer exists. He thought it was too funny, because the dead man was still calling him to work, so he was a cunning capitalist, who, even after he had disappeared, was still trying to call him to work. But suddenly his laughter was interrupted by some monster that appeared straight from his phone, which immediately began talking to him about how he could see him perfectly. It was a huge red eye that continued to tell him that he would now get up and soon go back to his favorite job. But Fang Xiu had already lost any fear of these monsters, so without any problems he grabbed this creature and asked him not to break his phone. After all, this is still not a cheap thing for all sorts of monsters to breed in it. Again, it was an ordinary illusion, which the guy figured out too quickly. This was not surprising for him, but still he wanted the one who did it so much that he forgot about everything in the world. He immediately took his bicycle, sat on it, and rode to the very place where he died. The academy was really in a deplorable state, and this was indicated by a tape on which it was written that it was strictly forbidden to go there, because everything there had burned to the ground and at any moment everything could collapse. Fang Xiu did not care at all about this, because his task was to obtain as much information as possible, so he did everything possible for this. As soon as he entered the territory, he immediately saw not all the victims of this fire, among whom was Fei Fei, who was the first to run up to Fang Xiu and wanted to greet him so badly. Fang Xiu first decided to touch her breasts and thereby check whether she was real or not, and this time she was really real, which was very strange. But in any case, this was not the main thing for him. He came here on a completely different issue, after which he pushed the girl away and went straight to Khan's office, who so vehemently called him to work. While he was climbing the stairs, he was met by Zhao, who also came here because he was forcibly called to work. But Fang Xiu answered him that he simply loved his job very much. That's why he came. He was more interested in where Han was. Zhao answered him that he was in his office, and for Fang Xiu it was all so strange, because for those who died they were all too alive, so he did not understand what really happened here. As soon as he entered Khan's office, he started shouting at him from the doorway, because he didn't understand why the guy only came now, because he had pinged him a bunch of times. Why didn't he answer him? But all that Fang Xiu could answer him was to ask him where his prize was, which he so deserved. Khan was shocked that he still had the impudence to ask for a prize based on his merits, after which Fang Xiu did not hesitate to answer him that the man infuriates him even from the other world. The man began to shout at him so much that it seemed like he was about to burst like a balloon into which too much air was thrown, because how dare he even say such a thing? Khan feels more alive than anyone else alive. But before the man had time to finish speaking, Fang Xiu took out from his pocket the very scalpel that cut Han's throat, and thereby closed his mouth. Fang Xiu clearly liked this, because now the man was finally completely destroyed, which couldn't help but make him happy. But suddenly he realized that everyone who was in that office was looking at him with a rather angry look. He decided to approach his friend, who is usually very kind to him and everything is fine with them. But this time everything was completely different, because his friend was just looking down with his head down and thinking about something of his own. Suddenly he began to transform into an incredibly huge monster that was ready to destroy everything in its path, or so it seemed at first glance. But Fang Xiu was not going to just stand there and watch this, so he decided to help his friend a little and promised that now he would definitely help him. After which the guy killed absolutely everyone with his scalpel, which was quite unexpected for him, but still he was able to do it. He stood quite calmly and asked them only to tell him when he should stop, when they had absolutely enough. But after a few seconds, he began to realize perfectly well that all this was just another illusion, which he was able to unravel. He continued to look at the guys who continued to writhe in pain. Moreover, they did not even understand why Fang Xiu beat them. Suddenly they too disappeared, and some very strange passage appeared, which also seemed like an ordinary illusion. The guy was upset by this, because is this really all they can do? After which the same eye appeared again, which continued to talk to him. He didn't understand how the guy could see through illusions, but Fang Xiu finally decided to answer him that he understood people well and therefore they were indistinguishable from reality. But the only thing he doesn't take into account is a very important detail, namely tactile sensations. The eye could not believe it, that only with the help of some touches he could solve all this and, in general, why is he not afraid of all this? Fang Xiu noticed the fact that he was relying only on his fear, but he was somehow surprised that the dead called him to work, wasn't it? The only fear the guy has left is to continue working when he has already died. But thanks to all his tricks to scare him, it only fueled a fire within him that could destroy all his illusions. The eye could not answer him and simply began to fly away, but finally he told him that he was too fearless and he would definitely remember this. The guy looked at him and thought that it was he who saved them from the nurse, and if the guy understood everything correctly, the nurse and the hospital as a whole are one of the weakest illusions in the arsenal. After all, even if they are capable of transforming people, then in any case there's a certain range of action. On the other hand, he understood that although the illusion is manageable, the best way to overcome it is not to sleep. They got out of this horror again, but the guy was clearly not happy about it. So, without thinking for a long time, he tried again and cut his neck with a scalpel. He understood that it seemed like they would inevitably have to go to the illusory world, so Zhao had to overcome his fear. The guy decided to tell the guys where they would be heading right now and said that he would cause all sorts of illusions, and even make them think that they had left this world, but all this would be untrue in any case. After which he turned to his friend Zhao with a request that he get together, because only he can save them all. And to give him more motivation, he added that he would be able to touch Fei Fei when they got out of here, but he would have to try very hard. Zhao immediately blushed and asked Fang Xiu not to put pressure on him, because he would never dare to make the right decision. After that, there were several more of the same fantasies, which he managed to quickly dispel, but they were never able to overcome their fear of these illusions. After checking some things, he realized that everything here is an illusion and everyone has their own. In other words, this could only be explained by the fact that his dream could only be destroyed by himself. After several attempts to wake up the guy, Fang Xiu still couldn't do it, so he decided to resort to the not entirely humane option, namely, slapping him in the face so that he would wake up. It didn't help too much, but the guy didn't stop and continued to hit the guy in the face, and he didn't stop after a few blows. Now the guy was not only in deep sleep, he was also beaten. And Fan Xiu didn't understand why this didn't help him at all, because he tried his best, but it was still to no avail. A new idea came to the guy almost immediately. He took out his scalpel and stuck it in the guy's leg, expecting at least some reaction from it. Zhao started screaming, but still couldn't wake up. All he did was ask him not to do that again. Fan Xiu had already lost any hope at all and simply no longer knew how to save him. He no longer had any ways in his head to do it. He realized that there was only one option left and again brought the scalpel to his neck. He decided to try to do it again, but all over again. But if it didn't work, then the guy most likely just decided to give up. Zhao told him that last night he dreamed of her belly. It was so soft, and her robe felt like a feather. Fan Xiu did not listen to this and simply moved on, and Zhao was very upset, because he was just about to merge with her, but he immediately woke up. What kind of bad luck is this? One of them has again discovered a way out, and now they can get out of this horror again. Zhao was very happy when he heard this, because finally he would be able to escape from this place and find himself a body that he would explore. And then it dawned on Fan Xiu that he was quite timid and cowardly, but his main feature lies in his peculiarity. Although fear cannot be overcome, but it can be avoided with the help of feelings. The guy didn't wait and decided to act, so he asked Zhao to increase the volume on his phone, to which his friend was slightly surprised, because why would he do this? Fan Xiu answered him with a smile, "This needs to be done so that they can watch his favorite movie now." After which the same teacher from his school with whom he stayed alone after school appeared in front of Zhao. Zhao did not expect such a turn of events, because he could not even imagine that his dream would ever come true. Meanwhile, she continued to talk to him and got to the point where she told him that he had a mistake for which he would need to be punished. Zhao immediately turned to his friend with claims that he was really joking. He wanted to know the difference between ordinary and deadly jokes. Fan Xiu explained to him that this was not a joke, he was saving his life right now. Zhao could not stand it, and realized that he had had enough of this, and still took his phone to turn on that same movie. Fan Xiu was surprised that the guy liked this particular thing and that it brought him such pleasure, but still explained to him that as soon as he reached this point in his dream, he asked him to just close his eyes and do nothing. Now everyone who was still alive was watching this, but still only Zhao liked it. Zhao reached the point where he was simply blown away by everything he watched. He reached the moment he had been waiting for all his life, what he had imagined in his fantasy for many years. Fan Xiu was glad that finally the guy was normal, so he asked him not to forget this feeling when they set off, because this is what will destroy his illusion. While they were walking, the guy thought that he always had such boring dreams that he wanted more and more to return home to his wife. He was even a little jealous of the way Zhao was behaving, because he had such a good dream that he couldn't restrain himself, and simply tore off his shirt. The guy made faces as best he could, because he absolutely didn't care what was happening around him, he was only interested in the dream he was having. Fan Xiu was shocked that the guy actually decided to have intercourse with her, but suddenly he saw something that actually put him in a state of shock. These were incredibly strong streams of energy that the guy managed to emit from himself, but he also clearly understood that at this rate he would soon wake up again. Zhao enjoyed the process as much as he could. He was not interested in the fact that he was lying on the cold floor, he only wanted this dream to never end. But still, at some point, he woke up and began screaming at the top of his voice, because he was incredibly unhappy that he had to wake up, because he had just moved on to the most interesting moment. Having calmed down a little, he turned to his friend Fan Xiu with a question about whether this was the very exit he told him about, and whether it worked out for him. But Fan Xiu couldn't answer him right away, he just stood there and looked at him a little silently. After being ignored so little, Zhao decided that he needed to check whether Fang Xiu was real or not, so he ran up to hit him. Fang Xiu found it funny to watch this. He easily dodged this blow and asked the guy if he had hit his head. Zhao realized that it was he who took his phone from him, so he tried with all his might to take it from him. But nothing good clearly came of this, because at one point he simply fell to the floor and fell next to the guys. But this was not the worst thing for him, because as soon as he saw that they died and they were just bodies lying there, he immediately became very scared and he literally jumped away from them. Fan Xiu tried to calm him down and said that nothing could be done about it, and if it was destined to come true, then so it should be, so he took his hand and said that they were leaving here right now. They went out into the street, and Zhao was happy for the 100th time that they got out. Fang Xiu had seen this several times already, so he didn't even pay attention to it. But one day he still had to pay a little attention to it, since he noticed something much radically different, and even he had the feeling that they had really gotten out of this place. After which Zhao immediately added that at some point he felt an incredible surge of strength, as well as a sharpening of all his senses. Fang Xiu didn't wait long and immediately decided to ask him what he thought was his ability that became aggravated in the first place. Zhao didn't know what to answer, because he didn't understand what he meant when he said the word ability. He didn't know, and Wang Xiao said that not every awakened person can use abilities. Therefore, he decided to ask Fang Xiu what ability did he have. To which the guy gave him a rather unexpected answer, namely that his main ability is predicting the future. Zhao was shocked and at the same moment began to understand how his friend knew everything so precisely, where they needed to go, and where danger would await them. And Fan Xiu at that moment only thought that if there really was an organization of espers in the world, then he would be able to quickly rise there due to his ability to know the future. Then he realized that he needed to become even stronger, and then take revenge on them for everything, especially his wife, whom he did not love so much. If the hospital is inside the office, then the guy didn't understand why he couldn't see it now. Had they really merged together, bringing the real world forward? Then it turns out that if they encounter some kind of monster, it will not be able to attack them, but on the other hand, it will suddenly happen that the door will be blocked. In this case, even with his kickbacks, they will never be able to get out of here. Fang Xiu was well aware of the fact that in a bad situation, 100, 1,000 or even 10,000 returns would not be enough to bring everything back to normal. He looked at his friend and wondered why Zhao awakened his powers, but even so, he does not see this whole strange world, so he decided to ask him again, or does he not notice anything strange? At first, Zhao did not understand what Fang Xiu was telling him, but then he realized what his friend meant when he looked up and saw a huge flying bird with a scary face. At this moment, Fang Xiu thought that even though he had awakened, he still could not see anything. Perhaps his powers were still too weak for this, or not everyone with supernatural powers could see this world. Zhao watched his friend while he was thinking and thought for himself that he was very sorry that he had no abilities. He was so jealous, because it would be so sad if he accidentally stumbled into some trouble. But then he realized that he should think so he can't, so he suggested that Fang Xiu leave this place. Fang Xiu didn't really answer him, but still he decided to support his friend's idea and they began to leave. While they were walking, Fang Xiu decided to find out how Zhao managed to get out of that very dream. Zhao was a little doubtful about the answer, but still said that he managed to do it using the very method that Fang Xiu taught him, penetrating illusions. Fang Xiu at that moment thought that he was the only one who could get out, but he had to destroy himself in order to regain the opportunity to see all these strange things, but when they wanted to see them, nothing happened. The guy understood that this was all possible because of him, so Fang Xiu decided to ask him if he did incredibly obscene things in his sleep. Zhao felt so ashamed that he was boiling over it, so he decided to ask the guy again what he was doing. But Fang Xiu decided to answer this question himself, starting to tell that he not only moved, but also moaned, but at that moment he was interrupted by Zhao, who asked him to stop, because he was very ashamed to listen to such things. The guy answered him that he only assumed, maybe he did something wrong and because of this he woke up. Zhao suddenly changed his face and asked Fan Xiu not to tell anyone about this. Only then he would say. Fan Xiu easily agreed to such conditions. He began by saying that there was nothing special there at all, but still he was so embarrassed that he could hardly say a word. Zhao began by saying that at the beginning of the dream he was left alone with the teacher of his dreams in the classroom. And as he said, she did not behave too calmly. Several times in a row she breathed in his ear and said pleasant words. There was some incredibly strong energy around them, which the guy saw for the first time in his life. It was so hot. But then he was embarrassed by the moment that he heard various terrible sounds, and then she began to move her cold hands along his torso, and then he remembered that he had told him about switching attention. That is, he himself essentially decided to interrupt this dream and at one moment began to repeat that he needed to think about something else, and after repeating this several hundred times, he seemed to be able to get rid of her. Fan Xiu was surprised that the guy was able to overcome it on his own, and in his head, of course, it all didn't look very good, but in any case, one thing was obvious, that the guy had strong willpower. But he continued, because this was not the end of the story. He began to say that at one point she began to tell him that he did not listen to her at all and began to pester him further. The guy understood that this was more like a hopeless situation and most likely he had no chance, but still he tried with all his might to somehow calm down. But at some point it began to go down much lower than the torso, and in this case there was little the guy could do. He looked into her eyes, or not quite into her eyes, but in any case, at some point he began to boil incredibly hard at what was happening there. At some point, he still couldn't hold back, because he believed that there was no man in the world who could resist in front of her big eyes. He understood that Fan Xiu was telling him that this was all unreal, but the guy seemed to no longer know what he was doing, but simply followed his instinct. At some point, he simply plunged into this girl's chest and enjoyed her curves and how soft they were. Well, he finally decided to move on to serious action, so he reached out to kiss the girl. But the guy, even in his worst dreams, could not imagine such a monster that stood before him. The sweet girl he had just enjoyed turned into a monster worse than a nurse. Now she grabbed him by the arms, and he could only watch the huge teeth that she was going to use against him. He tried to concentrate, because at that moment he again remembered that this was all nothing more than an illusion, so he closed his eyes and tried to think only about the good. Zhao was so scared that it was very difficult to do anything about his fear, so he decided to act decisively. He understood that he would most likely die right now, but he decided for himself that it would be better for him to do it in a way that was pleasant for him. Zhao realized that even though this was not Fei Fei, he would still be able to do to her what he so wanted to do to the real Fei Fei, and now only the monster was scared here. Fan Xiu covered his face with his hand and thought that this was just an incredible shame and disgrace. Of course he thought about this, but he didn't even suspect that everything was so bad. Zhao added that the most precious thing a person has is life. It is given to him once, and he must live it in such a way that it does not cause excruciating pain for the years spent aimlessly. So he decided to do so. Fan Xiu decided not to answer this question, but simply went home to sleep. So if Xiao doesn't mind, they will talk later. Zhao added to him that their friends had died. They could still face evil spirits at any time, so from all this, he didn't understand how Fan Xiu could think about sleep. Fan Xiu suddenly stopped and asked the guy not to tell him that Zhao wanted to go and report to the police. He thought about it, because to be honest, he himself didn't know what he really wanted to do, so for some time he was simply silent. Therefore, Fan Xiu added to him that this is not necessary, because if there are all sorts of monsters in this world and they are espers, then there is some organization that will soon deal with them itself. And now it was time for him to do something else more important, so with this thought he went home, where he was kindly greeted by his wife, who with a smile offered to cook him a meal, if he wanted, of course. Fan Xiu had been waiting for this moment for a very long time. so of course he answered her with a smile that he was very hungry, and would not mind eating with her. After which she made an attempt to pounce directly on him, and made the most intimidating appearance, which Fan Xiu would have most likely been afraid of before. She slowly and affectionately, showing her sharp teeth, said out loud that he could see her, and it was so pleasant for her. But suddenly for her, Fan Xiu simply disappeared from sight, and she only saw a wave of his hand. It was the guy's scalpel that he used as soon as he got the chance. She turned into an ordinary person again, but it was too late, because her face, and indeed her whole body, simply began to fall apart. And Fan Xiu enjoyed this moment to the maximum, because he had such a beautiful and smart wife. Suddenly his laughter was interrupted, because it was as if he had teleported him to a completely different place and was simply standing in front of some doors. He didn't understand what was happening. Had she really outplayed him again and he died and was now reborn? Fan Xiu didn't even remember how it happened. How could she even do it? Because for him it seemed simply impossible. The guy returned home again and again heard his wife offering him food, especially since she could cook. From that second he realized that this girl was much stronger than he thought. Even though he awakened the powers of Esper, there was still a big gap between them. Now he could only hope that the organization would not keep itself waiting long. Chairman Wang Dehai announced the next meeting, which was dedicated to the incident at the academy, which occurred literally 5 hours ago. The area of the incident covers the academy and the office building next to it, so he added that they cannot be sure that the area will not change. But in any case, on the main screen they had the main star of this incident, the guy Fan Xiu and his friend Zhao. The secretary announced to the chairman that she would immediately display the images from the cameras around the academy. She also added that unfortunately they were unable to gain access to the cameras that were installed inside the academy. Because they were destroyed, the only thing they managed to get was an image of 2 survivors. These 2 guys were Fan Xiu, who was 20 years old, he was single, he could be recognized by his condemning look, he was on the staff of the academy. Unfortunately there is not the slightest mention of Zhao, their connection with the otherworldly was also not known. Until today they were both ordinary people. This was quite strange for the chairman, so he decided to ask advice from his colleagues who were at this meeting. One of them said that even an ordinary person could get out of level D territory, so he suggested just clearing out these guys. But he immediately received an answer. In a stern voice, someone told him that this was an erroneous opinion and that it was clearly not worth doing. This was the opinion of Investigator Shin, who added that judging by the camera footage, Fan Xiu behaves extremely calmly for an ordinary person. The investigator's advisor also noted that even if they were ordinary people, it is possible that they could gain Esper abilities. But the man didn't think so, because even a neophyte would understand that danger lurks in this zone. So they need to clear them out as soon as possible, and in the end, they could just be lucky, and the level of danger that a newly minted Esper can handle. Before he could finish speaking, the chairman intervened in their argument and politely asked them to shut their mouths. He immediately said that Shin would go to this guy tomorrow to verify or deny the presence of supernatural powers, and based on the results of the check, he would wait for a report. She was not at all opposed to doing such a thing, so she happily agreed to it. The next day, Fan Xiu lay on his bed and talked on the phone while his wife tried to persuade him to finally wake up and go have breakfast. As it turned out, he received a call from Zhao, who shouted straight into the phone that Fan Xiu would never believe how much superpower he had. He immediately told him that he could not show it to him then, since it starts working only after 11 p.m., and when the time comes, it can be active until 1 a.m. The guy listened carefully to his friend, but still couldn't fully understand what superpower he was talking about. Zhao boasted again and said that he would definitely envy him, after which he said that he had the ability to predict the future, and Zhao had the power that every man dreams of. And as soon as Zhao was ready to share with him about what a powerful force it was, Fan Xiu simply hung up, because in fact, he was just tired of listening to it. The guy was so tired of being in this world and he was so looking forward to change, but apart from a call from his friend and stupid stories made by him, he saw nothing else. Still, he found a drop of strength in himself and took the phone from him, after which he immediately heard that Zhao was telling him that his strength awakens at 11 o'clock in the evening, his body becomes stronger, and his inner spirit strengthens. But all he heard was in response, Fang Xiu blacklists him. He hung up and thought that he should have done it much faster, but it was worth noting that after talking with his friend, he realized that the manifestation of the Esper's power was a reflection of his soul. The guy didn't even expect that after waking up he would acquire such an amazing ability, because he had become so courageous and strong, but at one moment he caught himself thinking that he needed to stop thinking about such things. Shen arrived at the place she needed so much and immediately asked her assistants if they had listened to their conversation. Her secretary said that from the dialogue he concluded that before they were both ordinary people and during the incident at the academy they became espers. He also added that from the dialogue it was not entirely clear what power Fang Xiu had awakened, but they knew for sure that his friend's powers manifested themselves in strengthening the body around 11 p.m. The general condition of the body improved, muscle mass increased, and his penis also became much larger. More. The deputy could clearly see how embarrassed he was to talk about it, but still it was his job, so he couldn't help but do it. Shin understood everything and added that it was probably better for this guy to change his occupation if he had just such a power awakened. In any case, now the organization needs new personnel, so if Fang Xiu is really so strong, then they will take him in. But first she wanted to check him, so she asked for the second to be put under surveillance, because she didn't want him wasted my energy. The secretary completely agreed with her, and had no objections, so he immediately went to carry out her order. Fang Xiu's wife, meanwhile, still continued to talk to Fang Xiu and did not give up trying to catch him so that she could eat him again. But Fang Xiu didn't pay attention to her at all, because the only thought in his head was that there was still no information about the incident at the academy, and he really didn't like that. He was no less interested in finding out whether the organization had already discovered them, because it is worth noting that they made quite a big fuss. When suddenly his thoughts were suddenly interrupted by a loud sound coming from the front door of the apartment. As soon as he stood up to open the door, the one who was behind it calmed down and stopped knocking. The guy nevertheless approached the door to check who was behind it and looked through the peephole, through which he saw a woman, and behind her there was a man. Fang Xiu did not trust anyone, but logic still remained with him, and he almost immediately realized that if they could physically influence, then they were definitely people. Therefore, he nevertheless made up his mind and opened the doors and was immediately approached by Secretary Shin, who asked the guy if he was Fang Xiu. Before the man had time to pull out his documents to present them to the guy and tell him what organization they were with, Fang Xiu snatched them from his hands and added that they were quite faster than he thought, so without thinking for a long time he immediately invited them to his apartment, because they actually have something to discuss. Shin was a little shocked that the guy somehow knew that they were coming. How is this even possible? The first thing Fang Xiu thought was that they didn't seem to see his wife, or, just like him, they were pretending that she simply wasn't here. Although if they are also espers, then they cannot help but see her. In any case, he wanted to first of all find out as much as possible about them. The secretary introduced himself as Li Wenhao, and also added that the woman next to him is called Shen and that he is an investigator, and their goal is to discover everything otherworldly in order to maintain peace on Earth. Shen did not wait for an answer from him and immediately decided to ask him a question in which she really wanted to know how he could find out that they would soon come to him. Fang Xiu answered her quite simply, saying that he had no way of knowing about it. If she hadn't existed, the world would have been destroyed long ago, so for him it was no more difficult than adding 2 + 2 to make sure of their existence. She was slightly surprised that after everything that happened to him, he was able to maintain his former sharpness of mind, and now she was more than sure that he was not as simple as she might have thought. After which she added that their bureau is responsible for recruiting new espers and they specialize in countering supernatural forces. Firstly, they are conducting an investigation into the incident at the Academy, and secondly, their task is to detect and test new espers. The guy wasn't surprised at all, moreover, he was a little bored listening to it. But still, she continued to talk about how the activities of espers are mentioned in history, but only the organization has real historical facts about the influence of espers on world development, so he had a good chance. While Shin was telling him all this, his wife was just brazenly trying to annoy him with her questions about why he was ignoring her and what was going on between them. Fang Xiu thought that she was trying to let him see her beautiful face as closely as possible, but he was only interested in knowing that when she died in front of him, would she be the same? That's why he suddenly started smiling, because he was only thinking about when he would finally see him, but for now he was so eager to check it out. At this time, Shun reached the point where she began to tell him that first of all, they would like to know everything he knows about the incident at the Academy. But Fang Xiu was not going to just answer their questions, so he said that before he answers their questions, he would like to ask them a few of his own. The secretary understood perfectly well what this could mean, because this was not the first day he had worked with Shin. Unfortunately, what he expected happened. The woman began to extract a lot of anger energy from herself. The advisor tried his best to calm her down, saying that this was just some kind of exchange, and she should be a little calmer. While the man was trying to calm her down, Fang Xiu noticed the fact that she was apparently an esper, but as it seemed to the guy, he was not. Now Fang Xiu understood perfectly well that an esper working in tandem with an ordinary person was quite unusual. But still, he was well aware of why they needed it, because the emotional state of the esper is quite unstable, which often leads to incidents, so in order to compensate for this, they pair up a person who does not have powers. Shin was a little surprised that the guy learned so much just by looking at them, but for her it was all a kind of challenge that she would have no problem accepting if he continued. After all, she was already really boiling with anger, and was ready to just beat this guy alive. The advisor understood perfectly well that the matter was getting out of control, so he simply begged the guy to ask his questions, because if Shin got into a frenzy, then he would not be able to help him, and he didn't really want to include his death in the report. Fang Xiu did not become sarcastic anymore, so he asked his first question, which was that he would like to know what these creatures are. The woman answered him that this is a fairly broad question and only needs to be answered in detail. According to the official version, this is a perverted entity that does not have a specific form of manifestation. But it was worth noting that they have flesh and a certain appearance, which makes each of them unique. Most often their appearance is unexpected and is aimed at the complete destruction of a person. More precisely, it feeds on the soul power of a person, thereby strengthening its embodiment. Each of these entities is like a foreign pollutant, from which emanates a continuous flow of energy that can penetrate a person and drive him crazy. However, the advisor added that espers can redirect this flow of energy against them. The guy understood everything and was ready to ask his second question, in which he wanted to know how the strength of an esper is measured. The advisor was somewhat surprised that the guy still had not figured out the answer to this question himself. After which he still explained that the level of power depends on the amount of overfilled esper energy. Even the guy's wife listened to this fascinating information, who was just waiting for Fang Xiu to answer her. The man at this time continued to say that they classify the strength of espers into ranks. The first rank includes espers who have revealed strength from 1 to 20%, who can subsequently increase their strength. After them come espers with strength from 21 to 40% and they belong to rank 2, and espers with strength from 41 to 60% belong to rank 3, who can already develop their abilities in different directions. This can continue up to 5 and 6 rank, but the higher the level of power, the fewer its carriers there are. Fang Xiu, as soon as he listened to the man to the end, he wanted to know whether anyone in history could reveal his powers 100%. The man told him that in all time no one has been able to reach such a level. The current maximum is rank 5, because in order to increase your level you need to defeat an entity much stronger than yourself. and only after that such an opportunity will appear. But with such a confrontation, they can also increase their strength and level, which can lead to dire consequences for the Esper. Everything was very clear to the guy, so he decided to move on to the next question. But she didn't think it was appropriate since she didn't have time to listen to his questions, so she immediately asked her advisor to give this guy access to the world database since he wanted to know more so badly. After which she added that he should remember that their organization does not control him, so she asked him to be careful and he should not open messages there from other users. Otherwise, she warned him that this could all end very badly for him, and it would only be his fault. The guy pretended that he didn't hear her at all and told them in response that he forgot to ask something. After which he suddenly pointed his finger at his wife and asked if they could see her too. She smiled, because she was so pleased to finally hear this. Shin did not expect such a turn of events from him. She, of course, radically changed her opinion about him, but still did not think that he would decide on such a thing. The woman's advisor immediately answered her that they did not see anyone behind him, and besides, according to their information, he was single and did not have any wife or girlfriend. At this time, his wife danced around him and said that she always knew that he really saw her. Shin and the advisor froze for a while, because they were afraid to even imagine what could happen next. Although the advisor did not see his wife, he could not help but notice how much the aura around the guy had changed. Before that everything was normal, but now everything was completely different. It seemed to him that he had problems with his head after waking up. Shin, however, at one point could not stand it and began to boil and began screaming and accusing the guy of mocking them. Fang Xiu looked at all this and realized that everything seemed really serious, and this problem needed to be solved somehow. But he couldn't think of anything better than to turn to his beloved wife and say that he really sees her, which even she was shocked by. Shin asked the guy not to organize a circus here, and if he does not want to cooperate with them, then he can simply say, "There is no need to organize this circus." But as soon as she finished speaking, the guy's wife herself entered their dialogue, and she gradually began to go crazy from the fact that he really saw her. This energy was felt even by the woman's advisor, who did not even have power, and Shin immediately realized that this was not a joke and there really was someone behind him. But after a few seconds, the wife fully manifested herself and turned into a real monster who could even speak and said that she had not eaten espers for so long, so she warned them that they might not expect mercy. The man had never seen anything like this, and his fear filled his entire body, and Shin began to get angry at Fang Xiu for doing this. But all he could tell them in response was that he knew that they could not expect that his wife was one of these, which made him laugh very much. Fang Xiu suspected that apparently because he responded to his wife, some mechanism was triggered that caused his wife to acquire a physical form. And this means that he is the only person in the world who sees them with the naked eye. He is the only one who must constantly be prepared for the fact that he can be gutted at any moment, and everything will have to start all over again. Shin didn't wait for this monster to eat someone, so she concentrated a large amount of energy in her hand and went on the attack. Fang Xiu noticed that from this fire, the room instantly heated up and it was so terrible, and at the same time beautiful. Now he understood perfectly what the power of an esper is and what it looks like. Looking at this woman, he understood that he could achieve a lot. But looking at the monster, who was also his wife, he understood that her strength was not so great, because even with such a strong blow, she could not even inflict a scratch on this monster. The woman understood that her opponent this time was too strong, and she couldn't easily defeat him, so she decided to run away from this place as soon as possible. But the monster was not going to just let her go, so he dealt another blow, which essentially cut the woman into two particles. As soon as they both fell to the floor, Fang Xiu discovered a letter in her advisor's pocket, which was pink in color, but still the guy took it to read it. The guy tried to read it as quickly as possible, because he perfectly understood that he really didn't have much time, because his wife would soon come to kiss him. After their next meeting, he rolled back to the moment when he had just returned home from the academy, the last time he tried to destroy his wife with a scalpel, but unfortunately he was not particularly lucky. And he understood perfectly well that this would happen until he received new powers with which he could still defeat her. He also understood that only tomorrow at 8 am and 40 minutes from the organization, but for now he had time to learn more about them. Now the guy was thinking about why he shouldn't now take advantage of everything the organization knows. In any case, he believed that he would have to seek outside help to resist them. Maybe he will be able to highlight some useful information from this forum, which had a rather scary avatar. He hoped that it was here that he would find out the truth about this world, although it was worth noting that in reality there was not so much information, but in any case it was much better than searching for everything on your own. But the only problem that stopped him before he could read any information was its price, because basic information costs from 20,000, and normal information reaches 1,000,000. And the guy had only 1,000. He didn't worry about this for long, and resigned himself to the fact that for now he would only have to view the free sections. The guy read the first story about a girl who, as she claimed, knew how to manage time, but after 5 minutes of his own time, the guy came to the conclusion that he had only wasted his time. The guy decided that the best idea for him would be to search the forum for messages from representatives of the organization. Otherwise, he would definitely not be able to stand it. The next day, the guy was very tired, because he spent the whole night analyzing information on creatures and strange phenomena. Although they do not have a classification by type of ability, they are at least classified by strength, and this could not help but make him happy. There are 5 classes in total. The first is the most dangerous, and the 5th is the safest. Recently, an epidemic caused by an entity occurred abroad. Any Esper who had previously protected himself from infection could have dealt with it. However, the rate of spread of the disease was so high that the organization had to wipe out the entire city from the face of the earth, and this phenomenon has since been assigned a second class. The first class includes the possibility of the complete extermination of humanity in the shortest possible time. Fortunately, there is a certain gradation, which states that the higher the class, the fewer there are. Unfortunately, the reason for the appearance of all these entities has not yet been identified, or it simply remains beyond their understanding of the world order. But in any case, he is absolutely sure that one of them is next to him. In any case, he must not give any hint that he can see her, because then he will have to start all over again. It was unpleasant for the guy to realize at that moment that during all this time he had never found a person with a similar situation as his, and on the one hand it even looked somehow strange. Therefore, he decided that he should save up some money and energy so that he could open paid sites, where the information was probably much better, and there he did not expect to find everything he needed. Otherwise, he understood perfectly well that he would simply never be able to understand this world, and without this, he would hardly be able to live normally. He also realized that weapons actually come in different forms, have many shapes and types, just as his scalpel stores the power of all these creatures. Judging by the records, the item can act as a repository for the power of the essence, so a special connection is established between the essence and the weapon, which is almost impossible to break. The guy was so lost in thought that he didn't even notice how a whole 3 hours had already passed and there was very little time left before the organization arrived, so he decided to immediately do something else. He carefully took out his scalpel and at one moment seemed to enter another space, which was quite unusual, but still he wanted it that way. Fan Xiao at one point started talking to the one he really wanted to contact, and asked him just not to say that he had given up and everything would end like this. In any case, even when he did not receive an answer, he was now sure that the scalpel was now in fact only his, and right now he had established a connection between them. As soon as he managed to subjugate the scalpel to himself, the guy noticed how his strength increased to 20%, and it was quite noticeable, after which he clearly realized that the weapon can be used not only as a weapon, but also to increase his own strength. The only thing that upset the guy was that it had no effect on his muscle strength, but in any case, he decided not to pay attention to it for now. At this time, just like yesterday, his friend Zhao called him, who, shouting into the phone, told him that his true strength had manifested itself. Fan Xiu already knew very well what strength the guy had, and after he told the guy his strength, Zhao was incredibly surprised, because how could he know? But then he remembered what super strength Fan Xiu himself had. Zhao thought that this was not fair, but he could not do anything about it, so he decided to invite Fan Xiu to meet because he felt that something had happened to him. But Fan Xiu did not listen to him for a long time. He simply said that he was busy guests and hung up. While Shun and her advisor were driving to the guy to test his abilities, the woman noticed that the man was very nervous, as if he was going on a mission for the first time, so she decided to ask him what happened. The man seemed to be waiting for this question, so he immediately answered her that he was incredibly worried about the fact that he knew what abilities these guys had and it made him feel uncomfortable. But she didn't quite understand what was so confusing to him. The man once again repeated what superpower Zhao has and asked again, "Doesn't this surprise her?" The woman replied that she really saw this for the first time, but still she remained calm until the end, because she knew very well that panic would not really help anything. But then the advisor reminded her of the abilities of Fan Xiu, whom they were bugging at the time of their conversation with Zhao, who told her friend that she was expecting guests. The man sincerely did not understand how he knew this. Now Shin was not so calm and even she was a little nervous. Could this guy really know that they were coming to him? They understood that his ability was to predict the future, but what's more sad is that they greatly miscalculated, because he is not only an Esper, he is also much stronger than they thought. The woman's advisor emphasized that with such potential as his strength would grow more and more every day, and he also suddenly decided to remind the woman that how they tested an Esper who could teleport. She remembered this guy with a smile, because he could actually teleport only 10 centimeters and Shin was sure that he clearly could not progress that much. The man believed that I'll be there soon. Already a completely different Esper, who is completely different from others, how much can he predict the future if he already knows about their coming? He was lucky that he was with Shin, who was not afraid of anything, and for this it was another challenge that she was ready to accept and test how strong the guy really is. As soon as they reached the floor they needed, they saw that the doors of Fan Xiu's apartment were open and it was obvious that he had been waiting for them for a long time. Shin, unlike her secretary, decisively opened it completely and entered the apartment, in which she successfully saw Fan Xiu, who at that moment was carefully laying out the mugs from which they would drink tea. After which, without waiting for any action from them, he asked them to sit down and called each of them by name. The woman was somewhat surprised that the guy knew their names, and also put 3 cups, but still she made up her mind and sat down on the sofa, which was near that table. Fan Xiu explained to them that he foresaw all this, because as they should know, his main superpower is that he is able to predict the future. But even after this, the woman doubted it a little and wanted to hear more compelling evidence that would convince her of what he was saying. The guy did not argue with her, and simply began to say that they were both from the organization and came with a specific purpose, namely, they were investigating an incident that happened at the academy and they were tasked with finding out if their powers had awakened after awakening. The advisor, of course, was amazed by his strength and abilities, but even so, at this stage he still believed that these were just the guy's guesses and in fact he knew nothing. Fan Xiu did not argue with them and simply smiled in response, but this smile was not simple. The advisor asked the guy not to make some kind of circus out of this situation and to be quite prudent. The guy answered him quite unexpectedly, namely, he invited him to tell a very interesting story, after which he was sure that all their questions would disappear. After which he added that the advisor is actually secretly in love with investigator Shun, and it is for this reason that he so wants to work with her. And I almost forgot, Fan Xiu told him that he had a very funny letter in his right jacket pocket, which made the advisor see the light. He didn't expect how detailed the details were. Shin sat calmly until this moment, but as soon as the guy told all this so confidently, she already doubted that he was a swindler, so she made up her mind and clarified all this with her advisor. But the guy didn't stop there and continued to say that the content of this letter was that the advisor addressed it to Shin and wrote that most likely he would no longer be around when she received it, so he still decided to confess to her that he loves her very much. The woman immediately reached into the pocket that Fang Xiu was talking about, and the man immediately began to make excuses and say that this is actually complete nonsense, because she knows him very well and he would never do such a thing. Shin did not consider it necessary to listen to him, and still took out the very letter in which she read everything that Fang Xiu said. But even after this, the woman did not want to believe the guy, because even considering that he knows the contents of the letter does not mean that he knows when it was written. Therefore, he had to tell the woman that in addition to her ability to control flames, her chest circumference is 85 cm, which only she can know. She was not at all embarrassed that he knew what abilities she had, because they were not included in the list of secrets at all, but still she could not understand how he could find out her real breast size. The guy continued to remain with a calm face and assured her that this was far from over, and he still had one secret about her, of course, if she didn't mind him telling about it. The woman remained sure that he was just a fraudster, so without a drop of doubt she told him that he could tell whatever he wanted. Fang Xiu so hoped that she would answer him exactly like that, so he added that she loves the color pink too much. He said that her underwear is pink, but that's not even the most interesting thing, but the fact that she has a tattoo, which she hides from everyone. Shin did not tolerate this and began to boil because she was now sure that he did not predict the future, but simply saw through everything, and she knew it from the very beginning. But he assured her that the concept of foreseeing the future does not mean that a person knows everything that will happen someday. He also added that last night he foresaw that they would come, and with the help of his power he saw Counselor Li reading a letter late in the evening, and of course Shin, who was tidying up her wardrobe. The woman silently continued to watch and listen to Fang Xiu, who with a confident face continued to prove to her that he still has some strength. She thought that Fang Xiu saw everything, because the tattoo was in a prominent place and his guesses were not so surprising, so she decided to ask him to write now the number of the winning ticket for today's lottery, if he really has such power. Fang Xiu decided that she couldn't catch him on this, so he decided to write completely random numbers and just look at the lottery results before rolling back. She was surprised that he just agreed and asked him why he didn't just buy all the winning tickets and get rich, since he had such a gift. The guy decided to ask her in response. He wondered if she had heard about the butterfly effect. He believed that 100% of the organization should know about this. She didn't answer this and simply began to assume what would happen if the numbers still didn't add up. But the guy interrupted her and clarified that if all the numbers didn't add up, he would simply destroy himself. She began to boil with anger when she heard such answers. The advisor tried his best to calm her down, but it was very difficult for him today. Therefore, he decided to switch back to Fang Xiu and asked him to still talk about the events at the academy that happened that day. The guy actually didn't mind sharing such information and began with the fact that this was not an academy in the first place, but a psychiatric hospital. It even seemed to him that the organization had never met such powerful creatures as there before. Everything happened very quickly. There were more and more floors and rooms every minute, and they did not notice how at one moment they found themselves inside the hospital. While the guy was walking around the kettle to pour them some more tea, he thought that they probably shouldn't tell them about the scalpel that he managed to take from the nurse, because he still doesn't know what secrets he keeps inside himself, and to begin with, he decided to experience it to the maximum. After which he continued to say that everything went as they already knew. Due to the weakness of his strength, he could only separately look at the right or left route, and only in one. Despite the heavy losses, salvation awaited them. But he thought it was worth noting the fact that in another turn they were constantly caught up and dismembered by a nurse, and by his calculations, they encountered about 10 different creatures from this hospital. The advisor was actually shocked when he heard this figure, and the woman added that there had never been a single precedent in the whole world for more than 10 such creatures to be found in one place. After which Shin added that in general, Everything happens because of the desire of all entities to merge with the world of people. At the same time, they can exist together with each other, so cannibalism is often common among them. But his words could also be true, because if they had a very strong leader who always kept them in check. And the woman decided that, judging by his words, he does not yet understand the essence of the existence of all of them? The guy answered her that apparently she doesn't understand anything at all and added that ignorance is not a hindrance to existence, but high vanity leads to exactly this. Shin could not react calmly to this and began to get too angry, so the advisor immediately asked Fang Xiu to watch what he said, otherwise they would both regret it very much. The advisor decided to suggest that it would be better for him to go with them to the office than to discuss such topics here. Fang Xiu knew that he would suggest this, so he immediately agreed and even got ready. An hour later, they arrived at the place they needed, where it seemed to them that the conversation would go much faster. Before going inside, the guy thought about the fact that it seems that the other espers need special conditions that will allow them to see the entities around them. But since he was not one of those people, the only thing he asked was that the organization not disappoint him. Fan Xiu went down right behind them along a long staircase that led deep into the ground, and it was a little unexpected for the guy that their base was deep underground, and the building above served only as a cover. But he suddenly began to doubt that this was really their base, because a man walked past him, talking on the phone and convincing his interlocutor that he did not lend money. His guesses seemed to be confirmed when he walked through a huge office where seemingly ordinary people worked. As soon as they entered the small waiting room, Fan Xiu noticed that they were having a lot of fun here. The woman did not answer this and ordered her advisor to follow her to the main office for instructions. As soon as they left, Fan Xiu immediately noticed the fact that by receiving the powers from the scalpel, his ability to perceive had increased. The feelings became sharper and the scope was wider, but he could not understand the size of this underground base. It seemed that someone lived here too, and besides, she said that they were going to the main office. In the corridor, the woman looked at the advisor in such a way that it was very awkward for him to be with her, and she simply did not answer the question of what happened. When the chairman heard what Shin was telling him about Fang Xiu, he honestly admitted that he was afraid that the guy's ability made him fear that there was now a high chance of information leaking from the organization, which should not happen under any circumstances, and he also asked to investigate and establish spying on Zhao. The advisor answered him that he would do everything in the best possible way, after which he handed the chairman a lottery ticket, which surprised the man a little. The man didn't understand how Fang Xiu could really guess the winning numbers, because essentially no one could help him, so he once again asked Li Wen to keep surveillance on these two in case something happened to them. But most of all, the man would like to see what Fang Xiu is capable of. How much potential does he have? The chairman was interested in Shin's opinion, so he asked her, based on her experience as a senior esper, what does she think, is he lying or not? She believed that even if this was so, then he was definitely a professional in this. But they still could not say this for sure, since they had no evidence of his lack of abilities. In any case, the man didn't care whether it was true or not, they would still be able to find out all this tonight, after which the man also decided to ask her if the guy mentioned that there were 10 creatures in the hospital. Shin was surprised that the chairman believed in all this, because she was sure that there was no precedent for the discovery of such accumulations of entities in one place, so Fan Xiu would have already been in the next world in any case, and to be honest, it seemed to her that there were only 2 entities. A former hospital nurse, she could destroy only 1 victim at a time, and then with a long pause in time between attacks, so she was assigned Class 5. A demon that plunges into the last sleep, it causes extreme fear, capable of destroying a person in his own sleep. The entity was assigned Danger Class 4, since he could plunge several people into sleep at once. Based on the above, all territories were assigned Class 4, and the woman believed that this was more than enough. The chairman became very interested to know whether this demon could really cause such terrible dreams. The woman answered him that even if the complete layman Zhao was able to survive, then it would not be difficult for the Esper to get out of sleep. There are no problems with this dream demon, but with the nurse it's exactly the opposite. The chairman listened carefully to the woman and now asked her to bring Fang Xiu. The man would like to look at him personally and understand what he is like. The woman was surprised by such a request, because she didn't understand how he could neglect his safety so much. What if this guy did some kind of trick? So she suggested that it would be better to send him to the squad leader. But the man was not one of those who would be afraid for such trifles, so now he asked to bring him 2 of them. The woman upset him when she said that the commander and his deputy were not at the base now. As it turned out, they had gone to hunt down the head of such an entity. Then he asked to call only Fang Xiu, but before that the woman said that she wanted to test him for clouding of his mind in order to avoid unpleasant situations. After which she took the guy into a special room to conduct this test, and at the same time told him that this device determines the level of clouding of the mind. She also added that if something is wrong, he will immediately show that all espers who have just joined the organization or want to do so must first pass this test. Fang Xiu was not going to ask her any more questions, because he wanted to get this over with as quickly as possible. So without further ado, he put his hand on this device. The woman began to conduct the test and immediately asked the guy the first task, in which she asked him to assume that an incredibly powerful entity was rampant in the city, and she wanted to hear what the guy would do about it. She gave him several answer options, including, take the fight, escape alone, save the wounded and escape with them, and after she fully announced the task, she began to wait for his answer. Fang Xiu didn't think too long and answered her with a confident look that he would choose the option in which he would fight. She carefully watched him and how the device worked and concluded that he seemed to be telling the truth after all and could not believe that he was ready to sacrifice himself for the sake of others. The guy thought that he despises all these entities, so if he doesn't destroy the first time, then a second will follow, and then a third, until he wipes them off the face of the earth, after which he decided to ask him the next question. Shin was also interested in asking this question, so she immediately asked him to assume that humanity would not be able to defeat them, but if he had a chance to join their ranks, would he go over to the enemy's side? The guy didn't even think about it, and quickly replied that no, he wouldn't go over to their side. The woman didn't expect him to answer so quickly, so she decided to clarify that he would do this even if he was offered unlimited power and protection for his loved ones. Fang Xiu remained calm and did not even blink at one point, and once again answered her no. But the woman did not give up and continued, and if his family was under threat, Fang Xiu answered her that he had no family. Then she switched to friends, because he seemed to have a good relationship with Zhao, and if he even offered it himself, then what? The guy did not fall for all these provocations and continued to deny the fact that he could go over to their side, so he said that he had no friends. They finished there and she moved on to the third question, in which she wanted to know what he would do when he became an Esper. And this question was no exception. Fang Xiu immediately answered him that he would destroy them all, and until he did this, he would not stop. The woman couldn't comment on anything here, she just looked at him with a surprised look. After all, she was simply delighted, because in so many years, for the first time, a person appeared who cared about others. He was like an angel who descended from heaven to save the world. She truly considered him to be God, who had finally come to them to resolve the situation with the monsters. She only thought that his love for humanity was hidden under the mask of coldness and indifference to others. In comparison with him, she was a vile, disgusting, snake-like creature. Shin couldn't believe it, so she double-checked the machine and the answers themselves several more times. Fang Xiu at that moment only thought that not only would he destroy them all, he would also take revenge on his beloved wife. The guy believed that she could not die too easily. He wanted her to feel everything that he went through, only 1,000 times more. After Shin was convinced that the guy passed this test well, she went with him to the chairman. First of all, she gave him the test results, which he had better familiarize himself with before talking to the guy himself. But he decided to start from the very beginning and introduced himself as Wang Dehai. He serves as the chairman of this organization. He invited the guy to sit down, but did not notice how Fang Xiu himself realized this and sat down on the chair. The guy answered him that he understood everything and knew perfectly well who he was. This made the man a little nervous, and Shin, who was next to him, also did not feel as comfortable as she would like. The man now decided to look at the guy's testing results, in which he saw something that really surprised him. Therefore, he decided to immediately put on his glasses, because he had not seen such excellent results for a long time. He immediately turned to Shin and asked her using sign language, "Is this true? Are the results accurate?" To which she nodded her head, which could only mean one thing: this guy is truly unique. After the woman confirmed these results, the man literally could not stand it, and grabbed the guy by the hands and began to say that Fan Xiu is just an angel, because they don't have anyone with the ability to predict the future, so he immediately invited him to join their organization. But the guy asked him not to rush so much. He suggested discussing this after the lottery, and at that moment he thought that most likely they were just testing him, because there was no point in him joining their ranks, and besides, he was here purely to receive resources, no more. The chairman understood that the guy might not fall for it the first time, so he realized that he would have to act differently, so he asked him, "Or does his ability have a time or quantity limit?" The guy began to tell him that in the hospital he was constantly between the past and the future, experiencing the hardships of death and rebirth, as if they could last forever, so the future is just a scene that he can rewrite as it suits him. Shin couldn't even imagine how he could say such a thing. It was just some kind of nightmare for her. How could he say such a thing? The man told the guy that at the moment the detachment commander and his deputy are considered the most capable in the organization. Both of them are classified as second rank. But before he could finish speaking, one of the employees burst into the office. The chairman did not understand what the rush was and what happened there, to which the guy answered him that a disaster had occurred. Deputy Commander Bai had died. Shun and the chairman stood up from their seats. They were expecting anything but news. And Fang Xiu continued to sit as if nothing had happened and look at them to see what they would do next. In addition, he thought about how strong this Esper was, that he was classified in the second class. The guy was sorry that he died, but he would like to get her for himself. Bai Chi is the most powerful Esper in the organization at the moment. He starts working only when there's complete chaos around him. One day Bai Chi found a dangerous entity that was in an abandoned place on the outskirts of the city. When he tried to deal with her, another monster attacked him out of nowhere. The chairman couldn't believe that they didn't go through all the corners and find out that there were actually two of them there. The employee tried to justify himself by saying that after conducting a reconnaissance operation in the area, they did not find any more entities. The man calmed down a little and decided to ask where Yang Ming and his squad were. What were they doing? The guy answered him in a trembling voice that his squad was already on its way to the abandoned building. The man understood that he could no longer sit in his office, so he asked Fan Xiu to be escorted to the restroom, and Shin said that she would go with him. While Fan Xiu was leaving the office, he heard out of the corner of his ear how the chairman ordered his employees to prepare transport, notify everyone about the emergency meeting, and the most important thing is to prepare 10 incense and 3,000 coins. The guy didn't quite understand what all these coins and incense were for, but in any case, he had already seen all the work of the organization on that forum, but now he still wanted to see it live. Coins, namely the steel from which they are made, can serve as a good conductor of spiritual energy. It is from this that all the necessary tools for fighting entities are made. Incense serves to cleanse from filth. They help bring a distraught Esper back to his senses. It was a little surprising for him to realize that the Espers of the organization could die so easily. Are the organization's Espers really so weak that they died from simply colliding with just two entities at once? He understood that although the nurse was still that steel nut that could not be pierced with conventional weapons, he still somehow managed to do it. And when he looked at everyone else, it seemed to him that they would always be at a disadvantage due to weakness of body and spirit. Suddenly the guy jumped up from his seat and thought only that they wouldn't worry, he wouldn't be so weak. Then he struck the employee who was watching him. All this was just to take away his suit with which he would not be so noticeable. While everyone in the office could not believe that their best employee had died and were discussing it everywhere, Fan Xiu leaked among them as if he belonged there. While the guy was walking, he heard that Bai Qi was dissatisfied that the title of the strongest squad was given to Yang Ming, although his eternal luck could be compared with the abilities of Bai Qi's squad. When the guy heard the story about luck, he became much more interested. He also overheard a conversation where the girl said that during that competition, Bai Qi could not use his power to the fullest due to health problems, which Yang Ming took advantage of, and do not forget that he is also an esper of the second rank. Her interlocutor did not quite understand why he did not leave this competition, but she immediately explained to him that if he did, it would mean defeat for Bai Qi, so he behaved as if nothing was happening. Fan Xiu was surprised by this story, but what shocked him more was how quickly rumors spread. Suddenly, a department employee flew out into the corridor and began shouting to everyone to come into the main hall, because an emergency meeting was now starting, Commander Yang would report. At this moment, all the employees immediately rushed to the main hall to catch the meeting, and Fan Xiu was no exception, because he first of all hoped that he would learn much more interesting information at the meeting. The guy stood at the meeting and didn't understand only one thing: who at such a crucial moment allows himself to smoke. But then he noticed a man sitting in the corner who was smoking. Fan Xiu suggested that this was the same Commander Yang Ming. Did they really have a closer relationship than the rumors claimed? His thoughts were suddenly interrupted by the chairman, who said that on the screen they could see an entity code named Bracken. According to the information received, Bracken has incredible speed, strength, and the ability to hide in the shadows. And also, as it became known recently, you can simply dissolve in space, so Bai Qi could not inflict any damage on him, and the essence, on the contrary, summed up his entire life. After which he continued that Yang Ming's squad quickly dealt with the first entity, but then they had to retreat because they simply did not have enough strength to defeat it, so they would gather all their resources and strength and avenge Bai Qi. He also said that amidst all these adversities, they can congratulate Yang Ming on his promotion to the third rank. Now he is among the top espers. Fan Xiu stood and watched this and listened at the same time as the guys who stood next to him simply admired how cool Yang Ming is as a warrior. He took into account that only 41% of power holders were able to tap and use them. Was it really luck that helped this guy again in getting the rank? But when everyone looked at this man, who seemed to be the strongest in that room, he simply turned and asked if anyone would have a cigarette. The chairman once again told the man that he was now a third-rank esper and added that soon the protection of the city from entities would fall on his shoulders. After which he turned to him, and with a rude intonation asked him to come to his senses and not behave like a small child. But the man seemed not to hear his boss and answered him only that he was now going to buy cigarettes, and then they continued. The chairman immediately started shouting at him to come back, because doesn't he really want to take revenge on them for what they did to his friend? Yang Ming had no intention of stopping and continuing to walk, asked them if they would be able to take revenge at all. Is there any point in this? The chairman still didn't want the guy to leave, so he threw him his pack of cigarettes and wanted to continue the conversation with him. Yang Ming didn't even expect that his boss started smoking, but the chairman asked him to close his mouth and smoke in silence. Fan Xiu watched this and was so interested. This man was so calm and reserved. Even after his friend passed away, he showed no signs of clouding his mind at all. Suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some crazy person who ran into the meeting room and started calling for the chairman. The man asked him to immediately close his mouth and keep quiet, but then he noticed that something was clearly wrong with this guy and decided to listen to him after all. So the guy immediately told the chairman that the guy he brought into the break room knocked him out and ran away from him for him. As soon as the man heard that his guest had escaped, he immediately got up from the table and ordered everyone to go into a state of full readiness. Fan Xiu didn't even expect that his blow would be so weak that the guy would wake up so quickly, so he immediately realized that he should practice a little with the technique. But suddenly all his thoughts were interrupted by a very loud voice that shouted his own name. It was Shin, who saw him through so many people. Everyone in the office immediately took out their pistols and pointed them at the guy and ordered him not to move, otherwise there would be no trace left of him. The chairman turned to the guy and asked him if he knew what would happen to him for attacking the investigator. But the guy didn't pay attention to the man at all. He went downstairs to Yang Ming, whom he asked only one question, in which he wanted to know if the man wanted to bring his friend back to life. Yang Ming asked the guy not to joke about the dead at such moments, and thereby piss him off. Otherwise, Yang Ming promised him that after this he would definitely be a corpse. Fan Xiu didn't listen to him too much, because all his attention was focused on his aura, which was indeed very strong. But still, Fan Xiu continued to behave calmly and asked Yang Ming this question again. Or did he want the guy to answer it himself? The chairman didn't understand what this guy was talking about. It was better for him to voluntarily surrender and be punished, because he was surrounded. Yang Ming still decided to answer and said that unfortunately the dead could not be brought back. He could have been angry with the guy, but suddenly the man realized that his words gave him hope. After which he, almost with tears in his eyes, asked the guy if he could really resurrect him. Fan Xiu did not force the man to wait for an answer, and said that all he needed for this was to know where he died and how far away he was from Yang Ming. The man began to tell him that he had been carried far into the mountains near the town, so he was punishing himself, because if only he had been closer to that place, then he definitely would not have died. This was enough for Fan Xiu, so he asked him to give him his hand. He wanted to show him his secret. Yang Ming no longer understood what the guy needed. First he asked for time, now for a secret, and initially he promised him to return his friend. Fan Xiu told him that this is partly true, but on the other hand, he can turn back time. Yang Ming understood that this was much more than resurrecting the dead, it was just a bluff, so he became very interested in knowing why the guy was so fierce. At this moment, Shin realized one very important thing. It turns out that Fan Xiu was not lying to them, but was trying to convey that his power was in time travel. The guy explained that he would go back in time and send him a message that Bai Qi was in trouble and needed to be saved, but he needed to come up with a code word so that he from the past would believe him. When Fan Xiu finally explained everything, he asked a logical question to Yang Ming. Is he ready to try? Yang Ming scratched his head and still answered him that he was ready to try his luck, because he understood that everything was lost anyway, after which he dictated his number and also told him that he had topographic cretinism, so he would have to show him the way by phone. After which the man, through pain, said that he would now reveal to him a secret that had been only between them for many years. As it turned out during the competition for the title of Best Esper, Bai Qi had a stomach ache for a reason. Yang Ming poisoned him, but because of his good luck he couldn't disable it too much. The chairman couldn't even think of such a thing. He didn't understand how Yang Ming could even do such a thing. Yang Ming asked not to blame him, but to understand and forgive him, because the story was much more complicated than they all thought, so he asked to get down to business, and not chat like that. Fan Xiu told him that this would be fine. Yang Ming would definitely believe such a revelation when he called him. Yang Ming couldn't believe what was happening, so he started crying. It was very difficult for him to hold back. Fan Xiu turned to them, because he did not understand why they were staring here, and advised them to continue the meeting. But Yang Ming told him that they could not do this, because they were waiting for his next actions. Fan Xiu assured them that he did not say that they should go back in time right now. Yang Ming immediately began to boil with anger, but the boss immediately calmed him down and sent them both to the isolation ward, where they could calm down and let off steam. The man was not against such a proposal, so he invited the guy to go to that same isolation ward and talk. They were sitting in the isolation ward and Yang Ming said that he was sure that the chairman was worried about Fan Xiu, so he asked the guy not to take everything seriously. Yang Ming understood that he needed to communicate with the guy more carefully, because in fact, Bai Chi's return depends only on him. The guy was not very worried about this, but still decided to miss this moment, because he was much more interested in finding out what abilities Bai Chi had. Yang Ming lit a cigarette and said that his strength is super speed. Because of it, he has a strong advantage during the battle, but this time it clearly did not work. As soon as evening came and it became clear that Fang Xiu had not guessed a single number on the lottery ticket, so Shen was very angry with him that he had deceived them after all. Yang Ming, who was sitting with him in the isolation ward, understood what this meant and once again repeated to Fang Xiu that he should not mock those who had already passed away. But Fang Xiu didn't seem to hear what Shen was telling him, that he hadn't guessed a single number, and asked them again, "Or are these the winning numbers?" Shen confirmed this information and told him that these were exactly them, but she asked him not to pretend that he had not predicted them before. But he got tired of talking about it, and he took out his scalpel and told them that it was time to get to work and not play games with lottery tickets. The three of them immediately panicked when he took out a scalpel, so they calmly asked him to lower the weapon. But the guy didn't listen to a single word they said, after which he simply poked a scalpel into his eye and finally told them that they would see each other in the morning. The next morning, oddly enough, everything repeated itself and again entered the very building where the organization's office was located. Only this time, the guy knew everything perfectly well, so he decided not to waste time and immediately wrote the winning numbers on the sheet so that there would be no questions for him later. While they were going down to the main office, the guy decided to convince them a little more of his strength and say that this guy, who was now going to meet them, would take his phone and answer the call. Without any surprises, this guy actually picked up his phone and started talking on the phone, which surprised the advisor and Shen herself. They stood like pillars for some time and did not understand how Fang Xiu did this. How could this be known? But the guy decided not to stop there, so he told another story that in the second row a guy would now decide to stretch and hit another colleague. As the guy described everything, that's how it all happened. The guy reached out and hit a colleague who was walking with a cup of tea. The advisor and Shen were no longer so surprised, but they simply couldn't believe it. Had he really just guessed right? Instead of answering, Fang Xiu simply told them another very interesting fact. He pointed with his hand where the restroom was. After which he went in there and opened the cupboards he needed with tea, which they thought were in completely unusual places, and made tea for them. They were so shocked that for several minutes they simply stood silently and tried to understand how he was able to do this. But then he added 5 more cubes of sugar, which amazed her even more. But how does he do it? Fang Xiu once again repeated to them that he just can see the future and that's all, and he also added that the chairman is now free and ready to receive them with reports. Yang Ming was driving alone in the car and suddenly his phone started ringing, so he couldn't help but pick up the phone. As soon as he picked up the phone, an unknown voice told him that in half an hour Bai Chi would die. Yang Ming could not believe that he was actually hearing this. Who was even talking to him? The voice that spoke to him introduced himself as Fang Xiu. He also added that he can predict the future, and now he is his partner, so he should go to Bai Chi as soon as possible, otherwise he will simply die. Yang Ming did not know who he was, but assured his interlocutor that now was clearly not the time for jokes. But Fang Xiu continued to tell him that during the squad competition, he poisoned Bai Chi so that he could not participate, but his luck saved him. As soon as the man heard this, he started shouting into the guy's phone and asking how he could know this, because he had never told this to anyone. Fang Xiu didn't have time to explain all this to him, so he simply continued to say that in the building where Bai Chi was currently fighting, there was an entity lurking that would eventually suddenly attack him and destroy him. Yang Ming understood that this could be far from a joke, so he immediately pressed the gas pedal and drove at maximum speed to where Fang Xiu indicated to him. Fang Xiu understood that at this stage he most likely did everything he could, then Yang Ming should play the main role. Whether he has time or not will depend only on him. Shin interrupted his thoughts, because she literally ran from the chairman's office and told him that they would now go immediately to check whether his mind was clouded. But then her face suddenly changed to one of satisfaction, because she believed that she had caught him, because now he would not be able to deceive her. Fang Xiu didn't pay attention to her sarcastic face and simply asked her to start asking questions already. Before she had time to ask the first question, the guy had already answered her that he would accept the fight and would not retreat. Shin was not ready for this, but still she began to read the second question, which had the same story. Fang Xiu answered of course no, even if Xiao was in danger. Well, before she had time to ask the third question, he said that if he becomes an esper, then it will destroy all entities, and at this moment Shin gave up. After which, Fang Xiu simply stood up from his seat and decided that this was the end of the interrogation. She was still trying to figure out how he did it, and reached into the device to make sure it wasn't broken. Fang Xiu knew very well that the chairman had been waiting for him for a long time, so immediately after this interrogation he went to him and began to listen. That the man did not quite believe him, that he could predict the future. The guy did not become modest and began to say that there is not a single esper on earth who could compete with him, because they will always be at different levels. The chairman was not entirely pleased when he heard such an answer. He immediately wanted to stuff his pretty uniform, but all he could do was ask Shin for the test results. She answered the man that she did not write down the report, because during the interrogation, Fang Xiu himself asked and answered all the questions, and the apparatus did not notice a single indicator of the presence of filth or signs of a clouded mind. Fang Xiu realized that he needed to show at least some weak point of his ability in order to somehow convince them of everything. Therefore, he decided to say that although he can freely observe the future, in order to restart everything he needs to pay a big price, and the price is clouding his mind. This is why he cannot predict for the long term, otherwise he will have to pay for it, so he needs to join the organization to keep his mental state in order. When the chairman heard this whole chain, which is limited to prediction, then restoration, then loss, and so on in a circle, then suddenly everything became extremely clear to him. There is definitely some kind of logic in this. He decided to ask the guy what he expected from working in their organization. The therapy he so wants to receive is not a problem. It turns out to be mandatory for all espers. Fang Xiu answered him that he wanted the salary of a second-rank esper, as well as a bonus and incense every month, and he needed all this to work his ability, especially money. The chairman told him that if he proves that he still has the ability, then he will arrange everything without any problems, but he will still think about the bonus. The guy believed that the man didn't quite understand how important it is to foresee the future, so he answered like that. Fang Xiu believed that so that he would no longer have such questions, he prepared a small gift especially for the man. The chairman didn't quite like this, but still he decided to ask the guy what he was talking about. What other gift? Fang Xiu suddenly began to smile incredibly hard and told him with great pleasure that this gift was Bai Qi's life. The man's face immediately changed from not understanding what this guy was saying right now, and how did he even know Bai Qi. The chairman could not stand such impudent behavior, so he loudly slammed his hand on the table and ordered the guy to never threaten Bai Qi's life with him again. Fang Xiu found it funny to watch him get angry, so he decided to invite the man to call Bai Qi right now if he was so sure that the guy was bluffing. Shin came closer to Fang Xiu and put her hand on his shoulder so that the guy would calm down a little, because at times he really goes beyond all limits. But still, the chairman decided to call Bai Qi, but suddenly he was interrupted by a man who suddenly burst through the doors and was breathing so quickly, as if something so terrible had happened. It was Yang Ming, who flew into the chairman's office with the words that he was looking for Fang Xiu. The man didn't understand what Yang Ming was doing here, because he was told that he and Bai Qi had gone on a mission, and where was his partner? Yang Ming immediately began to say that Bai Qi was seriously injured and is now in the hospital, which is why he is looking for Fang Xiu. Shin immediately got angry with the guy and gathered a lot of energy into her hand, because she was going to find out from the guy what he did to her friend Bai Chi. Fang Xiu was calm even at such moments, all because he thought that Yang Ming still managed to save his friend, even though he ended up in the hospital. The chairman told Yang Ming what happened here, namely how Fang Xiu talked about how he had a gift for them, and after these words he immediately burst into Yang Ming's office. Was Bai Chi's serious injury really his gift? But what a surprise they were when Yang Ming ran closer to Fang Xiu and began to hug him. Because everything happened exactly as Fang Xiu told him, and that's the only reason he was able to save his friend. Shin and the chairman couldn't believe their eyes that they were seeing this picture. They couldn't even imagine that Yang Ming could hug someone so sincerely. Fang Xiu did not miss the moment to mock them a little more and asked what impression they had of his gift. Shin was seething with anger, because the thought was spinning in her head that Fang Xiu saved the life of her best friend, the Esper, with just one phone call. How could this be? The chairman concluded that if Bai Chi was saved only because of Fang Xiu's tip, then his powers have become extremely important to them. But he is not yet ready to draw any conclusions, so he asked Shin to take the guy to the restroom, and Yang Min for now stay with him. But before leaving, Yang Ming added to the guy that he would definitely find him later to continue their conversation. Shin sat with the guy in the lounge room and thought that he not only guessed her abilities, but also found out about her tattoo. She had the feeling that he could see right through her. But suddenly she noticed how the guy was staring straight at her neck, and she sincerely did not understand why he was looking there like that. The guy at that moment was thinking that her neck was the same as his wife's, long and snow white, so he really wanted to cut her throat with a scalpel, but her blood would be warm, unlike his wife's blood. After Yang Ming spoke with the chairman, he immediately went into the restroom and asked Shin to leave him and Fang Xiu alone. She immediately left the room, because she was already quite embarrassed to be there, so she was all for it. Yang Ming changed his face and sat down opposite him, as if he wanted to discuss something very important with him. The guy looked at him carefully and waited for Yang Ming to start the conversation first. Yang Ming suddenly began to smile again, because he hoped that Fang Xiu didn't tell anyone that the guy bullied his best friend. Before answering, the guy thought that the chairman was quite wary when he found out and saw his abilities in action, and Yang Ming seemed to not care about his abilities at all. The main thing for him was that Fang Xiu would not reveal his secret. Therefore, he answered the man that this would remain only between them, after which the man exhaled with relief. But the guy wasn't finished yet and added that this is far from accurate information. Yang Ming immediately started shouting back at him, because he didn't understand what the guy meant, but as it turned out, everything was simple and the guy just wanted money for his silence. The man explained to him that first he would need to join the organization and be under his leadership, because the organization is quite murky, especially for a beginner. But the guy knew very well that he was telling him all this only so that the secret would always remain in the dark, but he promised him that Fang Xiu would remain silent for 100 coins. Yang Ming claimed that the guy was not yet on the team and could not demand money from him, but the guy in response only increased the price for his service. The man gave up and still tried to press on pity by saying that his salary was only 10 coins a month, but he was indebted to him for his help. But Fang Xiu didn't need all this snot, he just wanted to get his 200 coins, which he eventually had to give to Yang Ming. After such a robbery in broad daylight, Yang Ming had to approach Shin and asked her to borrow a couple of coins, but she didn't quite understand why a commander whose salary was 20 coins was asking for a loan from a man whose salary was 5 coins. Fang Xiu realized that he made a mistake, that he took everything from this guy at once. Now he realized that he needed to take a little from him every day. They all gathered in the common room to watch the same lottery, the numbers for which Fang Xiu had written down shortly before, and as the guy expected, absolutely all the numbers were exactly right down to the last one. Yang Ming could not restrain himself and jumped on the guy with the words that they are now brothers with him and real brothers should help each other in the next lottery tickets. But it was immediately decided to be closed by the chairman, who believed that Fang Xiu's abilities negatively affected his mind, so they should not waste energy on such nonsense. But Yang Ming thought exactly the opposite. Now that they are convinced of their abilities, they will keep it a secret from everyone. After which the man invited Fang Xiu to join the organization. All the requirements that he announced at the interview will be fulfilled. Fang Xiu didn't think long and simply agreed to even somehow quickly think about such a decision. But Yang Ming didn't quite understand how the chairman would keep all this secret, but the man said that they would enter his data into the World Register of Espers, but it was classified as top secret. Fang Xiu has now officially become a 5th-rank Esper, whose call sign was the Prophet, and now with the resources of the organization, he is one step closer to his revenge, so he mentally asked his little wife to wait impatiently for him. Yang Ming sincerely did not understand. Is the chairman really afraid that Fang Xiu might be taken away from them when others find out about his strength? And why was he included in the register? But he wasn't, and besides, he immediately became a 5th-rank Esper. What kind of business is this anyway? The chairman explained to him that now the number of strange incidents in the world had increased, so Fang Xiu was allowed to become above all of them. The man was sure that even if Fang Xiu decided to leave them, his merits and contributions to preserving the world would forever remain with them. He also added that Fang Xiu's friend Zhao was also given permission to join the organization, because they survived the event together in the hospital. The man did all this with the expectation that all this should bring Fang Xiu closer to the organizations and in an emergency situation play into their hands, so he did just that. Xin disagreed with him a little, because his ability was too unusual. But he asked them not to worry, because he was almost sure that everything would work out, and besides, he would become more steadfast thanks to his work in the organization. Fang Xiu realized that it looked like they wanted to put a spoke in his wheels by accepting Zhao's command, hoping that he wouldn't guess. The chairman hoped that the guy now understood everything, so he asked Yang Ming to tell him in more detail about the entity they had to face. Yang Ming began by saying that although he has no evidence, that monster was definitely created by man. Of course, there were no questions about what this entity was, but it consisted entirely of something similar to smoke or another substance, and during the battle it behaved too humanly. And only thanks to his luck, he was able to avoid the fatal blows for him. In addition, his behavior was strange. He constantly moved like water, and at the moment when Yang Ming tried to attack, he retreated as if he was waiting for his attack. Well, in the end, when the battle ended, the only thing Yang Ming found there was a card, the Ace of Spades. Fang Xiu immediately asked him a question. Was he interested in whether this entity created the card or did it use it during the battle? The chairman added that if the monster left a map, then most likely it was an Esper, so perhaps they were faced with an enemy that had never been seen before, which could be backed by a large group. For the man, everything was too confusing, so he decided that they needed to conduct a deeper investigation. So he asked investigator Shen to show Fang Xiu how everything worked here. As soon as the guy returned home after his first working day in the organization, he immediately began to look at the coins that he received, and he was well aware that each of them could be worth millions on the black market, and this could not help but make him happy. He thought that Captain Yang Ming made good money this way, although on the other hand, he perfectly understood that if he were not an Esper, he would most likely have to trade in something interesting. Fang Xiu was incredibly pleased that instead of blackmailing him, Yang Ming, on the contrary, thanked him for saving Bai Qi. It seemed to the guy that a strong connection awaited them. In any case, this will happen later, and now he just had to figure out how he could get profit from these coins. At first he thought about spending these coins on armor, but then he immediately changed his mind, because the chance of dying is already high, so there is no point in spending 200 coins on useless armor. Now Fang Xiu thought about weapons, but again quickly changed his mind, because he remembered that he had a scalpel, and besides, he only had enough coins for one weapon. In fact, the guy understood that he did not need a weapon that could kill on the spot, as long as it was light, ergonomic and sharp, to penetrate the enemy's defense, for example, like his scalpel. Therefore, he decided that if he was going to order a weapon, It should be in the likeness of his scalpel, which could disguise its supernatural origin. And he decided to resell the rest of the coins on the black market for normal money. When suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a knock on the door, the guy understood perfectly well that if it was Zhao or someone from the organization, then they would definitely have called before coming at such a late hour. Therefore, with the utmost caution, he approached the door to first check who came there. As soon as he looked through the peephole, it was as if he was enveloped in some kind of red energy that caught him in a trap. Fang Xiu lost his composure, and for some time was in a vacuum from which he could not get out on his own. When he woke up, the first thing he felt was the terrible smell of rot that pierced his consciousness. But still the main question was where he was now. What kind of place was this? But when he looked around a little, he saw an incredibly large number of monsters around him, who were ready to tear him into small pieces. The guy understood that the best way out would be to remain calm, but when he saw some man with a key in his hands, even Fan Xiu felt something tingle inside his body. This man even tried to talk to him, and told him that he had been waiting so long for the guy to wake up to talk to him. All this together would drive any person who could see it crazy, but Fan Xiu tried to hold firm, and so far he was doing great. The guy calmly looked into the eyes of this man and realized that it looked like he had seen this particular man through the peephole before he was kidnapped. Suddenly this man spoke to him again, praising the guy for the fact that he woke up quite quickly. In fact, it was immediately obvious that he was not a new Esper, or the guy simply also had a gift, like him, but it was only a pity, because the man really loves to destroy these talents. Fan Xiu did not react to the man in any way, no matter what he said. The only thing he was busy with right now was that he was trying to find something that would give him an understanding of what his strength was, and the first thing that came to mind was his eyes. The guy understood that he was an Esper, but not an ordinary one, but after a few seconds, Fang Xiu realized from his elongated face and from the fact that he considers himself a genius, this is most likely the cousin of Wang Xiao, the same director from the academy? The man was slightly surprised that the guy knew him, but he had nothing to hide, and he confirmed this information, saying that he really is this loser's brilliant cousin. After which he added that, unfortunately, he began to destroy less and less often, and the car was already quite worn out, so he asked the guy to wait a little and soon it would all be over. Fang Xiu answered him that he had already heard such things somewhere, so he asked the man to fix his car faster, because the guy doesn't like to waste his time for nothing. The mad genius started laughing incredibly hard at him and asked Fang Xiu not to say that he liked his work, because he believed that the guy would not even have time to blink before he would end up in a coffin. The guy thought about the fact that he was behaving completely abnormally and unpredictably. It seemed that on the forum there was just a similar description of the manifestation of loss of reason, so he answered him that they all seemed to be sick. Then he added with a smile that his brother also tried to drag him along to the next world. It was so hilarious, he kept pulling at his trouser leg with his bloody hands. And for dessert, Fang Xiu told him how he crushed his lousy hand, breaking it down to the bones and listening to him scream. The man became even crazier after these words and began to threaten the guy, saying that he would put his body through a meat grinder and feed it to stray dogs. But Fang Xiu answered him that he was just a nobody, a man who had fallen to the very bottom, an ordinary crazy person who had gone crazy. Brother Xiao didn't understand how this was possible, because in his head it was completely different. He had to crawl on his knees and beg for mercy, as was the case with his previous victims. Therefore, from that moment on, he decided that he would torture the guy. He would not leave him a living place, if only he would open his mouth and ask for his life. He began to choose the largest tool that he only had in his arsenal, because he wanted to teach the boy a life lesson that he would never forget in his life. Fang Xiu, instead of being at least a little worried, on the contrary, angered the man even more, telling him that he could do all this much faster, because he was already too bored to sit here. He started shouting back at him to immediately shut his mouth, otherwise he couldn't vouch for himself. The man picked up the tool with which he was going to break off piece by piece from the guy and added that he had the last chance to ask for mercy. Fang Xiu didn't hear what he was barking there and simply asked him a question in response, asking how the man wants to die. Perhaps he wants to have all his ribs and bones broken or twisted into minced meat? The guy continued to list the options and asked him to finally tell him. But the man couldn't answer anything. He didn't understand what was wrong with this guy. Fang Xiu noticed that apparently it was very difficult for him to choose. Well, his brother was the same, so he offered him several more options and asked him to finally decide. But still, the guy had to admit that he was not a pro, so it was worth admitting that the man could simply die or lose too much blood before they finished, so he asked for forgiveness in advance. In any case, he hoped that the man would be able to understand and tolerate him in this case. This is an important moment for him, so he warns. The man put his hand to his head and simply did not understand who this guy was and what he was even saying, because here it is the man who decides who will die and who will be skinned. How can he even threaten him in such a situation? The guy made it clear to him that the fate of this man is only in his hands and no one will change him. That's why he talks to him so freely. After which Fang Xiu turned to the monster who was behind him and asked why he had been hanging around here for half a day. Maybe he wanted to eat the man so that he wouldn't interfere? The man was not so mad when he looked at the guy who was talking to who knows who. Fang Xiu, in a great mood, told him that behind him was an entity that had come to eat the man alive. As soon as the man wanted to add a few more words, a huge monster suddenly appeared in front of him, and now he had an understanding in his head of what the guy was talking about. Fang Xiu continued to tell the man that he warned him. Besides, these are not all the surprises that the guy had prepared for him, so he asked him to prepare more seriously for what he would see now. And as soon as he said these words, several monsters appeared out of nowhere, which he clearly did not expect to see here, and in general he seemed to have never seen anything like this before, so he was very scared. He simply could not believe that all this was possible. The horror that he created for all his victims suddenly turned into him, and Fang Xiu simply continued to enjoy the moment, and it was obvious which of them was actually the man who destroys people. Fang Xiu was already pretty tired of putting up with his little wife, who every time he came simply didn't give him peace and asked thousands of questions. The guy thought about how good it would be to be eaten alive. It would be a +1 to resistance. But for now he will put this idea aside and promised his wife that someday she will definitely feel all his torment, but definitely not now. While he was about to deal with another character, to whom he promised a painful end to his days, a real man must keep his word. The man, just like last time, looked through the peephole and heard the guy slowly approaching the door. He could only wait for him to come closer and then he would again catch him in his trap. He couldn't even imagine that in a second he would be hit right in the eye through the very peephole through which he had been looking and hoping to see the guy as soon as possible. He fell to the floor and began to scream in pain, because no one could tolerate this, after which he gradually began to bleed, which would lead to only one outcome, and he was well aware of this. But Fang Xiu was not going to end there, after which the man pulled him into the apartment to continue fulfilling his promise. The guy, of course, thought that he didn't like playing trump cards too much, but he was disgusted when they were used against him. To begin with, Fang Xiu decided to examine the guy and see what things he had with him, of which there were a large number. Fang Xiu looked at all these things and thought that an incredibly strong energy emanated from them, but it was quite strange, the kind he had never seen before. The guy even found a weapon on him, which means he was pretty good. He even had some kind of weapon, although he still lost it to the scalpel. In addition, Fang Xiu realized that this was an esper below the second rank, because he was able to knock him down with one blow, which was quite strange. The Enlightenment Club is an organization created by espers from people whose minds have been distorted by entities. Favors can only calm them down, but there is no way to return their minds. Suddenly Fang Xiu was interrupted by some sound and, as it turned out, this guy called a courier, who apparently was very unlucky that he came to Fang Xiu, because what could be worse than an already distraught Esper? The man woke up and at first did not understand what had happened and where he was, but after a few minutes he realized that he was tied up in his own warehouse, which was an incredible surprise for him. But this was not the worst that awaited him, because then he saw in front of him a guy whom he so wanted to knock out and steal, but everything happened exactly the opposite. The man could not restrain himself and began to shout in his direction and tried to find out who this guy was and what he was trying to get from him. Fang Xiu calmly told him that he was the one whose man tried to break into his apartment and ruin a wonderful evening with his girlfriend. The man then immediately realized that he was speaking directly to Fang Xiu and could not fully believe that it was really him. Fang Xiu did not listen to his whining, so he immediately warned him that if he did not move, the guy would try to do everything quickly. In general, the guy wanted to cut out his eyes first so that he could not use his abilities, but on the other hand, he so wanted the man to personally enjoy his death. He walked up behind him and repeated once again that his life was only in his hands, so he gave him advice to move less and then perhaps it would end faster. The man realized that there was no point in joking with him, so first he decided to find out what the guy was up to, because in fact he never had anything against the guy. He only always thought that the guy was a new Esper who had recently joined the organization. Fang Xiu didn't even believe it, because he believed that the man came to him in order to take revenge on the guy for destroying his brother. The man could not even imagine how the guy could find out about his revenge, but still continued to act out the scene and say that he had never thought about it. But the guy thought a little differently, and thought that he had no right to separate his family, so he decided that he would destroy the man just like he did him. After which he struck him in the face, from which the man began to scream incredibly hard, because the pain was really very great. The man was in a state of shock and only thought that this pain was too much. Did Fang Xiu really just let his guts out? He didn't understand what kind of knife this guy had and why it caused so much pain. He was definitely some kind of crazy person doing this. A few seconds later, the man incredibly regretted what he had just said, because immediately after his words there was a blow, from which he screamed even more. He simply asked the guy to kill him as soon as possible, because he simply cannot endure this torment. It's too much for him. Fang Xiu thought that it looked like the man would quickly return to normal at this rate, so he invited him to play a little game called Question and Answer, to which the man replied that he would tell him everything, but he just didn't touch him. In the first question, Fang Xiu wanted to know what the bronze candlestick is for. The man then immediately told him that he was needed to protect against attacks from entities. The leader of the man lent him it to reduce the influence of entities on him. After which he explained that the candle is soaked in blood, and when it is set on fire, its light scares away all entities, but if there are many entities, then the candle will end faster. With the second question, the guy wanted to clarify with the man how much he was able to awaken, and why did he even lose control. He told him that he had become a rank 2 Esper by 20%, but he could not cope with the open flow of spiritual energy, and his mind began to quickly become foggy. Then the guy asked to tell him everything about the Enlightenment Club, about its participants, composition, level of awakening and, of course, about their abilities. The man began to tell him without any questions that the participants had sufficient freedom, and there was no point in hiding something, but he knew for sure that their leader was a rank 2 Esper. After 30 minutes of stories, the man told absolutely everything he knew and asked the guy to destroy him, but the guy answered him that there was no hurry, and there would still be a couple thousand cuts, and Fang Xiu reminded him that he didn't tell him that for his sweet speeches he would let him go. This made the man lose his head, and with all the strength he had left, he began to shout that the guy was an ordinary liar. Fang Xiu was so funny watching this, he enjoyed every second and asked the man to also do the same. Why did he suddenly become so nervous? He cut him several more times, and the man began to beg him for the guy to just kill him, because it was simply unbearable to endure such pain. At what point, after 1,000 words and constant prayers, the man suddenly stopped talking and the warehouse became so quiet. Fang Xiu didn't understand the reason why the man could quiet down, so he started poking him with his scalpel to make him scream a little more. But then he suddenly noticed how huge blue balls appeared on the man's body, which could only mean one thing. That right now the man has completely lost his mind and will become completely crazy. Fang Xiu did not expect such a good effect, and he was incredibly interested to see what would happen next. This was the first time in his life that Fang Xiu had seen such things happen to an Esper, so he decided that it would be better to stop this madness right now. At one point, the man's arms were simply torn off and he stopped screaming and moving. The guy didn't believe that the transformation could finish him off. Did he really beat him so badly that he just fell back? But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by some incredibly loud and unpleasant sound that came directly from the man's body. And when he raised his head, the guy was horrified by what he saw. It was as if some entity began to crawl out of his eyes, and it looked very terrible. The guy was incredibly shocked, because he had never seen anything like this and had no idea what could be done about it. First of all, he decided to move away a little from the man and let this transformation, if you can call it that, end, after which he would understand what was happening here. A few minutes later, a small eye that had legs completely emerged from the madman's body, and now it became clear who allowed the man to use such abilities. Fang Xiu was becoming more and more interesting to watch with each passing second. The entity, which was able to get out of the madman's body, immediately turned its attention to Fang Xiu standing in front, who was smilingly waiting to see what this creature would do next. But she didn't have to stand for long. She immediately began to attack him, and he had to immediately defend himself. Fang Xiu did not expect that this plague would be so fast and would already be on his body in a few seconds, but still he did not give up and tried to get it out with his scalpel. The guy understood perfectly well that this nonsense was aiming right at his eye, so in time he managed to catch this parasite with his hand. He calmed down a little when he managed to catch this creature, but when he looked straight into the center of this flying eye, he realized that his calmness was premature. And his fears were completely justified, because this creature managed to take the guy out of his hand and re-inflict another attack, which would be incredibly difficult to evade. This parasite was still able to crawl inside the guy's eye, as a result of which he stopped seeing normally. No matter how hard he tried to pull this entity out of his eyes, he could not succeed, and at some point he realized that it was useless. This creature was already inside his body and began to act inside Fang Xiu. A few moments later, the guy was able to see again, but now he had special vision both externally and internally. Fang Xiu suddenly began to hear voices inside himself, which told him that the Queen of Spades had definitely not deceived him and his body was weak, so he could begin the transformation, and Fang Xiu began to guess whose voice it was. This voice continued to taunt him, saying that Fang Xiu was now under his control and would now forever remain in his body, causing incredible pain. Fang Xiu pretended that he did not understand what the voice was telling him, so asked him again, will he really allow him to suffer? But without waiting for an answer to his question, the guy immediately added that in fact, only he himself would suffer here. The voice tried to convey to him the information that he controls this body and if he wants, he can destroy all his loved ones with his own hands. But this creature could not even imagine where it ended up, because after it looked around a little, it began to clearly understand that this was not a soul, but a prison inside the guy. The guy couldn't believe that this was all this entity was capable of, so he decided to let her feel real pain, which caused him incredible euphoria and joy. After this native ritual, the guy was clearly sure that now he was the bearer of the Eye of Blood. After playing a staring contest with the bearer of the eye, the consciousness of the opponent is infected, leading to further death. From that second, the guy understood that he, too, could now cause hallucinations in people, and the guy couldn't believe that as soon as the man's power awakened, this eye quickly began to develop and led him straight to the second rank. The power was revealed only by 5%, and he guessed that the man simply spent all his strength on this eye, which eventually captured him. In this case, he can make the eye even stronger by absorbing other entities, which couldn't help but please him. However, the question arose before him of how he could teach him to absorb them, because this time he trying to get into the womb of his mind. This was his only chance. Fan Xiu didn't quite understand how this could happen, but he began to guess that she was involved in this, and she somehow tried to do it. Although he didn't know who or what it was, he was quite satisfied with the result, so there were no special problems with it. Eventually this candlestick will be able to lead him to the club, so this will be the perfect chance to destroy them all. After all, he understood perfectly well that society is a pyramid, and if one element falls out, then absolutely everything will collapse behind it. He was sorry that he only now began to feel their presence on the streets, so he decided that it would be better to just go to the address of the bar first. Therefore, in principle, he did just that, came to that same bar, and found a business card with the address from which he found in the man's bag. The bartender, who was on shift today, immediately drew attention to the new guy and asked him what he would like to order. But Fan Xiu had prepared for this question, so he answered something that would take him to the next stage, namely that he wanted to order 24 black rose petals. But the bartender did not quite understand what the client was telling him, but still answered him that at the moment they do not have this variety. Fan Xiu knew very well that this was not a type of wine, but a flower, so he told the guy so. After which the bartender's expression changed and he suddenly asked the guy to come with him. They approached some door on which there was a code that the same bartender entered without a space. And the doors to the room suddenly opened and it was possible to go inside. The bartender also added that now he could calmly pass through and the guy would be called a little later. Fan Xiu didn't quite expect that such a small bar would have such a large secret passage. But he walked along it as if he had already been here more than once, so he went straight to the door that he needed so much, but in front of it there were also 2 guards. And the first thing Fan Xiu thought was that there was much more security here than there was in the organization. His thoughts were interrupted by the same guards who, as soon as they saw the guy, immediately asked him for a pass, otherwise they wouldn't just let him go. Fan Xiu showed them his pass, after which they began to inspect him for a number of illegal items, and at that moment he thought that it seemed that not every garbage dump could end up here. The check went quite quickly and successfully, after which the security let him in through the doors and wished him to have a good time. As soon as the guy walked inside, he thought about the fact that there are no more than 100 espers in the whole city, and there are about 10 of them here. Before he had time to look around normally, a girl approached him and immediately offered her help. Fan Xiu answered her quite unexpectedly, saying that he came here to ruin the life of some person. Can she help him with this? She took him to a separate room, in which the guy continued to ask his questions, and this time he asked her how much he could get for the head of the leader of the education club. The girl did not answer him with direct numbers, but began to come from afar, saying that he was an esper of the 2nd rank and he would definitely need the help of another one, but if he was still going to attack the Enlightenment Club, then he needed to prepare the necessary uniforms. The guy interrupted her, because he was not going to listen to all this advice, and once again repeated his question, "How much?" She realized that he was a rather serious guy, so she began to tell him that you could get not only coins for him, but from his looks she realized that they were what he was interested in, so she named the amount of 5,000, which is exactly how much you can get for his head. After which the guy asked her a number of questions, which were also related to the prices on some people's heads, and it seemed to him that the prices were too low, so he asked what the basis for setting the price was. She noticed that he asked too many questions, because everything has its own price. Bargaining in this case is simply inappropriate, so if he still wants to set his price, then he needs to, and suddenly she fell silent. The guy immediately hit the table with his hand and ordered her to finish the sentence she started. She continued to say that since the order has already been placed, Li Jiwei has the power to influence the enemy's sensations, and his combat skills are weak, so the payment for him is not high, and besides, he is the cousin of the leader of the Enlightenment Club. Fan Xiu didn't even realize that he was his brother, so he was slightly surprised by this information. The girl suddenly began to smile incredibly hard and invited him to cancel his order. The only negative was that the advance payment would not be refunded. The guy didn't think it was necessary, because he was going to destroy him, so he asked her when he could start and what pitfalls he kept in himself. She upset him, because they could not tell him the exact time, but they would definitely contact him within a week. But for now he should download a special application through which he can track the status of the order, through which he can confirm the completion of the order, and withdraw the reward from the balance sheet. She also added that if a new order appears, it will also immediately appear in his personal account, so you need to be more careful with this, after which she immediately asked him for forgiveness for burdening him a little with all this. But still, she still had to tell him that in case of failure, he has two options, the first of which they return half the cost of the order, and the second order is transferred to a more reliable contractor. All these obligations are spelled out in the contract from which he could read directly now. As soon as the guy took this agreement in his hands, he noticed how power emanated from it, although he understood that these were ordinary sheets of paper. The girl at that moment looked carefully at the guy and thought that most likely he had spiritualistic abilities, since he was able to feel the flow of energy from these documents. She told him that this was necessary in order to guarantee a valid contract in case the client does not make the deposit on time. Fan Xiu noticed that in this case it doesn't matter at all whether he signs under someone else's name or not. But nevertheless, he signed this document and accepted all the rules of this game, after which he turned around and began to leave, and the girls had no choice but to wish him a good day and say that they would be waiting for him to visit again. The guy left this office in a good mood, because he understood perfectly well that they were not watching and it looked like he was completely safe. He stood in the middle of this room and thought that 200 coins for the eyes from the education club was pretty good, but he wanted to see how much he could earn for their chapter. The next day he met with his friend Zhao, who still could not get over the idea that he was now also in the organization, and also with his friend Fan Xiu. After which they went to the chairman, who told them that as a result of the invasion of entities, complete confusion reigns in the country and in the world in general. Some associations themselves began to cultivate their own espers, while others invited them from other countries. Roughly speaking, he asked the guy to go they have training. Zhao was incredibly happy about this offer, because he understood that this was actually a great chance, but Fan Xiu's face could not say so. Yang Ming, who was also nearby, added that since they are already partners now, he definitely needs to gain experience in order to keep up. But he was interrupted by the chairman, who suddenly asked him what he currently knew about the Ace of Spades and how Bai Qi was feeling there in general. Yang Ming answered him that behind this card there is an incredibly large organization called Poker. Its secrecy is amazing. Nothing is known about the composition, strength of the espers and the head. Well, what about Bai Qi? He is confidently on the mend, but he can't do anything on his own yet. The chairman told him that this, of course, was all very good, but still asked him to learn more about poker and help Bai Qi fully recover. Fan Xiu thought that the Ace of Spades, masquerading as a shadow, and the King of Spades, capable of creating entities, he thought that this organization was very strong and it was still unknown what kind of monsters still lived there, so he believed that it was necessary to find them. The guys nevertheless agreed to be given a training course to become espers, and the first day was devoted exclusively to theory. While Fan Xiu tried to get at least a little sleep during these lessons, Zhao also didn't listen much, but he looked carefully at the one who taught them this theory. The next day came practice, which was already much more interesting, because they were given a little shooting and Fan Xiu decided to put a watermelon on his friend's head and shoot a little. Today Zhao was lucky that Fan Xiu was more accurate than ever. But after a week, Fan Xiu already found even this activity very boring, because after such a long time they had not even started fighting the entities, and even from the Black Rose they had not answered him. The man was incredibly angry because his brother was destroyed, who even dared to do this. He looked at his subordinates and made it clear to them that whoever did this was clearly targeting him and the education club. And he won't allow this to happen to anyone, so he immediately ordered them to find and get out of the ground the one who dared to do this. Everyone who was at that meeting was lucky that next to this man was his companion, who knew how to quickly calm him down, which only worked to their advantage. She gave him another glass of wine, which calmed him quite well, which he happily drank. But suddenly he stopped drinking it because he felt an unusual taste that he didn't like at all. The wine was too bad this time. She began to reach out to him and asked him to slowly think and guess for himself what this wonderful taste was. But he instantly pushed her away from him, because he knew perfectly well where her mouth was before and didn't even want to think about her kissing him. She didn't understand why he was so angry and screaming. He could scare everyone away. In any case, they would all be loyal only to him. After which she got up from the table and asked her sweet boss to give her just a week and he would be incredibly pleased. The chairman and Yang Ming talked with Bai Qi over the phone and he told them that the doctor said that he was already on the mend, but he would not be able to go back soon. The boss told him that while he was recovering, they needed to find a replacement for him, who would go to explore the hospital territory. He believed that Yang Kun would agree. Yang Ming added that after all, he is also a strong esper for whom this task will not be a problem, and Fan Xiu, he was the one who was able to get out of there, wasn't he? The chairman answered him that he was also quite strong, although he had only recently become an esper, so the man wanted to first test him on tasks of 5th grade, and only then send him to 3RD and higher, when he had enough experience for this. Yang Ming thought that the old man cared too much about him. And what was the difference between Danger Class 5 and Danger Class 4? The chairman began to shout at him, because of course he is a rank 3 esper, and for him there is no difference at all. If before it didn't matter who you sent on a mission, now these gamblers can attack them at any moment. The chairman didn't understand why it was so difficult for him to understand. Bai Qi was also still in touch and added that because of Yang Ming's luck, absolutely everyone who was next to him, except himself, could die, so the guy believed that he should not care at all. But Yang Ming thought differently. He was sure that a real man must go through fire, water and copper pipes, which is why he insisted on calling Fang Xiu. The chairman didn't really want this, but still called Fang Xiu into his office to have a serious talk with him. Having collected his thoughts a little, the man told him that he had called him in order to entrust him with a special mission. Fang Xiu immediately made it clear to him that if this was not related to them, then he would pass. But the man assured him that this task was related to the incident that occurred due to the fault of the entities in Heishui village. After which he gave the guy a piece of paper that had complete information about this story, and the guy immediately began to familiarize himself with it, because he had never heard of this village before. The chairman added to him that this is a very small village, which is practically impossible to get to, so few people know about it. And it got its name because of the color of the water in it. Black water is everywhere there, so over the course of several years many residents drowned in the river, but everyone thought that these were just accidents. But according to stories from the village, there is definitely some kind of entity living in the river, which is waiting at the depths for its prey, and as soon as it is there, the entity pulls it to the bottom. Against the backdrop of a series of such events, a local resident had a dream in which he found himself on the bank of a river, but it was in reality, so he was able to wake up in time and save his life. And such a case was not the only one. The organization has already begun an investigation into this incident, codenamed Glabina. The initial assessment of this mission was 4th grade. At first, Fang Xiu was not too eager to do such things, but still, when the chairman told him in more detail, this story interested him. The guy knew that for Class 5 incidents the organization pays 10 coins, for Class 4 100 coins, for Class 3 1000 and so on. He thought that it would be easier for him to earn a place in the education club in this way. The chairman took into account that this was the first case, and his abilities were still a secret to them. Then he would have a partner, who would be Investigator Shin, and Zhao would also go with them. The guy began to smile, because finally, after a week of no contact with the entities, he had a chance to meet them. Although he tried to take revenge on his wife, but due to the difference in level between them, he constantly died and rolled back. But all this was due to lack of experience. The man watched as Fang Xiu whispered something to himself, and thought about how depressing the guy's aura was, that he didn't look at all like an esper who had successfully passed the test for losing his mind. And yet, the chairman forgot to add that an ordinary person will go with them on this mission. She will help them deal with this matter, because Investigator Chen and her assistant are already a formed duo. After which he picked up the phone and asked that same partner Fang Xiu to come to his office. It turned out to be a girl whose name was Su Kursen, and she would be Fang Xiu's partner, who just flew into the office like lightning immediately after the man called her. As soon as she entered, the chairman introduced her to Fang Xiu, with whom she would work from now on. The guy looked at her and thought that she was a graduate of a prestigious university, trained in the organization, and she couldn't help but know that espers have all their senses much sharper than an ordinary person. She tried to introduce herself and talk a little about herself, but Fang Xiu simply asked her to close her mouth and send him her number and friend request and asked her, until he accepted her, not to even try to call him. She was shocked when she heard this, because she could not even expect such behavior from him. As soon as the guy left the office, he immediately saw how one person was added to the friend requests, and it was Su Kursen, who to him looked like a girl with a lollipop, whom he met first on the street, seemingly harmless in appearance, but then it will knock on its own and pull you to the bottom. But he was distracted from his thoughts by Shin and Zhao, who were already tired of waiting for him, so they asked the guy to move a little. A minute later they were already on their way to a mission, and one of the people unfamiliar to the guy began the conversation with the phrase that if this was their first meeting, then he would introduce himself first. This guy's name is Lu Shuai. He believed that he was the oldest investigator here, so he allowed them to call him simply by his name, and his superpower is the ability to teleport. Zhao was shocked by such a wonderful skill. What an incredible ability it was for him. Lu thanked him and asked what strength he had. Shin decided to answer for him, and said that it was better for him not to know why the guy blushed so badly. After which she added that since she was the captain of the squad, she would quickly introduce them. She said that she owns flames, and Fang Xiu predicts thoughts, as was said before. Well, the last member of their team is Zhao, for whom everything becomes stronger after 11 p.m., including everything below the navel. Lu was so funny about this, because he had already heard about Zhao and thought that this was not true, because this could not happen, but now it turned out to be true and the guy sincerely did not understand how he would fight entities with such power. But Zhao was not going to just tolerate insults in his direction, so he added that he knew very well that the guy could teleport only 10 centimeters and how would he now fight the entities with such force. Shin began to get incredibly angry at both of them, because they were going on a serious mission, and they were behaving like this. Therefore, she decided not to hide her emotions and shouted at them and politely asked them to close their mouths, because later they would have time for pleasantries, and if they didn't stop, they would go to the village on foot. They understood perfectly well that such a woman was not to be trifled with, and it was better not to anger her, so they created silence in the car. Fang Xiu at this time was thinking that this was a 4th grade assignment, and he would be working with espers who could not normally enter into confrontation with entities, damn tumblers. He understood that it seemed that the organization had no one to simply send due to a lack of hands, although on the other hand he knew that it was too early to draw any conclusions. As soon as they arrived and got out of the car, Fang Xiu immediately informed them that there was someone ahead. An old man and his co-ruler suddenly came out of the darkness, who first addressed Madame Shin, who was standing next to the others. She confirmed this information and also recognized this old man, whose name was Wan Yugui. The old man was glad that she recognized him, after which he introduced his son Fugui, after which he offered them a snack, because they were probably hungry after the hard journey. After they had a snack and Shin took a shower, she ordered everyone to go rest and get a good night's sleep, because tomorrow they are going on a mission. But Fang Xiu didn't seem to be going to sleep, because he repeated the same word, which was hair. Shin didn't understand why he was saying this and asked him to explain to her what he meant. The guy told her that he noticed that the old man had too good hair, considering that he was definitely over 70 years old. His hair should have faded long ago, but it is still in excellent condition. Lu thought that this was complete nonsense, because he could paint them or wear different masks, whatever, but Fan Xiu categorically disagreed with this. Shin thought for a while and said that Fan Xiu was right after all. All the residents were local, and Headman Wang had definitely spent his whole life here, and besides, such hair care requires not only money, but also time, which is too expensive for him. In any case, she understood that now they would not change anything, so she ordered them to go to bed, and she would be on duty, then they would change. Fang Xiu was the first to jump up from the table and went to the exit, ignoring the question from Zhao, who wanted to know where he was going. Did he really want to face this entity himself? He went out into the street and thought that it was better for him to meet her himself, because it seemed to him that she would only attack one at a time, and that she would not touch the group. Well, the most important thing is that he noticed that when they arrived in this village, there was no entity here. He lay in his room and thought that the only place where he encountered entities was the hospital, and all because they were able to connect their world with the human one. But he didn't think that the same situation would happen here, because if you compare, then in the hospital there was not a single source of communication with the outside world, but here there is definitely one. Behind all these thoughts, the guy quickly fell asleep, but he never managed to sleep, because he woke up from the realization that he was too cold. At one point, the guy realized that the mattress was shaking and the water was bubbling around him. He could not believe that this happened to him. Therefore, he immediately took the phone in his hands and began to illuminate everything around him. And what a surprise it was for him when he noticed that he was essentially floating on water. The guy understood that this was not an ordinary river, but about which there are legends in this village, a black river in which many people have already drowned. Shin, just like Fan Xiu, woke up from the cold, but she was also helped to get up by the bright light that blinded her eyes. But then she heard a familiar voice. It would be Fan Xiu, who was shining right in her face. She started shouting at him, because she didn't understand why he snuck into her room and what he wanted, but the guy asked her to just look around and asked him this question again. Shin also took her flashlight and started shining it around, and now she became even more confused about what could have happened and where they even were. From such light and their conversations, Zhao also had to wake up and ask them to turn off the light. But before he had time to wake up, Lu attacked him, who shouted that he had a very terrible dream, as if he was floating in the middle of the river on his mattress. Fan Xiu asked them to calm down, because if they behaved like this, they would probably fall into the water, where the essence was discovered. As soon as Zhao and Lu realized where they were, they immediately began to panic and shout that it was a whirlpool and they should get away from here as quickly as possible. Shin could endure a lot, but this was already too much, so she shouted at them properly and asked them to close their mouths, because no one would leave anywhere, much less jump into the water. They suddenly both became obedient and quiet. They realized that it was better to remain silent here, otherwise they would both go to test the depth of this river. Fan Xiu looked at this whole circus and only thought that what kind of clowns they are. Do they really think that someone will let them go from here so easily? Why then were they silently redirected to the very center of the river? Lu tried to row a little with his hand, but noticed that there was absolutely no movement, as if something was holding them in place. But to Zhao, on the contrary, it seemed that they had been floating for a long time. Shin explained to them that it seems that the entity can control the flows in the river, so under no circumstances should they go into the water, and even though in this squad its abilities are the strongest, but the flame is limited to water, so it cannot help. She added to them that in the worst case, she could only save herself, so she asked them to be extremely careful and think before they want to do anything. Zhao listened to her carefully and immediately turned to Fan Xiu, who really wanted to know what they should do, because they essentially found themselves in a cauldron from which they urgently needed to get out. But suddenly he fell silent because he saw that Fang Xiu was clearly planning something. Fang Xiu decided that he could build something similar to an oar from scrap materials, and thus tried to swim to the shore. Although after some time he changed his mind and realized that they couldn't make oars with what they had at hand. But he was able to make a kind of anchor, which he needed to hook onto something and then use it to get ashore, so he threw his shovel, which was tied to a rope, and threw it onto the nearest tree and successfully hooked it there. All this was silently observed by the others, who decided at this stage not to interfere with him, but to give him the opportunity to realize his idea. But they didn't have to sit idle for long, because as soon as he caught on the tree, he immediately asked them to hold on as tightly as possible. He handed each of them a rope, with which they were supposed to cling to each other and swim together to the shore. Shen simply could not believe that Fang Xiu, even in such a situation, could be so calm and reasonable. It was so incredible. Zhao never doubted that Fang Xiu was truly a genius, who once again proved it with his actions. But his joy was interrupted by Shen, who suddenly screamed that the funnel was missing. Fang Xiu turned around to look at it with his own eyes and began to think that the entity could create a whirlpool in the territory under its control. But now it is not there, then maybe it left us, or its radius of ability is small. Otherwise, he began to understand perfectly well that most likely she was already just under them, and as soon as he thought about it, some strange noises began. And then, completely, Shen noticed that the mattress was twitching and, most likely, the entity was right under them. She decided that the best way to check whether this was true or not was to take out her phone and simply shine it into the oil-black water. Shen realized that she would achieve nothing in this way, so she decided that now was the time to use her superpower and struck the expected point where the entity could be. But after a few seconds, she and everyone else realized that it was a grave mistake, because she hit her mattress, which began to sink under her feet. Shen began to understand at this moment that she could not cause much damage to the entity on the surface, but she also could not allow it to drag them to the bottom. After such a rash act, they all fell into the water, and at this point, Fang Xiu will most likely have to replay this story. Zhao and Lu screamed at the top of their voices and asked for help, because at least they did not know how to swim and they would most likely die not from the essence, but simply because they would drown. Fang Xiu just watched this, and yet now he was sure that they were complete clowns. After all, at the last moment he managed to throw a rope ashore, with the help of which they were able to get ashore. Zhao was pulling this heavyweight Lu, who weighed quite a few kilograms, and decided to check with them how far they were from the shore. She recovered a little and noticed the fact that they had been in the water for quite a long time, but the entity had not attacked them. This is very strange. Fang Xiu suddenly turned to her and looked at her with a stony gaze, and it was immediately clear that he was looking at her like that, because it was because of her that they almost drowned. But she believed that he was not just looking at her, but was super obviously shooting somewhere, which caused her incredible embarrassment. Fang Xiu, looking into her eyes, asked her to give some light, because he assumed that the entity was afraid of the woman, so it was waiting for her to spend all her strength. But she believed that if she spent all her energy, an entity would appear that they could not cope with without her. Fang Xiu reassured her, telling her not to worry, he would do everything, because he already had experience. She realized that there was no point in arguing with him, so she immediately decided to use her powers to add a little fire to this river. Zhao even managed to get high, because he imagined that he was in hot springs and he felt so good in this water. After some time, as expected, her strength came to an end and she had nothing left. Zhao then began to scream, because it seemed to him that there was really something in the water, and it seemed to him that it was quite large. Fang Xiu continued to remain calm, and it seemed that everything was going according to his plan, which is what he planned to do. They didn't understand what to do, although each of them noticed in Fang Xiu's calm eyes excitement and as if he was going to do something obscene in front of everyone. The guy really smiled, because he had long had a plan in his head that he would like to bring to life. after which he decided not to stand for a long time and dived straight into the water to see what kind of creature was swimming there. Fang Xiu dived under the water and immediately used his eye of blood, which was supposed to help him with this entity. But Fang Xiu saw nothing like that except hair, very long hair that was everywhere, and it reminded him of the hair of the village chief who met them at the very beginning of this task. He swam around a little more and began to think about how much he dislikes such entities, to the point where goosebumps appear on his skin. After all, at first they pretend to be harmless, but then they try to stab them in the back, but they fail and immediately run away. But as soon as he saw where the roots of this entity grew, he immediately continued to dive even deeper and deeper, while holding his scalpel in his hands. As soon as he got a little closer, he began to chop everything he saw with his weapon, because he understood that only in this way could he get to the center of this entity. At some point, he began to realize that he was running out of air, but in any case, his desire to destroy this entity was stronger, so he continued his struggle. But at one fine moment, the entity appeared, but not just like that. It grabbed the guy by the neck and began to choke, squeezing as hard as possible, and the guy felt it perfectly. No matter how hard the monster tries, you can't destroy the guy so easily. Such tricks were too few to cope with him. And at some point he began to smile and promised this entity that she would regret what she had done, because now he was going to show her all the pain that he had experienced. This was not the most beautiful monster the guy had seen. He even admitted at some point that even his wife in her better image was much more beautiful. But this was not what confused him most at that moment, but the fact that he struck her twice, and she had already died. Is the entity underwater really so fragile? He looked at the headless entity for some time and tried to understand what was wrong with it. But then the realization came to him of what her real incarnation was. It was creepy. The air was still at its limit, and this should not be forgotten, so the guy immediately surfaced in order to breathe a little. But he emerged not in the best mood, because this entity had unfortunately escaped, so he suggested going ashore for now. They carefully went ashore and pulled out Lu, who on this mission is still playing the role of a burden, and not as a member of the team. Shin understood that if they didn't urgently help the guy and give him mechanical ventilation, he could die, so she asked someone who knew how to do it. Zhao decided not to miss the moment, and suggested that she take care of this issue on her own. But Fang Xiu came out of the water and began to approach Lu, and the woman already began to think that he would now perform this ventilation. The guy was, of course, crazy, but not that crazy. He decided to solve this problem a little differently, and simply hit the guy in the face so that he would finally come to his senses. And no matter how strange it was, it helped him and he spat out absolutely all the water from himself. But still, the consequences of this blow were serious. His cheek, which Fang Xiu had hit him with, hurt for a long time. Shin and Zhao asked him to stop pretending already. If it weren't for Fang Xiu, then he might never be able to feel pain at all. He should be grateful. Their quarrel was interrupted by Fang Xiu himself, who told them that he had seen the corpse of a woman at the bottom, and when he tried to cut it, for some reason the hair immediately separated from it, so it is possible that the hair is the essence itself, and the female the corpse is a puppet, and besides, the headman's hair is the same as the corpse's. Shin understood perfectly well from the guy's words that they shouldn't return to the village now. It was best to set up a camp now, spend the night and regain strength, and then deal with this entity completely. Fang Xiu could not even imagine that such an experienced esper could think so, but in any case, he called his friend to help him a little. The guy asked Fang Xiu to send a detachment to Heishui village to pump water from the lake. But they answered the guy very rudely and directly told him that he did not need to do what he was not told, only what was in the task. Although the guy was refused, he still believed that it was necessary to make the most of the organization's capabilities, and in any case, it was necessary to pump out water from the river in order to get to the bottom that contained this monster. Shin said that before she thought that only an esper could cope with the entity without using the help of people, but now she understands that they still cannot do without help. Fang Xiu thought that he really didn't care about all this, he just wanted to make these creatures feel all his suffering and torment for themselves. The next morning it is time to wake up and go on the road, because today will be a hard day. Although today the weather was not so sunny, the guy still decided to put on glasses, and after that he asked them to speed up a little, because they were now heading straight to the river. They passed through a field where local residents were working, who were so inquisitive and looked at them as if they had never seen people. Shin even caught two girls discussing her outfit and hair, which seemed fine to them, although she still looked as if a hurricane had hit them. Zhao and Lu noticed that each of them had simply beautiful hair, as if they were all just born. Is this really all the tricks of the entity? After some time, a detachment arrived at the place, which would clean the lake and wet the water, although they were unhappy that the one who called them thought that this was his land, so they looked at the guys and were a little indignant at such lawlessness. They asked them all to leave immediately and as soon as possible, because they were carrying out orders, and these guys from out of nowhere were interfering with them. But from behind, Fang Xiu's voice responded, presenting them with a paper on which it was clearly visible that the organizer of this action was Fang Xiu. The head of the cleanup approached Investigator Fang personally and reported to him that the 10th cleanup squad had received his order. The girl who was standing nearby immediately attacked him, because she didn't know that he was in charge here. But Fang Xiu asked them not to touch him, because he was not in such a good mood to talk to people like them, so he asked them to leave as quickly as possible. They did not calm down, so people from the 10th squad had to intervene and help these guys leave the territory, because they really began to interfere with the process. Meanwhile, one of the squad reported that these two claimed that they are just travelers who like to go to remote places. Fang Xiu didn't give a damn who they were or where they went, he was only interested in the process of pumping water out of the lake, so he asked to report to him only about this. The squad leader understood him perfectly, so he immediately reported that they had everything ready and could begin, which was good news for Fang Xiu, who ordered them to start immediately. Zhao was a little shocked by the scale of this team's work, but Fang Xiu added that if conventional weapons had an effect, then there would be no need for them. After 3 hours of work, the guys from the squad pumped out all the water and suddenly Zhao saw a woman. It looked like the same one that Fang Xiu saw while diving underwater, but she looked too creepy, they couldn't even imagine who cut her face like that. Fang Xiu looked closely and saw clumps of hair that still remained. Therefore, he immediately asked Investigator Shin to burn that hair immediately. This time she silently decided to fulfill his request, but in her head she was thinking that he had really predicted where the entity would appear. She dealt a powerful blow to the place that Fang Xiu had indicated, and from there immediately flew out an entity that had been hiding all this time until Shin fried its tail. While everyone began to panic when they saw this entity, which was much larger than anyone had imagined, Fang Xiu just stood there and watched what would happen next. And then, Shin decided to take a little revenge on this entity for yesterday's incident and attack this monster in order to destroy it once and for all. Fang Xiu carefully watched this whole picture, when suddenly he heard the sound of the safety being removed on some weapon. And as soon as he turned around, he saw everyone from that same squad 10 aiming at him. Zhao immediately tried to convince them that they belonged to us, and there was no need to shoot at them. Shin, as soon as she dealt with the monster, also joined them and politely asked the guys to lower their guns for now. The commander of this detachment was the only one who could explain anything and asked them to leave here immediately, because he does not control his body, therefore he is not responsible for what he can do. But still, he did not have time to warn in advance and immediately after these words pulled the trigger, and, together with his unit, fired. Fang Xiu understood that he could not bear it again, so using the next attempt, he decided that he would be extremely careful. And he decided to start with those travelers whom he kicked out. They both seemed to him to be ordinary people, but still, for safety reasons, he decided to neutralize them. Therefore, he made one swing with his magic scalpel, which interrupted the conversation of these people. Shin and the guys couldn't believe what Fang Xiu had just done, so they stood in a stupor for a while. He slit their throats to dismiss them as options for the one who could destroy him in the previous attempt. Fan Xiu understood that perhaps he rushed to conclusions, or made a serious mistake, but he would not be sure that these guys were ordinary. Although, on the other hand, it was quite obvious that their appearance here was completely out of place. Shin and the guys were angry with him, because they sincerely did not understand why he had just killed two innocent people. Fan Xiu did not intend to answer all of their questions, so he asked the rapid response squad to remove all weapons and continue pumping out the water. Shin immediately intervened in the conversation and forbade the squad to do this, because first she wanted to find out what was happening to Fan Xiu, that he was behaving this way. The guy keeps telling them that they are asking him too many unnecessary questions that are not helping the matter. Zhao was the only one who spoke to him calmly and simply asked him what would happen to them that he had just killed two people. The guys from the special squad talked among themselves that if Investigator Shin was here, then everything was under control and in theory they could continue their work further. Fan Xiu again asked Shin to set fire to the area where the hair was sticking out, and it would immediately come out. As soon as Shin did this, an entity immediately jumped on her and was ready to dissect her into small details. But the entity had no idea who it was attacking, and Shin decided to demonstrate it to her, so she used her power to the maximum. Just as she decided to prepare for the next attack, after the smoke cleared, she suddenly realized that the entity had disappeared. But a new problem appeared. Absolutely every member of the special response team said that they did not control their actions. Fan Xiu didn't quite understand how it worked, because Shin destroyed all the hair that was there, but they still lost control. How is this possible? But it looks like there is another entity here, so he understood that they were hitting the wrong target. Fan Xiu decided to eliminate everyone who could somehow interfere with him, but still the battle is not over, because he has not yet found the one who controlled this detachment. After this small battle, they tied up everyone who could survive, and all that was left was to wait until Fan Xiu could come up with something. Lu was exhausted even before he could reach these guys, and he was incredibly glad that Fan Xiu disarmed these guys before they ran up to them, and they could only escape. They watched Fan Xiu talking on the phone and saying that it would be nice if the organization instituted a complete check of the participants in this special operation. The guys still couldn't understand why the squad lost composure. Was it the hair, those travelers, or someone from the outside? In any case, he understood perfectly well that now he would not change anything, so he invited them all to return to the village. In Heishui village, after the entity is destroyed, the villagers' hair must return to its natural state. But Zhao noticed that, as far as he was concerned, nothing much had changed, and when he still looked at them, they frightened him even more. Fan Xiu believed that in this case, the best way to return everything to number was to eradicate the entire anomaly. Therefore, he decided to ask the village headman a question and ask him directly how he manages to have such beautiful hair at that age. The old man answered him that it was better not to joke like that, because he had spent a decent number of years on his hair. Fan Xiu really expected the man to answer exactly like that, so immediately after his words he took out his scalpel and decided to eliminate the old man with the words that he had finally been caught. Shin tried to rush to the aid of the village chief, but it was too late. The guy managed to swing his scalpel. She couldn't understand why he did this and already wanted to start screaming at him, until she saw how, after Fan Xiu cut his neck, the same hair began to come out of it, which made it clear that it was the old man who arranged all this. His body literally immediately flew into the sky, and it was just another entity that managed to capture not only the old man's body, but the entire village as a whole. But this was not the main problem, because when they turned their heads back, they saw how a whole crowd had gathered, which was ready to chop their entire squad into small particles. Shin immediately realized that all these people were controlled by the old man, so she added that this was definitely not a Class 4 operation, but at least a danger level of 3. The guy began to gradually destroy each of them and at the same time did not understand how they managed to hide for so long. it is possible that they do not need to feed on human flesh to maintain their vital functions. Shin shouted to them to all stand behind her, and she would try to clear the way for them so that everything would be fine and they could finally get out. The guys ran as fast as they could and tried to hide behind Shin. But Lu was unlucky again and was grabbed by one of the monsters, who wrapped him in his hair. The guy was not the only one who was seized by this infection, because its power also affected Shin, whom even her superpower did not help, and now she is simply suffering from the fact that this hair is sucking all the strength out of her. As a result, the situation was too stalemate. All of Fang Xiu's friends were essentially eliminated. He understood that he had no more trump cards left, but at least he found out who had been pulling the strings all this time. But the absence of his friends in his life is simply an unacceptable thing. Therefore, he made the right decision to try again and take another try, but this time he decided that it would be better for him to commit suicide than for the entity to do so. Fang Xiu understood that the further they went, the more questions they had, so this time the guy asked Su Kerson to order the Special Forces group to buy all the gasoline at the nearest gas stations and leave it at the entrance to the village, while they returned to the headquarters. A detective's job is to find the truth, and Fang Xiu's job is to destroy entities, so he sometimes decided to do crazy things, which greatly surprised his friends. Therefore, if they did not understand yet, he made them happy with a smile, because soon they would all burn the village together. The same woman from the club was sitting on the back of the girl who was lying about being a traveler and thinking that Fang Xiu was not such an easy opponent. Of course, it was not difficult for her to send these two puppets to infect the Special Forces squad, but she did not imagine that Fang Xiu would think of deploying them. She was angry that she missed such a chance, because it was wonderful, and now he is also going to burn the village to the ground. What bad luck. But she didn't care anymore, so she simply ordered her dogs to put out the fire that Fang Xiu would start. Fang Xiu assumed that there were no more healthy people left in this village, so he decided that as soon as they found the source of the infection, then they could completely eradicate it. Shin told him that if he was right, then this entity was at least third class, so she suggested calling for help in this case. Fang Xiu asked her to think about this proposal again and asked her how many espers she thought the organization had in reserve. How quickly could they send help? Or perhaps she thinks that he is doing something wrong? But still he added that if he had one life, he would not take such a risk. However, even so, he was sure that this village should no longer exist. Before 10 o'clock in the evening, Zhao and Lu had spilled all the gasoline as Fang Xiu told them and were ready to accept the next instructions. And the next instruction from the guy was quite simple. He asked Shin to set it all on fire. That's what she did, and a second later the flame flared up like a small mountain. Now the village is unlikely to survive tonight. Zhao looked at all this and worried only that there was someone in the village who had not yet become infected, and perhaps they were making a fatal mistake in this way. Lu supported him and added that it was strange to him that from such a huge fire, there were no screams or screaming. Fang Xiu just stood and looked at this huge fire and mentally asked him to come out. Suddenly, a very unpleasant sound sounded from the epicenter of the fire, which shouted to them that they would all die today, and this was inevitable. Lu and Zhao tried to close their eyes from such a sound, because it was really very difficult to bear. Fang Xiu couldn't help but smile at this time, and after he used his bloody eye, he thought about what the true form of the essence actually was. The entity continued to speak and told them that she did not intend to destroy them, but they destroyed her house, so she simply had no other choice. Therefore, she decided to use all her abilities that were available to her and destroy them all in one fell swoop. Shin looked closely and noticed that this was not an entity but a woman, so she was also a second-rank esper who was able to control water. In addition, it was clear that her hair was part of the entity that could take control of people's minds and control them. Fang Xiu thought that if you look at it from this angle, then yesterday she was able to take control of even the corpse of a woman at the bottom of the river, and this could not help but surprise. This woman was not going to wait for them to come up with a new plan with which they could destroy her, so she ordered her subordinates to immediately destroy them all. They listened to her and immediately went into battle. Now the squad was in danger, because there were a lot of monsters there, and they were unlikely to cope with fire alone. Shin said out loud again that she was a second-rank esper, and her crowd of slaves were too strong for them, and she simply did not know how they could win this battle. But all the guy did was smile and assure her that victory would be his alone, not taking into account how large her army was. He understood perfectly well that she was of course an esper, but with the help of kickbacks he could find a way to defeat her, but now this is impossible. It was necessary to guess the moment when she would reveal her abilities to the fullest. At this point he would be able to hone his skills and thereby become much stronger. The guy still did not forget about his main task, which was to make every entity in this world feel pain and suffering. After he thought a little, he decided to give Lu the same sword that he managed to take from the man, and told the guy that his main task was to push them all through with this sword. Lu was shocked that the guy gave him a spiritual weapon, but he was also well aware that it was a candlestick that could only be ignited by fresh blood, and the guy had plenty of it. The guy was a little unpleasant that he was regarded only as a bag of blood, but Zhao explained to him that Fang Xiu was counting on him, so he just needed to try. Lu realized that he simply had no other choice, so he struck the first entity he saw and literally crushed it with the help of his new weapon. After a few blows, the guy noticed that this sword works perfectly, but still he can't do it anymore, because he doesn't have enough blood to carry it further. Zhao grabbed the guy's hand and sword, who told him that he was not alone here and that he would help him with this, so he asked him to just go forward and not give up. Shin warned them that she could not use all her strength to the maximum here, so she was counting on them. After which she created a huge fireball with which she simply wanted to wipe out that woman and her slaves from the face of the earth. But the woman easily repulsed this blow and tried to strike back at Shin with the help of which she wanted to drown her. The woman spoke up and called Shin names in every possible way, saying that she didn't need to think that she was no longer there, because her flame was actually not as strong as she thought. Shin was not going to remain silent and answered her, but she was not in such an advantageous position to count on victory, especially after another wave covered her. The woman looked at Shin and simply laughed at her, because her attempts were so pathetic that there was no point in even discussing them. She just added to her that if the blonde wants to save the world, then she needs to be much stronger, but for now let her lie in the dirt for a while. Lu and Zhao could no longer withstand this onslaught even together. There were too many of these monsters, so they asked Fang Xiu to do something. The guy was well aware that he was still too far away, and his eye could only work at close range. He decided that it looked like he would have to try again or reveal his trump card right now. He was not sure about that. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by a male voice, which asked the guy not to disturb him and to move away. Fang Xiu didn't know who he was, and besides, he didn't even notice how he appeared here. This guy reminded him very much of Zhao, and besides, he knows his name, and Zhao said that his ability manifests itself only after 11 o'clock in the evening, and then he will be able to hypertrophy his muscle mass and strengthen his body. Fang Xiu was almost sure that it was still him, only his strength was capable of this, and this was confirmed by the guy himself, who added that it was still him and Fang Xiu need not worry. But he also added that it was too early for them to be surprised, because he believed that now their jaw would definitely drop. After which he dealt several strong blows to these creatures, and it was clear that now his body was several levels higher than it was before. He began to destroy one monster after another, and did not even need the spiritual weapon that Fang Xiu gave them. Lu was even a little shocked that Zhao had become so strong, but Fang Xiu wondered if the guy had seen how he had changed. The guy told him that for a second horror appeared on his face, and who knew that after 11 o'clock he would begin to shine. He not only changed externally, but also internally. Besides, Fang Xiu did not understand how his hair had changed. How could it keep its shape for so long without hairspray? Lu told him that this was most likely the influence of his strength, because he himself saw how he spat on his hands and pulled his hair back with them. While Zhao was fighting with a crowd of monsters, they stood and just looked at him, and he did not understand what the problem was. In any case, he didn't stop and continued to crush the monsters one after another, and at the same time he still had a lot of energy. The woman did not tolerate this and decided that she would use even more of her power in order to destroy them all once and for all. Zhao tried to convey to her that they were at different levels with her, and she would never be able to stop him with such techniques, so he advised her not to even try. But Zhao overestimated his strength too much and accordingly underestimated the enemy's strength, because the woman's hair was much stronger than he expected. After a few minutes and numerous attempts to get out of her networks, only Zhao needed help, so with the last of his strength he asked Fang Xiu for it. Fang Xiu did not wait long and immediately decided to help his friend and, using a scalpel, cut all the threads that kept him trapped. As soon as Zhao was free, he immediately told the guy that he could be proud of himself, that they had come so far, but this was far from the end. He gathered all his strength into a fist and immediately went into battle directly at this woman, who did not expect such an attack. But still, the guy couldn't just defeat her with his strength, because she dodged all his blows and simply launched a counterattack, which made him fall to the floor unconscious. She asked him never to do that again and, according to tradition, called him every possible name. But during all this talk, she did not notice how Fang Xiu was flying towards her, who used this moment to deliver a powerful blow to her. But even he failed to do anything, considering that he got as close as possible to her, and that it was unexpected. This did not stop the woman from dodging the blow. Fang Xiu suddenly realized that she had a variety of hair, and silver hair would be much stronger than black hair. At what point did she turn into a terrible creature, and thus wanted to scare the guy? She asked him to look him straight in the eyes, but she could not expect that as soon as he did this, it would be her fatal mistake. The eye of blood, which the guy owns, immediately began to have a very negative effect on her, and now it's clearly only she who needs help. The guy immediately struck several times with his scalpel, but suddenly he held his hand in the air because he heard footsteps and laughter behind him. As soon as he turned his head, he saw someone who brought an incredible smile to his face, because he was really looking forward to her visit. This was the same woman who came to the battlefield along with her puppets and immediately ordered the guy to be destroyed. Fang Xiu understood that he would not be able to defeat them all at once, so for now he decided to hide behind a stone and think about a plan of action. While the guy was hiding and trying to come up with something, the woman ordered her slaves to bring her the essence that she controlled. She revived her with several spells and ordered her to kiss her feet, after which she addressed her as Van Ernie and asked her to join her mistress. She liked what she was doing. Now she is a second-rank Esper and a third-class entity, and when she returns, she will immediately become the main one, and the rest will be her hound dogs. But her dreams were interrupted by Fang Xiu's voice, who asked her how much longer she would dream. She was pleasantly surprised that Fang Xiu knew her personally. It was an incredible honor for her. She was very grateful to him that with his own hands he brought her an Esper with her pet animal on a platter. But she didn't have much time, so she immediately asked him to come up and kiss her foot, after which she promised that he would immediately become her puppet. Fang Xiu answered her that he was very worried that she would not dare to appear, but still it seemed like he was worrying in vain. She thought that he would be smarter, but in reality he was just a useless piece of Esper, so she ordered him to die. But she understood that the guy himself would not do this, so she kindly asked the big guy, who was stronger than all her puppets, to do this. To her surprise, Fang Xiu did not run away and was not even worried about this. He just stood and looked at it all with his usual smile. First, Fang Xiu took out his scalpel, and then showed his real insides, which looked too creepy and dangerous even for a woman. She couldn't believe the fact that the guy managed to pacify the chaotic essence that had penetrated into him, so she started screaming at him, and saying that he was just crazy and definitely crazy, so she ordered him to be eliminated urgently. But it was already too late, because Fang Xiu became inspired and went on the attack, saying that her train had already left, and now it was his turn to laugh. To begin with, he eliminated her puppets, who were calmly watching the battle. The woman was not going to give up just like that, so she sent her big man into battle, who was supposed to put an end to this fight. But Fang Xiu was one step ahead everywhere today and didn't even give this creature a chance to do anything to him, so he attacked first and simply cut this big guy down. The woman couldn't believe it, because the steel golem was an esper with 15% of its power revealed. She had to put in a lot of effort to get it. She simply couldn't wrap her head around the fact that Fang Xiu demolished him with one blow, without even straining too much. She understood that this was practically impossible, because a first-rank esper would literally explode within 1 hour from such an amount of absorbed energy. But Fang Xiu was much stronger, so he simply mocked each of them, and he liked it so much. She became even more angry and tried with all her might to destroy him, so she released the strongest possible blow. But Fang Xiu continued to play with them and essentially did not pay attention to all this. He just watched and enjoyed it. The woman understood perfectly well that after he destroyed the golem with one blow, the next one would most likely be Wag Ernie, and then it could logically be assumed that she herself would fall under the attack. As Fang Xiu continued his attack, he understood very well that this esper was also a second-rank esper, and it looked like he had wasted 200 coins on the killer. In any case, he continued to evade all the attacks of this esper and reached the finish line, where he had to eliminate this puppet, and all because in his opinion it was too slow. The woman was still hoping that he would stop and not destroy her, so she screamed and asked him to stop, but it seems the guy didn't care at all about her words. He carefully and quite unnoticed by her, and her puppet crept up behind her and was ready to cut off her neck with one precise cut. Which he eventually did, but the only thing that confused him and what he didn't understand was that she didn't make a single sound at all. But then he turned to that same woman, because he understood perfectly well that she simply turned her into her puppet, which means that she herself felt all the pain. She was literally ready to cry from not understanding how this guy could know that she would bring puppets with her to end everything at once. But still, she didn't understand why he was still able to maintain his consciousness when any other esper would have long since gone simply crazy. He looked at her with his eyes and it looked quite terrible for her, so he advised her to run away as soon as possible. She thought that not a single man had ever resisted her tenderness, and besides, she perfectly understood that she had no chance with his speed. The woman understood that it might not work on him, but in any case she had no other options, so she decided to try anyway and use all her charm on him and at the same time asked him not to kill her. She also added that she always only followed orders and if she returned, but suddenly Fang Xiu interrupted her and asked her not to worry, because he would not destroy her, only his pain and suffering would enter her. She didn't fully understand what he was talking about, what it could mean. Was it really a play on words? The woman decided to play with all her trump cards, because if he was not going to kill her, then she would allow him to do whatever he wanted. Fang Xiu was absolutely not against doing as the woman told him, so he took out his scalpel and was happily ready to begin. She completely asked him not to do this. She was ready to do whatever he wanted, she just asked him not to mock her. She saw him stop and suggested that he first taste her before he did what he had in mind. The woman did all this with the understanding that not a single man could resist the depth of soul in her eyes, and she was practically sure that Fang Xiu was no exception. Fang Xiu at that moment remembered his wife, and it became incredibly disgusting for him to think about all this. So he took her gently by the face and said that her look was incredibly similar, and she continued and asked whose? Fang Xiu added that her look was similar to that of his wife. Then she decided that she would do whatever he wanted, he could use her as his free wife. But she had no way of knowing how much he hated his wife, but she realized it when he came closer to her and whispered that today was her last day. The guy destroyed her, and the last thing she could think about was that she died because she had the same eyes as his wife. Fang Xiu was even kind of sorry that her attempts to make him feel sorry for him did not work, but he still hoped that she enjoyed it. But suddenly his thoughts were interrupted by strange sounds that were behind him, and when he turned around, he saw her hair fly somewhere. The guy immediately followed them with words that she would not be able to escape so easily. But the guy didn't have time to catch up with them so quickly, and this hair possessed his girlfriend Shin. Fang Xiu was not taken aback and did not think for long, after which he dealt an incredibly strong blow to Shin's head so that she could rest a little more. He stood over it and understood that if he cut out the root, the absorption would stop, so he did it without a drop of doubt. Fang Xiu cut out all of Shin's hair, and she became almost bald. But this hair did not give up just like that and wanted to enter Fang Xiu's body, and the guy himself was not at all against it. A second later they became part of it, but it was not for long, because after a second they realized that they simply could not cope with such a master and, as a result, died forever. But suddenly all the guy's thoughts that he was still able to defeat these creatures were interrupted by some strong blow that came from behind, from which he simply fell to the ground.